This young man, a modern-day Earthling, was transmigrated into another world as a baby. He froze, horrified. In a daze, he realized, I've turned into a baby. But the woman only heard the wails of a newborn. She looked at him tenderly. Why are you crying, Yuan Xiaoxi? You must be hungry. The mother lifted her shirt to breastfeed him. Instinctively, the young man pressed his face against her, then jolted in shock. Man, drinking milk like this is actually pretty awesome. Soon after, Xiaoxi was carried off for a bath. With a grim expression and his arms crossed in contemplation, he thought, it must be a side effect of the transmigration, but my memories are all fragmented. I only remember images of the apocalypse, and a girl, besides the image of a goddess amidst crashing thunder, there were some vague words, something ending in on. He tried to figure out the word. Could that sound have been part of the word for husband? Does that mean I had a wife where I died? My memories are still so jumbled. What is all this? But I have to admit, she seems really good to me. Seeing her son's gaze on her, the mother quickly hugged him, exclaiming, My son is looking at me. You're so adorable. 5 years passed. In their small house, even at 5 years old, he was still whining for milk, doing little more than eating, sleeping, and drooling. For 5 years, she's treated me so well, Xiaoxi thought. My memories still haven't fully returned, but I've gradually come to accept this new mother. I didn't cherish my past life properly. This time, I want to protect this love, She works so hard for me. She cries for me, She smiles at me. She even acts cute with me, While he was spacing out with a blank look, in his new mother's eyes, Xiaoxi was smiling brightly. My son, tonight, Mommy's going to cook for you. At these words, the young man nearly went bald from stress. The reason he always demanded milk was because his mother's cooking was so vile it was practically inedible. To sum it up, after 5 years in this world, this is my situation. They say it's a high-level world, but right now, I'm in a village so remote that even birds don't bother to stop. No Wi-Fi, no electricity. Luckily, there are a few elemental spirits I can use, Our house is simple. I've been poor in both of my lives. This is called a memory crystal. Inside is a picture of my father. Mom has never told me where he went. She just cries whenever he's mentioned. To me, my mother in this life is perfect, except for her cooking. The guy who's always peeking through the door is our next-door neighbor. Everyone calls him Brother Wong. He's 30 and still single. Plus, he's got a scruffy, vulgar look and always seems useless. Thankfully, he's not really like that. Xiao Yun. I caught a few fish today. They're for you and your son. Hearing him, his mother turned around. Brother Wong, you came by? Xiaoxi despised this vulgar man and came up with a cunning plan. He executed his ultimate act scared for mommy technique. I'm scared. He's a bad man. Mommy, save me. Make the bad man go away. Mommy, he's a bad man. A bad man. Brother Wong stood frozen at the door. Seeing her son in a panic, his mother played along. Brother Wong, I'm so sorry, but I can't accept this. You're a good person, but you don't have to be so kind to us. We're not worthy of it. Please, take them back. Besides, my son and I are enough for each other in this life. I hope you understand, Brother Wong. Xiaoxi was like a good person card that his mother trusted completely. Seeing this, the man looked extremely displeased. He sneered with hatred. You just wait and see. Amidst the squeaking of mice in the dead of night, the figure of a drunken man stumbled into the house. It was none other than their neighbor, Brother Wong. For 5 years, she's rejected me. It must be because of that damn brat always getting in the way. Let's see how I deal with you, The thought of having the boy's mother made him drool. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. He let out a despicable laugh, then targeted the soundly sleeping Xiaoxi. Extremely alert, Xiaoxi jolted awake. I thought. What was that sound? Is that mouse back to steal food again? Before he could do anything. A hand from behind clamped down hard over his mouth. Be quiet. After your uncle is done with your mom, we'll be father and son. Be a good boy now. Just like that. He continued to chug from his wine bottle after gagging Xiaoxi and tying his hands. Xiaoxi fumed. Damn it. If only I still had my body from Earth. Even if I couldn't beat him, I'd at least be 180 centimeters tall. Asterisk. Before he could go any further, a wooden club smashed right into his face, knocking out 2 of his damn front teeth. His mother had woken up at some point. He turned to her, flashing a bloody grin. You're awake. Don't worry, your turn is coming soon. The mother's eyes were sharp. Let him go, or I'll fight you to the death. Though gagged, Xiaoxi tried to mumble. Asterisk run. Asterisk. He panicked. I can't do anything. Then he tried to calm himself. Asterisk calm down. I've lived for 34 years, after all. I have to stay calm and think of a way out. Asterisk an image formed in his mind. He needed a knife to cut the ropes. But his mom kept the knife on a high shelf, out of his reach. Just as he thought that, a knife suddenly appeared in his hand. What's going on? How did this knife just appear in my hand, at that very moment? A certain bald man on Earth, about to slice a melon with a knife, suddenly found it had vanished into thin air. Back in Xiaoxi's house, his mother was terrified. Don't come any closer. Get the hell out of my house. Wang let out a savage laugh. Haha, things have already come to this, and you're still acting like that? I guess there's no other way. The mother growled. If you take one more step, I'll kill myself right here. Hearing this, Wang looked down and pouted. Why? It's not fair. I've been good to you for 5 years. Why won't you accept me? The mother replied in a low voice. Love was never about fairness. Besides, my heart grew cold long ago. At this, Wang began to cry, then seemed to go insane. Damn it. If I can't have you, I'll destroy you. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi knew he couldn't hesitate a moment longer. He rustled, trying to cut the ropes. I have to hurry and get free. Once he was free, the young man stood up, knife in hand. A friendly little elemental spirit flew over to help him. The light blinded Wang. I can't see anything. Even a little elemental dares to oppose me? So bright. Xiaoxi couldn't miss this chance and charged forward. Asterisk now's my chance. The power gap is too big. I have to seize the opportunity and hit his weak spot. And a man's weak spot is his little birdie. Asterisk. Xiaoxi charged straight for the vital point. Asterisk take this. My ultimate Shaolin technique. Asterisk. After a kick so painful it shot up to his navel, his nerves felt like they were snapping. Wang, in agony, clutched himself and screamed. Xiaoxi stood in a professional stance. Today, I'll make you pay. No one bullies my mother. He then charged straight for the man's rear. With the knife in hand, he thought, Asterisk let me help you widen your wallet prison. Asterisk. When you get locked up in the town jail, you'll thank me for this. And with that, another blood-curdling scream echoed as blood splattered. Xiaoxi warned him angrily. A scumbag like you is getting a punch from me. Remember this well. This punch is from your grandpa. Xiaoxi landed a solid punch, sending Wang flying. He slammed face first into the wall. Outside, a hidden figure who had witnessed everything smirked sinisterly. How interesting. As for his mother, she was so scared she was sobbing. Oh, my son. That was so scary. You scared me to death. I thought we were both going to die. It had reached a point where a child had to comfort the adult. There. Don't cry anymore. Be a good girl, Mom. Don't be a baby. It's okay now. Putting the pieces together, Xiaoxi thought, Asterisk I can summon a knife from Earth. And my right hand has immense power, like a Qilin arm. It seems my transmigration wasn't so simple. Asterisk that night, old Wang was taken away by the town guards. It said that criminals who harm women and children receive special care from their fellow inmates. The next day, Xiaoxi suddenly came down with a high fever. During his fever, he had a strange dream and then remembered everything. It was the familiar scene again. The goddess told him, Since you have agreed to transmigrate, I will temporarily halt the world's destruction. Within 30 years, you must reach the creator level. You will use the heart of someone from this world and my heart to exchange for the Earth's core, which has been tainted by humanity. Otherwise, I will resume the destruction, purge all of humanity, and remake the world. Your parents, of course, will be no exception. At the time, Xiaoxi had stammered. Your Excellency, I was about to be crushed to death anyway. If I can save my parents, then I'll agree to go. But I have one small request. Can you give me some kind of special ability or assistance? Hearing this, the goddess felt terrifyingly silent. Asterisk why is she so quiet? Was my request too much? Why is she just staring at me without saying anything? Could it be she's into me? Otherwise, why would she stop halfway through destroying the world and give me a chance? What if she forces herself on me? I'm still just an innocent virgin. But to save the earth, I guess I should just submit. This request isn't that unreasonable. I've read Transmigration Manhwa. The main character always gets a cheat ability. I should get one too. It'll make it easier for me to play. No. To level up. That's right. Asterisk. The goddess finally gave her answer. I have just observed you. You are weak in every aspect, so my help will be limited. First, I will enhance your soul power, your spiritual strength, and your connection to elemental energy. Next, your right hand will be strengthened and made more agile than a normal person's, giving you immense arm strength. However, I am curious. Why is only your right hand suitable for enhancement? The young man froze and replied stiffly, because I'm an artist. I usually use my right hand to draw. Asterisk, what the hell? Is it because you know too much? No way. Asterisk. The goddess continued. That arm can summon inanimate objects you have touched on earth. Finally, I will seal my creative knowledge and soul power within your soul sea. This includes all the knowledge and cultivation techniques of this world since its beginning. As your abilities grow, the sealed knowledge and soul power will gradually be unlocked. Also, to be precise, you were scared to death. You didn't even know how you died. Let's make you an informed ghost. Xiaoxi jolted awake. Asterisk, what? I died such a lame death. So that's how it was. Asterisk. Asterisk, no wonder my right hand is suddenly so strong, and I can summon a knife from earth. But man, dying like that is just pathetic. Well, what's done is done. No use crying over it. I need to focus on the present. The seal in my soul has been lifted, and my memories from before transmigration have returned. A flood of information and knowledge is suddenly appearing in my head. Asterisk. Asterisk, heh. Now that I'm 5, I can start cultivating my mind technique. These 3 manuals are the pinnacle of humanity's internal energy cultivation. Just one of them would be enough to shake the entire continent. I'll choose the Tyrannical Heaven, Absolute Earth 1. The name sounds badass. Later, I'll write a body cultivation manual. 10,000 ways to use martial arts. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Hee. Asterisk. With that, the young man got right to it. He could clearly feel the world's elemental energy gathering in his body. Asterisk, the benefits of high soul strength are amazing. The elemental energy converges in my body like an affectionate child. I've successfully reached the first introductory level. Normally, even a genius would take at least half a year to break through the first level. I can cultivate this fast probably because my soul power was enhanced by the creator. Asterisk. Asterisk, next, let's test my upgraded soul power. Object manipulation. Asterisk, he started by controlling a flower vase. Then the knife. He even had a keen sense, able to feel his mother approaching. The young man counted down from 3, and his mother walked in, holding a bowl of something purple. You're awake. My baby had such a high fever last night. Mommy was so scared. I'm glad your fever's gone down. I made you this bowl of love porridge. Hurry and eat. A few days later, still in their small house, his mother announced, Son, you're 5 years old now. It's time for you to go to school. Xiaoxi jumped. I'm not going. What's so fun about school? Besides, we don't have any money. The academy in town is way too expensive. Besides, Mom, if I go to school, who will take care of you? He rambled on so much that his mother got annoyed and snapped. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going or not? He was then lifted by the scruff of his neck. With no other choice, he reluctantly agreed. Yes, I'll go. I guess I should go to school after all, he thought. Asterisk, otherwise, people might get suspicious if I suddenly know so much. School can be a good cover. Besides, talented geniuses not only get free tuition but also receive scholarships. Asterisk. The day of registration arrived. At the Mashu Academy, many people had gathered there early. The crowd was so large that Xiaoxi's jaw dropped in amazement. Whoa, so many people. Xiaoxi and his mother were lost in the very back of the crowd. So many people are registering. After observing for a moment, the young man pointed to a carriage that was driving straight in. Hey Mom, that fat kid over there got to go straight in without waiting in line. After he said that, someone immediately came over to warn him. Keep your voice down, kid. Don't talk nonsense. Those are all powerful and wealthy people. They paid a large sum to get in directly. Don't let them hear you. Poor folks like us can't afford to offend them. Xiaoxi made a face of contempt. Asterisk TCH. Looks like every world is the same. Is having money really that great? Asterisk. Just then, a few bald men in sunglasses appeared, and a cold voice rang out. Excuse me. You're right. Having money isn't that great. It just means that no matter how hard you poor people try, no matter how talented you are, you can only struggle slowly in a place like this. From among the bald men, a young, blonde-haired punk stepped out. Bow down to me, you peasants. The moment he saw this punk, Xiaoxi had a brilliant idea. Asterisk aha. I have a way to skip the line. This idiot son of a rich landlord showed up at the perfect time. Let's try out the great money technique I just invented. Asterisk a strange light appeared in Xiaoxi's hand. And in the next instant, the bag the kid was holding burst open, sending its contents flying everywhere. Someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone, come quick. There are a ton of spirit stones over here. Hearing spirit stones, everyone turned their heads. Like a starving mob, everyone swarmed the blonde kid, who panicked and screamed for help. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi and his mother seized the opportunity and made a run for it. Let's take our chance, Mom. Seeing her son like this, Xiaoyun could only smile and think to herself. This little rascal is just like his father. After running for their lives, it was finally his turn. Next examiner, Yuan Xiaoxi. Please follow me. The man pointed to an orb. Please place your hand on this elemental energy testing orb. If it doesn't light up, the test is a failure. If it glows blue, it represents the mage class. Red represents the warrior class. The brighter it glows, the higher your talent. Xiaoxi walked over, saw his small reflection in the orb, and then placed his hand on it. Strange streams of energy began to swirl rapidly. What's happening? The testing orb is reacting so strongly. The assistant next to the man was completely shocked. Incredible. His affinity with elemental energy is off the charts. I've never seen anyone unconsciously use their energy to break the testing orb. After a few cracking sounds, the orb shattered. They immediately gave an order. Notify the vice dean right now. We have a supreme mage class genius here. Xiaoxi looked annoyed. Old man, I want to be a warrior. I'm not interested in being a mage. After coughing a few times, the old man replied, wait a moment. After the mage test, I'll take you to complete the rest of the warrior tests. In reality, he was thinking, asterisk, I have to coax him first. The testing orb has already confirmed he's a mage genius, asterisk. And so, he was led by his mother into the mage testing room. As he walked, Xiaoxi didn't forget to look back. Old man, don't you dare trick me. He then began the high-level spiritual power test. Next was a strong affinity test with an elemental spirit. Xiaoxi passed every round with outstanding results. The old man could only exclaim, this person must study at our academy. My God, I haven't seen a talent like this in 1,000 years. Xiaoyun watched everyone praise her son, covering her mouth as she giggled with pride. Asterisk, he truly is his father's son. Hee hee. Asterisk. There was one final test, the elemental attribute test. Also, a very important person wanted to meet Xiaoxi. He had to return to the main hall. Soon after, the vice dean appeared. He would be conducting the test personally. The vice dean used instant teleportation, and in a flash, appeared right behind Xiaoxi. After placing a hand on his head, he came to a conclusion. As expected, a rare life attribute elemental power. Excellent. His soul power is incredibly strong. To have the soul power of an elemental spirit master at such a young age, truly remarkable. Let's get him placed in a class. He will surely become a powerful mage in the future. Xiaoxi tried to stay calm and negotiate. I want to be a warrior, a valiant fighting champion like Arthur, charging to the front lines. You know, a tank. The vice dean smirked and replied, although I don't know who this Arthur is, nor what the hell a tank is, if you want to be a warrior, then follow me to the test. With a rumble, Xiaoxi and the man were standing inside a magic circle. Seeing his mother's worried expression, the man reassured her. Please don't worry. I'm just taking your son to the testing area. Please wait here for a moment. Thank you, Vice Dean. Xiaoxi, do your best. He gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, Mom. I'll bring home first place for you. Xiaoyun just smiled back at her son. Any rank is fine. Just try your best. Now go on. And with that, the two of them were teleported to the first testing ground. This was the strength testing area, mainly for assessing the student's physical power. Xiaoxi watched for a moment and assessed the situation. Asterisk, how are these kids so strong? That iron ball is huge. But with my superpowered arm, it shouldn't be a problem. Asterisk, the vice dean instructed, the stairs are on the right. Go on down. I've already added you to the examiner's list. Xiaoxi didn't take the stairs like a normal person. He just jumped right over the dam railing. Thanks, vice dean. I'll go down this way. This height is nothing. Just like that, the young man landed perfectly. Asterisk, there are more warrior cultivators than mage cultivators. These kids, from 5 to 10 years old, are already competing for a spot. Looks like the competition in this primitive world is pretty intense. Asterisk. One by one, they took the test, trying to lift the giant orb. Some strained, but couldn't even budge it. When it was Tuoba Tian's turn, he lifted it with ease. I have to prove to that person that I have real strength. The girls below went wild. Oh my god, he's so handsome. He's the eldest grandson of the Tuoba family, right? And he's testing with us instead of using his influence. Handsome, from a good family, and most importantly, skilled and powerful. He's perfect. Hearing this, Xiaoxi looked annoyed. Asterisk, these little kids are already fawning over boys. When they grow up, they'll realize that a guy like me is the real catch. Tall, rich, and handsome is just fleeting nonsense. Asterisk. Pushing through the dense crowd, he felt like he was suffocating. Asterisk, I'm being crushed to death. Is the power of an idol this strong everywhere? Let me through. Asterisk, seeing something tied with a bough that looked like a rope, Xiaoxi immediately grabbed it to pull himself through more easily. Unfortunately, he had just grabbed the damn tail of a cat-eared girl. Xiaoxi's nose started bleeding as he stammered. Thanks for the treat. Ah, no, that's not what I meant. The little girl turned around, looking extremely annoyed. You creep. How dare you touch my tail? Humans are all terrible. Xiaoxi took a deep breath. Asterisk, phew. Calm down. I have to stay completely calm. The most sensitive parts of a cat person are their ears and tail. If I say I accidentally grabbed the wrong thing, she definitely won't believe me. And if I tell her the truth that I thought her tail was a rope, I'm even more dead. Heh, I've got it. She's just a kid. I just need to sweet-talk her until she can't resist. Asterisk. Xiaoxi stuck his hands in his pockets and put on a handsome look. Hey, beautiful big sister. You're lovely, kind, generous, pure, innocent, a beauty that makes fish sink and birds fall, that shames the moon and makes flowers blush, captivating and alluring, a nation-toppling beauty. Please forgive my rudeness. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Don't answer yet. I'll come find you in 2 days. Being only 5 years old and hearing all this, the cat-eared girl just stood there, her mind a complete blank. As Xiaoxi successfully made his escape, the cat-eared girl was still pondering. Asterisk, but I'm still too young. How should I turn him down? Asterisk, and just like that, the young man made a clean getaway. Hit it and quit it. The world is my oyster. Weaving through the crowd, he kept hearing gasps of amazement. Whoa, look everyone. That person is so strong. Xiaoxi looked unimpressed. No matter how surprisingly strong you kids are, you're no match for my divine arm. Then another kid stepped up, this one with a very muscular build. With just one hand, he lifted the orb that was several times his body weight. He's so strong. No matter how hard we try, we can only budge it a little. Xiaoxi narrowed his eyes. Asterisk, whoa? Is this kid on growth hormones? Is he really under 10? That's immense strength. If he were on Earth, he'd be making over 10,000 a month. Asterisk, a kid in yellow and a kid in blue stood by, laughing smugly. That's our big bro, Luli. He's our sworn brother. Xiaoxi was so contemptuous, he picked his nose to show it. Asterisk, what? Kids will be kids. So immature. It's painful to watch. Asterisk, the kid in yellow heard him and sneered. Hey, you, the kid across the way. Don't think I can't hear you just because you're far away. How dare you talk about our big bro like that? If you've got the guts, come up here and try. Just then, the examiner announced, You Xiaoxi, you're next. The young man looked incredibly imposing, full of fighting spirit. Asterisk, kid, now it's my turn. Just you wait. Watch me teach you a lesson. Asterisk, the moment Xiaoxi stepped up, whispers broke out below. He looks so small. He probably can't lift it. He's so tiny, can he really do it? He paid no mind to the comments from below, and began to squat, gripping the ball firmly with both hands. After taking a deep breath to gather his strength, he activated his divine arm and tensed his body. The ball began to show signs of lifting off the ground. The cat-eared girl watched and thought, *, the scent from that person earlier felt familiar. So his name is Yu Shaoxi. Then why did he tell me his name was Wang Xiaoning? *, the moment he lifted the ball a little, the difference in strength between his two arms was too great, putting Shaoxi in real trouble. *, damn it. My right and left hands aren't coordinating. This is a crucial moment. Don't make me miss my moment of glory. *. My right hand feels light as a feather, but my left hand has no strength at all. Holy crap, it's about to fall. Wait. If my left hand has no power, don't lean that way. *, he couldn't hold it any longer. Shaoxi's hand slipped, and the ball went crashing down onto the platform below. Shaoxi looked horrified, while the examiner announced, "The ball has been dropped." Lightly lifted the iron ball for a moment. The contestant's result is low-level strength. Next contestant, please. The kids in blue and yellow watched and jeered. Isn't that the kid who was bragging up a storm earlier? Bet he's embarrassed now. Huh. He's even weaker than me. Shaoxi clasped his hands behind his back and walked off, whistling to show he wasn't bothered. But he was dying of embarrassment. *TSK. I'm decades old, and I'm being laughed at by these brats. Humph. It's just because I'm not used to the power yet. My hand just slipped for a second. So annoying. He walked through another door. This seemed to be the area for the second test. The two young punks were still posturing. The one in blue said to the one in yellow, "How? It's our turn." "Yeah, let's do our best, G. We can't let brotherly down." When they saw Shaoxi walk in, they scowled. Why is it him again? Meanwhile, Shaoxi was still spacing out. *O, for crying out loud. Why is it running? This place looks just like my university's sports field. He then noticed the two kids and looked annoyed. Whatever. Just a couple of brats. I'm not going to stoop to their level. Xiao Ji and Deng Hao, however, kept trying to provoke him, making taunting faces. Just then, the cat-eared girl walked over. With her arms crossed, she said to Shaoxi coolly, "Show them what you've got. If you don't want to be laughed at, slap them in the face with your real strength." "That's what I always do." Shaoxi blushed and thought, it's the lowly from before. The cute beastkin girl. Though in this world, it seems these unusual races aren't very welcome. Demi-humans are the mixed blood offspring of various races. Beastkin with animal ears are descendants of humans and beastmen. To be honest, I don't care about any of that. I just think this cat-eared girl is super cool. With that thought, he immediately replied, "Thanks for the encouragement. I'll do my best." Just then, a voice called out, "Next testing group. Yu Shaoxi, Deng Hao Xiaoji." Hearing the starting gun, everyone scrambled onto the track. Shaoxi also got into position, but in the air. It's come to this. I just have to go all out and get this over with. In a flash, Shaoxi shot ahead, leaving the other two in the dust. What the hell? How is he so fast right from the start? We have to run 50 laps. How? Don't worry about him. Let's just run at our usual pace. Practice is what matters. As the sun began to set, Deng Hao and Xiaoji finally finished, panting heavily. Finally, we're done. Where's that braggart kid? The moment they looked back, they saw Xiaoxi in the distance, looking like a ghost on the verge of collapse. What's going on? Why is he still over there? He looks like he's about to drop dead. Xiaoxi felt like a starving ghost. This is bad. I'm really not going to make it. His head spun and his vision started to blur. The young man collapsed onto the track, foaming at the mouth. Immediately, medics rushed over, pushing through the crowd. "Make way. The patient is in critical condition. Please make way." The vice dean and the cat-eared girl watched this scene, helpless. They could only cover their faces. The third round will now begin. The punching power test. Will the examinees who have not yet been tested please follow me to proceed with the test? The moment Shaoxi opened his eyes, he found himself on a stretcher and jolted. What did I just hear? A punching power test? A punching power test, you say? Hee. Finally, it's my time to shine. The punching power test featured a block of magic stone, which could absorb physical damage. A normal person using all their strength could only leave a faint mark on the stone. Moreover, the precious thing about Magic Stone is its ability to automatically repair any damage, making it very versatile. It was an extremely rare type of stone on the continent. The examiner began calling names from a list. The test will now begin. First up, Lin Shi. Please come to the stage. Use your full strength, young lady. Lin Shi thought, you don't have to tell me. I'll give it my all, I don't want those idiots laughing at me. Immediately, the girl gathered her strength and threw a punch straight at the magic stone block. It created a crack and left a perfect imprint of her fist. Seeing this, the kids below were stunned. Holy crap, that's terrifying. She's a tigress. You were just laughing at her. You're dead meat now. I'm never messing with her again. The examiner looked pleased. Not bad. High-level strength. Let's give our girl a round of applause. Next up is Deng Hao. This kid also stepped up and punched with all his might, but nothing happened. His hand just hurt like hell. It was the same for Xiao Ji. The magic stone showed no signs of damage, but his hand was swollen. Then it was Lu Li's turn. He stepped up with great bravado, and his two lackeys cheered him on enthusiastically. Go, brotherly. Go, big bro. Lu Li gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful punch. The magic stone block caved in with a large dent. The Vice-Dean watched, nodding in approval. The Academy has quite a few geniuses this year. This kid, without any formal academy training, already has the strength of an elemental spirit apprentice warrior. And that Yu Xiao Shi kid has heaven-sent soul power, reaching the level of an elemental spirit master, The female examiner laughed with delight. My, Lu Li's strength is truly impressive. Super-level strength. On the other side of the field, Xiaoxi was panting as he ran to the testing area after his stint on the stretcher. Just as the examiner called his turn. Here. I'm here. Don't rush me. All the contestants stood with their arms crossed, turning to watch Xiaoxi and see his result. The Vice-Dean was also quite surprised. This kid really doesn't give up, the female examiner thought to herself. So this is the kid the famous Vice-Dean went out of his way to add to the warrior list. Then, she spoke up. Yu Xiaoxi, please begin your test. The young man flicked his hand and smirked. Ahem. This big sister has a great body and looks, damn. The examiner heard him and froze. Did I hear that right? A guy in the crowd below got worked up. Damn it. How dare you hit on my sister? I'm gonna kill you. Just then, Xiaoxi stood face to face with the magic stone. Before he began, he muttered to himself, my reputation is all riding on you, superpowered arm. The Vice-Dean, who was watching, didn't have high hopes. This kid, it's good for him to experience some setbacks. This world isn't a place where he can get whatever he wants. Xiaoxi flexed his hand a bit and assessed the stone. A magic stone that can absorb this much power. There probably aren't many of these on the entire continent. Deng Hao, from below, wouldn't stop taunting him. Hey, kid on the stage. Don't come crying when it hurts too much. If you know what's good for you, get down from there. Hearing this, Xiaoxi shot him a look. What are those kids saying? Oh, it's those two again. Seriously? Can't even call me big bro once? Why are they always targeting me? Xiaoxi decided to talk back. Let's make a bet. How about it? If my score is higher than your brother Li's, you have to call me grandpa from now on. If I'm lower, I'll call you two the same. Deal. Deng Hao and Xiao Ji were stunned. A bet? I'm afraid you can't win. No one can compare to our brother Li. Get ready to call me grandpa. Xiaoxi gave a sinister look. You're on. Grandpa's coming. He clenched his fist and charged straight at the magic stone. With a single punch, he not only dented it, but completely shattered the magic stone block. Shards went flying everywhere. While Xiaoxi grinned triumphantly. Well, kids? Call me grandpa. Everyone below could only stare with their jaws on the floor. Deng Hao and Xiao Ji were finally convinced. How is he so strong? And we're like this. We failed the test today. We can only pack up and go home. Damn it. I can't accept this. As for Lin Shi, her jaw dropped. This person's arm strength is abnormally powerful. But why is his stamina so poor? It's so strange. The female examiner was speechless, as if what she had just witnessed was an illusion. The Vice-Dean was horrified. This precious magic stone. The Mashu Academy only had one. In the end, a few students were summoned directly to the Vice-Dean's office. He began to announce, "It has always been the Academy's rule that outstanding individuals, chosen based on their strength, will receive certain assistance and rewards from the Academy. Now, state what you desire, and we will see if the Academy can fulfill your requests." First, the third-place winner in this warrior assessment is Tuoba Tian. Tuoba Tian, 6 years old. One of the chosen heirs of the renowned Tuoba clan. Wind attribute elemental power, specialty is the saber. As a member of a prestigious clan, you chose to enroll based on your own merit. Your character is excellent. What reward do you wish for? Tuoba Tian stood with his arms crossed and replied, "Thank you, Vice Dean. I wish for unrestricted access to the library to read the rare cultivation manuals, including the forbidden arts." After a moment of thought, the Vice Dean replied, "You may have free access to the library, but you must have my permission to read the forbidden books. At your age, you cannot be exposed to too many forbidden arts. Haste will affect your future growth." Tuoba Tian immediately agreed obediently. "No problem. Thank you, sir." Second place in this warrior assessment is Lin Shi. Lin Shi, 6 years old. A mixed-race demi-human. Despised and looked down upon by other races since childhood. She likes to prove herself with her strength and hates being stared at with strange looks. "Lin Shi, what reward do you desire? Or is there any assistance you need?" The girl began, "I want the right to freely access the training grounds at any time." The Vice Dean immediately approved. "The Academy grants this request. You will come with me later to get the keys to each training ground." Next, the first-place winner in this warrior assessment is Lu Li. Lu Li, 10 years old. Possesses strength far beyond ordinary people. Fire attribute elemental power. He has a violent and short-tempered personality and is often insulted to his face. He boldly requested, "Vice Dean, sir, I only wish for the Academy to accept my 2 sworn brothers who failed the test. They are Deng Hao and Xiao Ji." The Vice Dean closed his eyes and pondered. The Academy has no precedent for accepting those who have failed. No wonder this boy waited until he was 10 to participate. He probably planned to take first place and then make this request all along. Soon after, he responded to the request. "Lu Li, the Academy does not accept the useless. This world is a place where the strong devour the weak. You cannot take care of them for their entire lives. However, since you have made this request, and if they agree to stay at the Academy and do odd jobs, then they may remain." Lu Li was so moved he nearly cried. "Yes, we agree. Of course we agree. Thank you so much, Vice Dean." Finally, it was the turn of the first-place winner in the mage assessment. It was none other than Yu Xiaoxi. The other mage candidates did not meet the requirements, so Xiaoxi was the only one here. Xiaoxi stood there with a blank face, not a hint of joy. "You old fart. You made me take that stupid warrior test. Luckily, I have the creator-level cultivation system. You thought I couldn't be a warrior just because my stamina is low? So naive." As for the Vice Dean, he thought to himself, "Just looking at you, kid, makes my blood boil when I remember the moment that power-absorbing magic stone shattered. Well, what's done is done." Xiaoxi immediately made his request. "I want to bring my mother to live in the Academy. I don't feel safe leaving her at home alone. If the Academy cannot meet this request, then I will not enroll." After speaking, the young man thought, "This will probably scare the Vice Dean a bit. But the Academy surely won't let a good prospect like me go. Anyway, if he doesn't agree, the worst that can happen is I don't enroll." The Vice Dean's eye twitched. His gaze fell. This kid's request is difficult. But he's got guts, daring to speak to me like that for his mother's sake. Especially after shattering the magic stone and acting like it was nothing. His skin is thick enough to make such a bold demand. Lin Shi, standing beside him, looked intrigued. I never thought this weirdo would make such a request. He cares that much about his mother. Not wanting to waste any more time, Xiaoxi urged, "Well, old man, this is a great deal for your Academy. I'm a once-in-a-millennium genius, you know." The Vice Dean grit his teeth and announced, "Starting tomorrow, you and your mother will live in the teacher's dormitory. A teacher will take you there later. Lin Shi, you will come with me now to get the keys." The sky was pitch black, the moon high. A strange object was appearing in the sky, and riding on this manta ray was Xiaoxi and a blonde-haired man. While the young man was still in awe, the teacher behind him was gloating. What do you think? My flying manta ray is one of the few flying elemental spirits, you know. Meanwhile, his mother was also being taken care of with great care and attention. She was eating with great appetite, and someone was even serving her food. Please, enjoy your meal. I've instructed the kitchen to prepare many more delicious dishes. Good food for a good person, huh? Just as Xiao Shi and the teacher arrived, they were taken aback. We're finally here. My stingy colleague is actually treating your mother to so many precious things. Looks like he's really not well today. Hearing the commotion, his mother, still chewing on a chicken leg, turned her head. Son, are you done with your test? It's great here. The teacher brought me here to eat lots of delicious food. You should eat too. With these teachers teaching you in the future, I can rest easy. The moment Xiao Yun smiled brightly, Xiao Shi's teacher was struck by a thunderbolt of love. I think I'm in love. How can there be such a beautiful and pure girl in this world? Don't worry, Xiao Shi. From now on, I'll treat you like my own son. Hearing this, Xiao Shi was furious. Damn it. This lecherous teacher. He didn't care about the teacher-student relationship. He immediately launched a divine punch straight into the teacher's face. Lecherous teacher, try harder in your next life. After being beaten to a pulp, the teacher was stunned. Xiao Shi ran to his mother and took her hand. Mom, I passed the test. The vice dean agreed to let us live together in the teacher's dormitory. We'll move in tomorrow. Hearing her son, Xiao Yun still couldn't focus. After processing the information, she jolted. What? You're saying we can stay at the school? On a beautiful sunny day, Xiao Shi was carrying a backpack almost as big as himself, constantly whining. I'm gonna be late. I'm gonna be late. He had been in this other world for 5 years now. He had used his extraordinary talent to win the school's reward. He and his mother moved into the teacher's dormitory at the Mashu Academy. There, besides him and his mother, everyone else was either a teacher or their family. The neighbors were also very helpful to them, sometimes letting his mother do odd jobs to earn a living. The pay wasn't bad either, but there were also some strange teachers with unclear motives. In other words, they were lechers, always waiting for a chance to get close to his mother. Obviously, all those teachers received a full-force punch from Xiao Shi that nearly sent their heads flying. Outsiders who didn't know would think he was late for school, but he had the knowledge of the creator. No one here knew as much as he did. In fact, at this moment, he was in a hurry to earn some extra money. In his previous life, his name was Hang Yu, a professional artist. He drew countless stories, becoming the father to countless otaku. Now his side job was selling small art books at school. It was now dismissal time, and the upperclassmen would be passing by here. Xiao Shi sat there quietly, looking very expectant. Just then, 2 strangers walked by, chatting. A few days ago, a prodigy was here doing a live drawing performance. It was amazing and caused quite a stir. Yeah, I know. I bought his book. My butt still hurts from it. Half of my allowance for this month is gone, and my parents found out and gave me a beating. Just as he said that, one of them saw Xiao Shi and his jaw dropped. It's you, Shun, the 5-year-old master. He was the one drawing here a few days ago. Xiao Shi put down his fan, looking cool. Ahem. Hey, friend. I remember you saw my drawing performance that day and bought a lot of books. I have new stuff today. I've drawn a lot of new books at home these past few days. The other guy couldn't contain himself, his jaw dropping. Really? I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I just got my allowance today. Quick, let me see. I'm terrible at drawing bodies. Xiao Shi showed a sinister expression. Hey, friend. Come over here. Let me show you. Art is boundless. Since you like to draw, you should buy many works to study. Here, look. This time, I've refined the human body structure. It will help you a lot in learning to draw the body. Who knew that these kids, at such a young age, were already drawing such unacceptable pictures? After hearing Xiao Shi's sales pitch, the guy was extremely excited. Yes. Thank you, Yushun. I'm so lucky. Xiao Shi got to the main point. It's rare to meet someone who appreciates good stuff. I'll give you a 50% discount, my brother. His hand flipped to a page with a drawing that made the other guy drool. His mouth continued the sales pitch, afraid of losing a customer. Well, if you're going to buy, hurry up. There won't be any left soon. Who would have thought that at this very moment, footsteps would approach? It was none other than the person drawn so sexily in Xiao Shi's book. Xiao Shi, what are you doing here? You shot out of here like a rocket as soon as class ended. What are you holding in your hand? Let me see. The female teacher didn't say another word and snatched it. The moment she opened it, she was shocked to her core. Her face gradually turned red, and the teacher fumed with anger when she saw herself drawn in such a vulgar way. In this awkward moment, Xiaoxi could only think one thing. Running is the best option. Without wasting a second, he took off. Goodbye, teacher. I'll treat you to tea some other time. The teacher then let out a scream that shook the heavens and the earth. Xiao 11. After this heart-stopping escape, he was still incredibly optimistic. Haha, the homeroom teacher must be driven mad by now. By chance, he ran to an area with a sign that read Moshu Retirement Home. The young man was curious. Asterisk lonely old people? The desolate, empty, and cold? There are many potential customers here. Asterisk. And so he put down his books and sat down with a relaxed air. This attracted the attention of an old man. Xiaoxi turned his head and was startled. Asterisk, when did this bald, old man start following me? You scared me to death. Not a single sound. Asterisk. Asterisk, but this person's robe is different from the vice dean's. It's even inlaid with gold-rimmed gems. Don't tell me I've run into a big shot from the school. Asterisk. Xiaoxi glanced at his reaction and saw that not only was he smiling, but he was smiling lewdly. Realizing this, he pointed a finger right at the man's face. No wonder you've been staring for so long. Turns out you're just a vulgar, bald, old man. I despise you. You just keep looking but don't buy anything. What do you really want, huh? After his outburst, the young man's face went blank. The old man's face was as taut as a bowstring, his eyes bloodshot. Xiaoxi started sweating bullets. Asterisk, he got angry in an instant. Big shots really are moody. What if he tells my mom about this? Asterisk, suddenly, the old man squatted down, staring intently at the book. Xiaoxi's face scrunched up again. Asterisk, if he's looking that seriously, I'm dead for sure. Is he going to kick me and my mom out of the academy? Asterisk. After looking through it, the old man shot up, trembling. Kid, where did you get this stuff? Xiaoxi looked annoyed but still stammered. It's my hobby to draw. The old man scolded. Humph. So young, yet you're not focusing on your studies and wasting time on useless things like this. I am a guest elder of the academy. Today, I will confiscate all of these drawings of yours. There won't be a next time. Just like that, he took everything. He even made sure to remind him one more time. You can go. If I catch you again, your punishment won't be light. Xiaoxi's face was blank as he replied mindlessly. Right. Yes, I understand. But then he remembered the way the old man was drooling when he saw the pictures of the beautiful women. He was startled when he realized something was wrong. Asterisk, oh no. I got scared and tricked by that old man. Asterisk. Xiaoxi quickly ran after him, but he was gone in a flash. He was so angry he started pulling his hair. I was completely scammed by that old man. Elsewhere, Luli was looking fierce and incredibly angry, choking another boy. Only the dead can't be held accountable. I want your girl, and I want your money. And I'm sending you to hell. Xiaoxi was sitting on a roof and happened to witness everything. Asterisk ahem. Bigly, huh? So young, yet so full of killing intent. When kids fight, they should just let off some steam. Why does it have to be a matter of life and death? Asterisk. Xiaoxi then jumped down and walked closer to Luli. He was still choking the other boy with one hand, causing him to foam at the mouth. He thought to himself, asterisk, it's that kid, Xiaoxi, who got first place in the mage assessment. I remember. His punch is very strong. They call it the Chilean arm asterisk. Then he scowled and replied, Kid, mind your own business. This piece of trash is dead today. Having no other choice, Xiaoxi had to snap back at him. Luli, I remember you're someone who would sacrifice for your brothers. If the school finds out about this fight in the alley, you'll be expelled. If someone dies, then even expulsion won't solve the problem. Hearing this, Luli was forced to let go. You piece of trash. I'll deal with you later. Then he turned and growled at Xiaoxi. Don't you dare use the word brothers with me. You don't understand. Since you found out, don't think you can get away either. Have a taste of my elemental power. While he was activating his power, Xiaoxi stood there fearlessly with his hands out. I've always wanted to know if all big guys are brainless. In that case, I'll use the violent method you like best. I'll beat you until you're on your knees, begging for mercy. Xiaoxi shifted his feet, and a magic circle appeared beneath him. In the next moment, the young man shot forward. Asterisk extreme speed magic. Accelerate. You big oaf. I'm about to make you cry like a baby. Asterisk. Xiaoxi's speed was too fast to be seen with the naked eye. Hearing his words, Luli grew furious, his body heating up. Are you insulting me? A mage wants to fight up close? Are you insane? Even if you have a Qilin arm, close combat isn't as simple as you think. He unleashed his attack, charging towards Xiaoxi, completely unaware that within the range of Xiaoxi's spiritual power, his movements were like watching a snail in slow motion. Then, Xiaoxi taunted, "Kid, try my iron lightning fist. I guarantee it'll send you to heaven." After cultivating the tyrannical heaven, absolute earth technique, Xiaoxi's elemental power was tinged with red, and it had a terrifying effect. Today, he decided to turn this rookie into his first test subject. He leaped up, aiming his lightning-charged hand straight at Luli. Seeing this, he screamed in fear. He's too fast. I can't dodge. His power is too great. Is he really a mage? With great effort, he managed to block Xiaoxi's first attack. But it didn't stop there. He knew Xiaoxi was about to unleash an even stronger blow. He panicked. Asterisk, how can he be so strong? Even stronger than a warrior like me. His defense, speed, and power are all better than mine. This is impossible. I started training my body and fighting techniques when I was 3, and now I'm being completely overwhelmed by a mage. This is so frustrating. Asterisk. Asterisk, I've poured so much blood, sweat, and tears into this. My body is much stronger than other 10-year-olds, even stronger than some 20-year-olds. I've even challenged many folk masters and learned from their strengths. I absolutely cannot lose to this guy. Asterisk. Xiaoxi smirked. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Lightning magic has been lost for many years. Now, I'm using life elemental power to boost my speed, a speed that a rookie like you can't possibly match. Besides, within the range of my spiritual power, your every move is like a slow-motion film. Give it up, Luli. If you touch him, your life is over. I don't know why you want to harm him, but I know you're not a bad person. If you continue down this path, I'll have to use force. With that, Xiaoxi kicked off the wall and jumped up. They thought there were only 3 people there, but Linshi was actually on the roof, watching everything. Luli was still stubborn, determined not to listen to Xiaoxi. A kid younger than me shouldn't talk to me in that tone. My business is none of your concern. Before you can recover your strength, I'll break your move and you'll be finished. Your combat experience is too limited. He then charged forward to counter Xiaoxi. Just then, Xiaoxi panicked. Asterisk, oh no. I can clearly sense his movements, but I'm suspended in midair. I can't dodge. Asterisk, Luli was now flying at the same height as Xiaoxi, his fist clenched as he growled. You can't escape. Eat my fist. The moment he threw his punch, Xiaoxi activated a shield. Obviously, he was completely unharmed. He even stuck his tongue out in response. Surprise. Didn't see that coming, did you? Luli's jaw dropped. How is that possible? That's absolutely impossible. In this entire primitive world, I've never seen anyone use a magic shield that moves with their body. All mages have to use their hands to create a shield and can't move, let alone perform another attack. This is completely absurd. Xiaoxi took this opportunity to retort immediately. Nothing is impossible. I know a lot of things. You brat, you should just listen to me obediently. Give up on the idea of hurting people. Luli's face was tense. Asterisk, ridiculous. This kid is so weird. He doesn't follow any common sense. What a damn mage. Asterisk. Xiaoxi punched him straight in the face without missing. Don't worry. I'm only using 20% of my strength. I'm being nice to you. Now be a good boy and lie down. After taking the hit, Luli flew backward with the momentum, slamming hard onto the ground. All done. Xiaoxi then landed. That's the only way to shut this kid up. He sighed wearily. That was exhausting. This moving magic shield consumes so much elemental power. Asterisk, but this Luli kid is pretty strong. Still, it's no surprise he lost to me. Asterisk. Asterisk, after failing the warrior test, I've been practicing how to use this arm. And with my soul power enhanced by the creator, asterisk. Asterisk, and all the top-tier cultivation techniques the creator stored away. I'm a real talent. Huh. Asterisk, the young man stood there, laughing to himself. He then walked over to help the victim. You're Tuobo Lei, the eldest son of the clan, right? Don't die on me. or that Luli kid is going to be in big trouble. You brats fighting just leaves me to clean up the mess. This is killing me. I'll take you to the infirmary. Otherwise, you might actually die. Luli, still on the ground, fumed. You're not going anywhere. Xiaoxi was fed up with this chaotic scene. Oh, for crying out loud. I'm leaving. Big Li, you can still stand up after taking one of my punches. And it looks like you've gone crazy. It seemed he was literally going crazy. Luli roared. You're not taking him anywhere. He dies here. Just then, they both heard the sound of a bell from above and looked up. Why isn't that girl wearing a uniform? Luli also looked up, angrily asking who was there. Linshi didn't just stand by and watch anymore. She spoke up. Stop this meaningless fight right now. Luli, I know you don't want to kill this rich kid just to rob him. If I'm not mistaken, it's because of what happened yesterday, right? Linshi crossed her arms and continued bluntly. Yesterday? Was it the people from the Tooba clan who insulted your brothers in front of you? Yesterday, after school, while your brothers were helping with school chores, they were mocked by Tooba Lei and a few other rich kids. Deng Hao couldn't take it anymore. He immediately swung his broom straight at Tooba Lei's head, causing him to flare up and curse. You poor piece of trash, you dare hit me? Brothers, get him for me. In the end, Deng Hao and Xiao Ji were both beaten to a pulp, especially the boy named Deng Hao. Linshi looked down and explained, right now, that boy Deng Hao is probably lying in the infirmary, waiting for a large sum of money for treatment. Taking revenge so ruthlessly is one thing, but the second reason is that you urgently need money, right, Luli? Hearing this, Luli trembled with rage. If you saw it, why didn't you help them? Damn it, you just stood there and watched my brothers get beaten to a pulp. Linshi had her own reasons and didn't hesitate to speak her mind. Why should I help them? I'm considered a demi-human. When I was bullied, who came to help me? In this chaotic world, if you don't have strength, you'll be trampled on by others. You can protect them now, but can you protect them for their entire lives? Luli, being stubborn, yelled again. Then what the hell are you doing here? My business doesn't need you two to interfere. Get lost, both of you. This kid dies today. Linshi looked towards Xiaoxi. I don't care about what's going on between you and Luli. I'm here for him. Seeing Linshi look at him, Xiaoxi was confused. For me? What does this have to do with me? Linshi wasn't finished and continued. Take the money and go save your brother first. Otherwise, he won't make it through the day. Luli couldn't maintain his composure anymore and preferred to use his fists to solve everything. Get lost. Seeing this, Linshi didn't hold back either. You big oaf? Is there something wrong with your head? Do you just hit everyone you see? Sharp claws began to emerge from her fingertips, and she swiped them straight across Luli's face, leaving bloody scratches. You bitch. You stray cat. You dare scratch me? You're dead. Xiaoxi realized the situation was not looking good and had to intervene once again. Well, crap. My friend, just lie here for a bit, okay? With that, he let Tooba Lei fall freely. Then he launched himself towards Linshi. Little sister, I'm coming. Meanwhile, Luli was still attacking mercilessly. Go to hell. Xiaoxi immediately jumped into the fight to carry Linshi out. Little sister, are you okay? Just then, their homeroom teacher appeared, using a magic rope to bind all the students there. That's enough, all of you. Immediately, the group was brought before the vice dean. Are you three trying to drive me insane? You've only been here for a few days, and you're already fighting on your own. Do you want to be expelled from the academy? Huh. Xiaoxi's face was scrunched up as he replied. So that rich kid doesn't get expelled? I see this Mashu Academy is just an empty name. A trashy school that bows to power. Hearing this, the vice dean's face darkened. What did you just say? Respect your teachers and elders, for they are like your parents. The academy is not a place for you to curse like this. Xiaoxi couldn't hold back his anger anymore and yelled. You're damn right I am. You old fart. I hit a nerve, didn't I? Now you're using your position to bully a 5-year-old kid. What's so great about that? In this life, the thing I hate most is the kind of person who bullies the weak. Xiaoxi's anger even shattered the spiritual pressure, which shocked the vice dean immensely. Asterisk, what is you Xiaoxi's true identity? How could he break my spiritual pressure? Asterisk, the vice dean was fuming. Kid, there are some things you say that you can't take back. Linshi grimaced, feeling immense pressure, as if a mountain was crushing her. Luli was also sprawled on the ground. What level of spiritual pressure is this? How can it be so strong? Even the teacher couldn't bear it and was crawling on the floor. As for Xiaoxi, he stood exactly as he was before. I said it, and I have no intention of taking it back. Everyone is equal. You uncultured oaf, you don't understand a damn thing. Go ahead, try adding more spiritual pressure. I will not submit. The vice dean tried to suppress his anger, thinking to himself, why the hell am I arguing with a 5-year-old kid? You don't understand. The power struggles in this academy, and even on this entire primitive continent, are not as simple as you think. Everyone is equal is just a lie the weak tell themselves to feel better. The next day, the punishment was announced. The 3 students, Lin Shi, Lu Li, and Yu Xiaoxi, were to be confined for 30 days in the Academy's soul-devouring tower for fighting. This was the administrative building of the Mashu Academy. Xiaoxi's homeroom teacher came to report. Vice Dean, Sir, Lu Li's brother, Xiaoxi, has woken up. The old man glanced at her and replied, That's good. Have the high-ranking families of the Academy continued to pursue the matter of Lu Li beating Tuoba Lei? Yes, sir. Some of the higher-ups and forces close to the Tuoba clan wanted to expel Lu Li, but the dean himself suppressed it. This time, your punishment of both Lin Shi and Yu Xiaoxi has put pressure on the Academy's upper class. After all, the 3 of them are this year's most talented students. We can't just expel all of them. The vice dean looked up at the sky and sighed. That's good. That way, Lu Li can stay at the school. It's just that the 3 of them will have to suffer. After all, the soul-devouring tower is not a good place. That place imprisons many ferocious elemental spirits. It's a prison to contain them. In this chaotic world of constant conflict, strength is the only capital for survival. Besides, I believe in their abilities. Especially that kid, Yu Xiaoxi. He definitely holds many secrets. His extremely powerful soul power, along with that arm of immense strength. The moment he threw that punch, a strange elemental power appeared on his body. Furthermore, the underground bounty list just came into my hands, and she's on it. The underground bounty list has always circulated only among the major powers, not publicly known to the people of the continent. Many secret assassinations and deals happen here. Yu Xiaoxi's mother looks so frail and delicate. To think she'd mysteriously appear on the underground bounty board. The black market has placed a bounty of 10 billion top-tier origin stones on her. The underground bounty board is used by the black market to secretly capture big shots who can't be targeted publicly. Plus, 10 billion is just an absurd number. But since Xiaoxi is our student, we can't just sit back and do nothing. Even though that brat constantly drives me crazy, I can tell he has a kind heart. He'll definitely be a blessing to the world in the future. With that, he burned the underground bounty poster in his hand and continued. Yana, don't mention this underground bounty to anyone for now. That includes the other higher-ups in the academy. I'll discuss how to handle this with the dean. Yana nodded in agreement. Understood, Vice Dean. Yeah, you can leave first. I need to carefully think over everything that's happened recently. Before leaving, Yana turned around and teased him. Oh, right, Vice Dean. Before I go, I just want to say one thing. If you care about your students, just say it. Why do you always have to put on such a dark, scary face in front of them? Huh. Hit right on the mark. The Vice Dean coughed awkwardly to change the subject. Go on, get out of here. I still have work to do. Meanwhile, at the spirit trapping tower, Lu Li was being bitten from behind by a few beasts, and Lin Shi was in the same boat. There were origin spirits everywhere. Just one moment of carelessness, and they could get their faces clawed off at any second. But whenever Lin Shi was in danger, Xiaoxi would show up right on time to take them out. You okay, little sister? More and more, Lin Shi was developing a strong fondness for Xiaoxi. Thank you, Xiaoxi. After temporarily dealing with a good chunk of the origin spirits, the 3 of them stood there panting, backs against each other. Is there no end to them? We kill one batch, and another one shows up. I'm about to die of exhaustion. Just as they said that, glowing red eyes surrounded them once again. Damn it, another batch. Are these damn origin spirits really this productive? At this point, there were way too many monsters. If they didn't wipe them all out, they'd end up dying from exhaustion. Even though they were completely surrounded, Xiaoxi couldn't take his eyes off Lin Shi, full of worry. Looks like she's terrified. Over there, Lin Shi's face was pale. We're dead for sure this time. Xiaoxi glanced over at their other teammate. Even the big guy, Lu Li, was panicking. But it made sense. After all, they were just two kids. Well, I guess I can't keep a low profile anymore. Otherwise, the 3 future flowers of the continent are going to lose their lives in this dump. He decided to use a summoning spell, and instantly, a handful of nails appeared in his hand. Meanwhile, back on Earth, at the house of a certain bald, salted egg-headed guy, he was scratching his head in confusion. Oh my god. Honey, why did all our paintings fall down? Where did the nails go? Xiaoxi decided to scatter the nails on the ground to impale those beasts, whispering a little message. My little nail friends, buy me some time. Zishi, don't be afraid. Trust me. Listen to me, and we'll survive. Just hold on for 30 days. The little girl hesitated before replying. Yeah, I trust you. Deep down, she was actually feeling confused. Why does this Xiaoxi make me feel so safe? He's completely different from anyone else our age. And these nails, is this summoning magic? Xiaoxi turned his head back and warned them. Do you have any hidden weapons or small tools on you? The nails I just scattered are too small. They'll only slow them down for a bit. Sure enough, the monsters charged right in. But stepping on those nails hurt like hell. She hesitated again. Before we got locked in here, I secretly brought a bag with me. Inside the bag, well, my mom prepared some poison-laced daggers for me to use against perverts or creepy old men with bad intentions. I don't know if they'll be of any use. Hearing this, Xiaoxi jumped in fright. Holy crap, that was close. Damn it. If I hadn't been quick-witted last time, I'd be dead meat by now. Without overthinking it, she tossed the bag to Xiaoxi. Catch. After grabbing it in his hands, Xiaoxi glared over at Lu Li. Hey, big guy. I know you don't like me, but if you want to get out of here and see your sister, you'd better listen to my orders. This isn't a place where you can survive on brute force alone. Even while talking, Xiaoxi's hands were still moving to defend himself. Lu Li didn't act stubborn and agreed right away. I don't have a choice anyway. I'll listen to you. The moment they let their guard down, the monsters would snap at their legs and arms. Right then, Xiaoxi spoke decisively. Get inside my protective barrier immediately. I'll explain the battle plan. Hurry up. I can't maintain this barrier for too long. Shi and Lu Li agreed and quickly moved inside. Xiaoxi activated the protective shield and took the chance to speak fast. We're short on time, so I'll keep this brief. Listen closely. I have a way to resolve this situation, but you two need to cooperate with me. Both of them looked determined and agreed immediately. Xiaoxi paused for a second and reached in to pull out the daggers. For some reason, Shi jumped in panic. The daggers aren't in there. Don't open it. The moment he reached his hand in, Xiaoxi pulled out a pair of lowly panties. He panicked so hard his nose started bleeding, completely losing his mind. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thanks for the treat. I mean, no. I'm sorry. My bad. She stammered. Her face flushed as she tried to hold back her embarrassment. The daggers are in the secret compartment on the side. With a nosebleed still running down his face, he tried to explain himself. It was an accident. Don't mind it. This time, he didn't mess up. He really had grabbed the wrong thing and offended her. The young man went back to discussing the plan. All right, now listen closely to my plan. It wasn't clear what Xiaoxi said, but Lu Li vehemently objected. What? No way. Absolutely not. This is a complete insult to my dignity. Xiaoxi put on a dark expression. So, is your dignity more important, or is the life and death of our friends out there more important? For the sake of their brotherhood, Lu Li gave in and agreed. Fine, I'll follow your lead. All 3 of them stood in a ready stance. That's more like it, you good kids. Let's begin. While Shi agreed wholeheartedly, Lu Li was grinding his teeth. He was furious. Damn it. How dare he use me as a human battery to supply him with power? TCH, you think I actually like your precious, rough hands? You still have the nerve to get mad? If it weren't for the fact that my cultivation technique can absorb your origin power to strengthen the barrier, I wouldn't even let you touch my back. With that, Xiaoxi secretly flipped him off and cursed under his breath. While the 2 of them were distracted, the barrier cracked, and a gap appeared. She couldn't keep her cool anymore and turned to yell at both of them. You 2 idiots better get serious right now. Seeing her like that, the 2 of them flinched. Yes, your majesty. Then they pretended to be all buddy-buddy. Do your best, senior brother. You got it, junior brother. Keep the faith. Xiaoxi threw in a few more words. You be my battery, and I'll be your engine. Seeing this, Lin Shi smiled in amusement. Exactly. That's how it should be. Xiaoxi's face turned serious. Now the chaotic atmosphere has improved. The two of them aren't as terrified as they were at the start. That's great. Time to start my performance. I'll use telekinesis. Right now, I can only flexibly control 3 objects at once. But that's enough. Just like that, several arrows shot straight toward the monsters rampaging outside. One by one, the darts moved as fast as rockets. Sweeping through everything and dominating the field, Xiaoxi was fired up, his eyes burning with intensity. Be good and step right up, you little monsters. I'm sending you all to heaven. Huh. Seeing Xiaoxi act like this, the other two screamed, You're the real monster here. Out of nowhere, one of the creatures managed to poke its face inside the barrier. The moment he saw it, Xiaoxi warned her, Lin Shi, there's a monster trying to break through the barrier's weak point over there. The little girl glanced back and replied, Don't worry, leave it to me. Even though the dagger was small, dealing with 1 or 2 of them was no problem at all. Lin Shi decisively turned her head and slashed horizontally, instantly obliterating the monster. Xiaoxi's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Great job. Now it's our turn to counterattack. We can't stay on the defensive forever. I'm going to wipe these beasts clean. Instead of being passive, he much preferred taking the initiative. Seeing his blazing aura, even the monsters huddled together, trembling in fear. At this point, Xiaoxi was like a completely different monster. Wherever there were beasts, there was fun to be had. Only after the daggers broke did Xiaoxi finally decide to stop. Phew, finally took care of them all. Lin Shi looked completely exhausted, her face pale. I'm so dead. Where are the monsters? I think a bunch of them ran off somewhere. As for Lu Li, the once robust young man had withered away. Not just my origin power. I feel like even the flesh on my bones has been squeezed dry. Even if I, Lu Li, have to jump off the spirit trapping tower next time, I am never being your damn battery ever again. Before they could rest for long, Lin Shi turned to him with hopeful eyes and suggested, We've dealt with the monsters. Lu Li, it's your turn now. You're the only one who can do this. He looked like he was losing his hair, his face blank. Do what? Do I even have any dignity left at this point? Left with no choice but to use the very last of his origin power, Lu Li managed to ignite a flame. In his other hand was a chunk of monster thigh meat. Combining the two resulted in a hearty meal. The 3 of them picked it clean, leaving nothing but bare bones without a single scrap of meat left. Suddenly, a savage breathing sound echoed from somewhere. What's that sound? That's creepy. Scene change. Outside, the sky was full of stars. Xiao Yun, Xiaoxi's mother, went straight to the magic rat nursing home and knocked on the door. The old man who had confiscated all of Xiaoxi's drawing books was the one who opened the door. Who's looking for me at this hour? As soon as she saw him, Xiao Yun offered a friendly smile. Su Zhuang, it's me. Have you been doing well these past few years? The old man looked incredibly surprised, his eyes welling up with tears. Why did you come here yourself? With that, he dropped to his knees. It's my fault for not protecting you and your son. Whether it was old Wang last time or this time, I truly deserve to die. Xiao Yun looked panicked. Don't say that. You've been hunted by the entire continent for years because of us. We're the ones who should be apologizing to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had to hide away in the academy's nursing home. The old man kept his head bowed. It doesn't matter that I'm wanted. But I heard from the old dean that since they couldn't find you for 5 years, they've posted it on the underground bounty board. Now they're trying to use the black market and underground factions to track you down. Xiao Yun's face fell, looking deeply saddened. So, will my situation affect the academy? He replied clearly, It's fine. The dean owed me his life when he was young. Now it's time for him to pay me back. Xiao Yun still looked worried. Have you ever regretted following me all these years? I never wanted to drag you down with me. 100 years ago, from the day you saved a criminal like me, I, Augustine Yang Zhuang, have lived only to repay you. I wouldn't regret dying for you. Anyway, let's go inside and talk. I know why you're here this time. Actually, I just finished making preparations. As soon as she sat down, Xiao Yun anxiously asked how her son was doing lately. Yang Zhuang pondered for a moment before speaking. The Vice Dean went a bit too far this time. The spirit trapping tower isn't a place where a 5-year-old child can survive. This time, I've contacted 2 of my old comrades from my youth. They've agreed to help me raid the tower and rescue Xiaoxi. The 2 of them are known as the Child of Ice and the Golden-Furred Lion King. Right on cue, both of them stepped out at the same time. Please rest assured, we will definitely save your son. Besides, a kid who can draw something this amazing definitely isn't a bad person. We can't let the little guy lose his life for nothing. Even though it was the middle of the night, they all decided to take action immediately. The spirit trapping tower is just ahead. Watch your step, Xiaobing. This ice snake is perfect for leading the way. Seeing this, Xiao Yun even cheered it on. Little snake, we're counting on you. The moment they arrived, they found themselves face to face with the Vice Dean. He was already standing there with a large group of people. He spoke up, Mr. Bing, you've arrived. However, it seems your little operation has been discovered. The ice snake facing the Vice Dean hissed a threat. You little runts. Do you want to become my midnight snack? The 2 big shots lowered their voices and spoke in unison. That brat sure has grown a pair, hasn't he? You actually dare to stand in our way now. Wu Chengfeng, have you forgotten the good old days when we used to spank your butt for being disobedient? Tell me, is that right, Lord Vice Dean? The Vice Dean narrowed his eyes and replied, Chengfeng would never dare forget the teachings of my 2 esteemed mentors. But tonight, the 2 of you are trespassing into the spirit trapping tower. This is a direct violation of the Academy's rules. Chengfeng cannot just sit back and ignore it. Hearing that the Vice Dean used to get spanked, the Academy teachers covered their mouths and snickered. Spanked? Haha. The strict Vice Dean used to get his butt hooped. Chengfeng shot them a slight glare, and everyone instantly shut up. Not wanting to waste any more time, Yang Zhuang declared. Come on, old friends. Stop bickering and make your move. Saving the kid is more important. Meanwhile, in another development, inside the spirit trapping tower, Xiaoxi and the other 2 were in absolute misery. The 3 of them were far too small compared to the monster standing before them, and it was roaring like a maniac. Xiaoxi took the lead again, directing the other 2. Lu Li Linshi, get inside the protective barrier immediately. Prepare for battle. Lu Li once again became Xiaoxi's human battery. Everything played out exactly like before. This elemental monster is massive. I hope the barrier can hold up. It swung its arm and slashed down, instantly shattering the barrier to pieces. There was absolutely no way to stop it. Being stared down, Xiaoxi had to play a trick, pointing in another direction. Don't look at me. The big guy is right over there on your right. His physical cultivation is super strong. Despite his attempt to deflect, the monster kept its eyes glued to Xiaoxi. He twitched his mouth. TCH, is this monster fixated on me? Is being this handsome a crime? Linshi couldn't just stand there and watch anymore. Damn it, I have no choice but to use that move. She ripped off her necklace and shouted. Release the seal. Semi-berserk. Going berserk will temporarily age up my body. My speed increases, and my height becomes almost equal to a pure-blood beast. That's why my clothes are specially made to stretch. But right now, I only have 20 seconds of berserk time. I don't want to watch someone who treats me well disappear right in front of me ever again. For Xiaoxi's sake, she threw caution to the wind and charged forward fiercely. Meanwhile, the tiny Xiaoxi was desperately trying to hold up the crumbling barrier once again. I can't believe I'm going to die here before I even become a creator god. It's true what they say, the good die young. I'm only 5 years old. As for Lin Shi, she stood in a combat-ready stance. But even in her berserk state, she wasn't confident she could kill this monster in just 20 seconds. So, her goal was to rescue Xiaoxi. The girl leaped into the air and activated her destructive claws, slashing into the monster's body. Wounded, it let out an agonizing roar. The tiny Xiaoxi was scooped up, his face pressed against Lin Shi's soft chest, making him think he was in heaven. What's going on? I must have been reincarnated into heaven. Lu Li also grasped the situation and warned them. Even if it's a rare pure-blood beast berserk state, you can't maintain it for long. You guys run. I'll distract this giant frog. He said that out loud, but deep down, Lu Li was thinking, damn it, what the hell am I doing? I'm actually sacrificing myself for the 2 of them? This is ridiculous. With her face still contorted in pain, Lin Shi urged him, quick, Put the bell back on my neck. Xiaoxi grabbed the collar and fastened it back on her. Immediately after, Lin Shi reverted to her normal lowly state, though she looked incredibly sluggish. I'm going to be weak for a while before I recover. I'm counting on you guys now. Meanwhile, Luli was facing the monster all by himself, running for his life and screaming, "Oh my God! If that claw hits me, my bones are going to be crushed to dust." Suddenly, a slimy, bizarre object shot toward him. It was none other than the monster's filthy tongue. Luli screamed again. Damn it! That's cheating. It can even shoot its tongue out? There's a corner ahead. I'm out of places to hide. At this point, he was absolutely terrified. Its massive, giant tongue pierced through everything it hit. Luli dodged the attack, jumping up with a panicked face. That tongue is too huge. I can't take it. To help Luli out, Xiaoxi pulled out an RC car from who knows where and shouted, "Hey monster, over here. Check out my flashy remote control car." The tiny car zoomed around as if it were the real deal. While steering the RC car, Xiaoxi yelled, "Luli, find a pillar and hide. Stop running around out in the open. This frog species is practically blind. It only attacks moving objects. It won't chase or attack anything that stays still." Luli, still in a state of panic, replied, "Are you serious? Don't lie to me. How would you even know that? Wait, what the heck is that little moving box anyway?" Thinking about this, Xiaoxi licked his lips, his eyes turning into heart shapes. Of course it's true. My favorite biology teacher taught me that. Frogs have large, bulging eyes that are incredibly sensitive to moving objects. But once an object stays completely still, it's like it doesn't even exist to them. It's like they can't see it at all. Right now, the monster was picking up the RC car, about to shove it into its mouth. As for Luli, he was still shivering uncontrollably, reminding himself not to move so it wouldn't spot him. He didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. "Don't move. Just hold it in. Boo-hoo, I'm so scared." The monster looked left and right. By now, the pillar Luli was hiding behind had been completely smashed to pieces by it. He was so terrified he literally pissed his pants and passed out cold. "You Xiaoxi. Meeting you is the unluckiest thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life." Meanwhile, outside the spirit trapping tower, the big shots and the vice dean were gearing up for a fierce battle. One of the blonde teachers felt incredibly suffocated. Their spiritual power is too strong. "My body feels like it's being crushed by a stampede of horses. I can't even move." Yang Zhuang declared boldly, "My comrades, it feels like we've returned to the era when we waged war across the four corners of the world." Vice Dean Wu Chengfeng was also bracing himself. "Everyone, don't be afraid of hurting the three of them. When they were single-handedly dominating the continent, you were all still nursing at your mother's breasts. Pull yourselves together quickly. Otherwise, their spiritual pressure alone will be enough to crush you to death." With that, Chengfeng shouted, "Teachers, follow my lead. Unleash your strongest spiritual power and return the favor." The teachers standing behind him replied in unison, "Yes, sir." The two massive waves of spiritual power clashed and suppressed each other in the air. A purple-haired male teacher lowered his gaze. "Seniors, forgive this junior for offending you." Purple Flame Phoenix Transformation. As soon as he flew up, the male teacher transformed into a giant purple bird. The golden-furred Lion King began to warm up. "It's been a while since I've stretched my body. My bones have gotten all stiff. It's rare for me to go out for a stroll, and now I've got some brat to play with. It makes me feel young again. Isn't that right, Birdie?" With that, his fist glowed brightly as he launched a fiery punch straight at the purple bird, lecturing him at the same time. "Didn't your teacher ever teach you to aim for the vitals in a fight? Now, your grandmaster is going to teach you the etiquette of battle." The explosive punches knocked the purple bird out cold, leaving it plummeting headfirst into the ground to take the beating. The golden-furred Lion King rested his hands on his hips and continued, "And another thing, you need to respect your elders. Don't just throw hands at the drop of a hat. Old folks are treasures, you know. You have to treat us with love." The old man, known as the Child of Ice, also looked displeased. "Looks like the other brats can't hold back anymore either. How about I teach you all a lesson?" Cracking sounds began to echo as chunks of ice formed all over his body. After activating 10,000 miles of frozen ice, the ice instantly shot forward, creating a massive barrier. Several other teachers looked terrified. Oh my god, it's too fast. I didn't even have time to react, and my body is already frozen solid. My lower half is frozen too. It hurts so much. I can't move. The magic's range is too huge. Wu Chengfeng flew up, clicking his tongue in admiration. Teacher Bing, Teacher Jean, you're both still as powerful as ever. It truly commands respect. The Vice Dean activated a howling tornado and launched an attack at the two big shots. Teacher Bing, please accept this. Seeing that old Bing was busy, Yang Zhuang decided to step up. Little Feng, Bing is busy right now. I'll be your opponent instead. Activating the Holy Light Bulwark, just as the roaring tornado approached, Yang Zhuang summoned a colossal shield to block it. I'm a pro at erecting holy light shields. Don't even think about breaking my defense, Little Feng. Cheng Feng frowned and growled. A legendary figure from 100 years ago. You truly live up to your reputation. Just a mere holy light bulwark is enough to stop my tornado. Then let's see how you handle this move. The Vice Dean focused his attack into a piercing wind drill. Cracking sounds began to echo. It showed signs that the holy light was starting to fracture. Yang Zhuang clicked his tongue, breaking my bulwark barehanded. The genius of the Magic Rat Academy from 40 years ago. Wu Chengfeng, the #1 successor to the Dean of the Magic Rat Academy. The only genius who perfectly mastered both magic and physical cultivation. You became Vice Dean before the age of 45, and it's been 10 years since then. Your true strength is unfathomably deep. I only put up this holy light shield to bluff people. My main path is still physical cultivation. I'm not like you, mastering both magic and physical arts. A normal person spends their entire life just to master one, yet you've reached the highest levels in both. If the first-generation Dean knew about this in the afterlife, he'd surely be thrilled. Chengfeng replied, I've investigated you as well. You were a professor who resigned from the Magic Rat Academy 100 years ago. 5 years ago, you parachuted back into our academy and directly became a guest elder. But in reality, you used to be. Without letting the Vice Dean finish his sentence, Yang Zhuang frowned in annoyance. Little Feng, don't speak nonsense. Knowing too much won't do your young professors any good. The two massive blocks of energy clashed against each other, creating a terrifying shockwave. However, a loud crash echoed from inside the tower, making Xiao Yun anxious. What's happening inside the tower? Overwhelmed with worry for her son, Xiao Yun looked deeply distressed. Did something happen to Xiaoxi? I have no choice. I have to do this. At that moment, Xiao Yun suddenly underwent a transformation. Her eyes turned into two different colors, one side radiating an intense, murderous aura. My son, Mommy really wanted to stay by your side for a few more years. Seeing that Xiao Yun seemed to be losing control, Yang Zhuang immediately stopped her. Don't be rash. That was the monster's roar of pain. It proves your son is fine. In fact, the monster is the one out of luck. Stop it right now. Hearing this, Xiao Yun snapped back to normal. Really, I think he's right. As a fellow elemental spirit, I can hear its cries of pain. All right then, I'll trust you guys. This way, maybe I can stay with Xiaoxi for a few more years. Lately, my power has been getting harder and harder to control. Somewhere far away, someone was standing in front of a mystical door. Even though it was just for a moment, the door managed to track her to the southern wasteland. Understood. I'm on it. Scene change. Inside the spirit trapping tower, Luli was lying flat on the ground, foaming at the mouth and bleeding profusely, looking like he could be dead or alive. Xiaoxi stood in front of him, panting heavily. Luli, consider yourself lucky. You only got hurt by some falling bricks. If I hadn't touched my butcher dad's precious pig-slaughtering knife before, you would have been butchered by that monster. Lin Shi also winced, clutching her injured arm. When this monster couldn't find us, it went completely crazy and started smashing everything. So annoying. Looking back at the shattered knife on the ground, Xiaoxi felt anxious. He thought to himself, Dad's precious knife. If I go back to Earth, he's definitely going to beat the crap out of me. As for the monster, it had just gotten one of its legs chopped off by Xiaoxi. Thinking the team still had a shot, he channeled lightning into his arm. Then he landed a solid punch, a killer blow. As it flew into the air, one of its eyes glanced down. Its two front limbs stretched out, and it flipped him the bird. Seeing this, Sushi smirked. Holy crap, this frog's a freaking demon. It even knows how to flip me off. That speed doesn't match your size at all. Hey, you big lug. How about you let me punch you? Just once, okay? Who knows why it held back, but what followed was a torrent of vomit, flooding the entire floor. Little Sushi, now submerged to his calves, was furious. TCH, are you seriously puking on me? Have you no shame, you filthy beast? Can't win a fight, so you just vomit everywhere? Grow up. Are you a baby or something? Just as he finished his tirade, he looked down and panicked. The water's rising too fast. And after losing a leg, the monster's gotten quicker and slippery. I can't hit it anymore. Crap, I can't swim. She forced a smile. She couldn't swim either and was even afraid of water. Meanwhile, Luoli was completely submerged in the disgusting flood. With no other choice, Sushi visualized and summoned an inflatable yellow duck. His summoning power was incredibly weak right now. Otherwise, he could have just summoned a boatman. But holding the lifeless inflatable duck, he felt helpless. Who the hell designed the inflation valve to be on its butt? The situation was dire. No time to worry about which end was which. He stuck the valve in his mouth and started blowing. Just you wait, inventor of this thing. For the good of all mankind, I swear I'll shove one of these duck butts right up your. Once the duck was inflated, they were all temporarily saved. The water level was now impossibly high, but with his strong intuition, Sushi sensed a lurking danger. He jolted. Danger! TCH, obey my command. Just then, the monster burst from the water, roaring. At the same time, Sushi unleashed his power, firing it straight at the beast. Shi watched, utterly bewildered. How can you use wind magic? Sushi quickly explained. When a mage's soul reaches a certain level of strength, they can use simple magic from other elements. It's just not as strong as my innate element. Sensing something else amiss, he steered the duck forward at high speed. Haha, it's a regular jet ski. There's a small platform up ahead. Let's get on it. On closer inspection, it was a totem-like pillar. Sushi and Shi hauled Luoli up onto it. Finally, we don't have to swallow any more of that crap, Sushi sighed. It feels so good to be on solid stone. We should be safe now. But the monster below wasn't done. It started gnawing at the pillar, and they could feel it begin to shake. Sushi was pissed. TCH, this monster's actually got a brain, huh? It picked the one pillar we're on. If this thing goes down, we're screwed. The pillar began to tilt, moments away from toppling over. Sushi's mind raced. I have to think of something fast. We can't fight it in the water. The only way is to get it to surface, or we'll never win. She cried out in fear. It's about to fall. Just then, an idea struck Sushi. I've got it. Back in my village, we used to fish with electricity. You just stick an electric rod in the water, and the small fish get stunned while the big ones leap out. Now, that monster is underwater, and it's massive. I probably can electrocute it to death, but it'll definitely be uncomfortable enough to make it jump out of the water. All I have to do is catch it the moment it leaps up and finish it off. The problem is, what do I use to attack it? I've got nothing left. My dagger and that butcher knife both broke. Regular blades are useless now. A loud crack from below signaled that the pillar had snapped. The three of them lost their balance. This is it. We're going down. Clinging on for dear life, Sushi shouted, Stop thinking. Let's just get the monster to surface first. Shi struggled to hold on to Luoli with one hand. This big oaf is so heavy. Sushi activated his origin energy. His entire body began to glow. I should probably yell something cool right now, Sushi thought. As he gathered his power, he let out a roar and slammed a powerful fist into the water below. Instantly, the monster was stunned. It surfaced, roaring in agony. It refused to stay in the water any longer and leaped into the air. This is it, Sushi thought, remembering the move he'd seen Luoli use before. He leaped high into the air, analyzing its movements. Mid-air is your weak point. You can sense my every move, but no matter how fast you are, you can't escape. He landed squarely on its snout. Sushi raised a hand. Superpowered arm, summon something that can save my life. I need to finish this monster. Instantly, a DVD case appeared in his hand, featuring a picture of a sexy woman. Sushi cursed under his breath. I asked for a life-saving weapon, and it gave me this. Shi couldn't believe her eyes, her face turning beet red. Scrambling on the monster's snout, Sushi lamented, This is a limited edition. Out of print. I can never buy it again, do you understand? Though it broke his heart, he had to make a choice to survive. Goodbye, my youth. Annio. Maria Ozawa. I'll love you girls forever. With that, he flung the DVD case straight into the monster's eye. Go get him, girls. The sharp thwack was enough to tell how much that stung. This was his chance, while it was off balance. Sushi activated his origin energy, preparing to slice it in two. With a series of swift slashes, the monster was split in half. The moment it fell, Sushi collapsed, unconscious. His mind was still filled with the image of the sexy woman from the DVD case, and a deep sense of loss. She swooped down to catch him. Looking at his face, she couldn't tell if he had fainted from overexerting his origin energy or from some profound, heartbreaking trauma. Sushi, this time, it was all thanks to you. Thank you for saving me. She gently kissed his cheek. Meanwhile, tears streamed down the unconscious boy's face. Sob, my limited edition DVD. Outside, the teachers and the vice principal were still locked in a chaotic battle. Suddenly, a blonde woman appeared. She's finally here. All of you stop fighting. But the brawl was so intense, they acted as if they hadn't heard a thing. The woman grew annoyed. Having fun, are we? How dare you ignore me? If I don't show you what I can do, you'll all treat me like a helpless kitten. Instantly, a forbidden binding spell activated, shackling everyone's hands. They were all thrown into a state of panic. I can't use a shred of my origin energy. This sealing magic is too powerful, way stronger than my rope spell. Wu Changfeng stammered. With my current power, there's no way I can break free from the principal's magic. Yang Zhuang scowled. You wretched woman, launching a sneak attack on us. That's a cheap shot, principal. One moment of carelessness, and we're all powerless. The woman snapped. It's because you were all fighting so damn loud you couldn't hear me. And you, serpent, I suggest you behave, or I'll seal your entire body. If it weren't for the protection you received from that person, you would have been defeated long ago. The serpent stared, a flicker of recognition in its eyes. I feel like I've seen this woman somewhere before. The principal is as ruthless as ever. Terrifying. Yang Zhuang scowled. Old hag, let us go? A life is on the line. Being called an old hag made her furious. Who are you calling old? After getting slapped, Yang Zhuang shot back. Aren't you the one who always refers to yourself as this old lady? Besides, I distinctly remember you're a year older than me. Her face was still a mask of fury. You old fossil, you've lived as long as a tortoise. Barging into the spirit prison tower at midnight. If word of this gets out, what will happen to the Academy's reputation? The other academies on the continent will laugh their heads off at us. And you two old geezers. I can understand him being senile after living for so long. But you two have been at this academy for 100 years. You don't know the rules. The two grandmasters, who had been so imposing moments before, now looked sheepish. Well, we've been cooped up in that retirement home for so long. We just wanted to get out and stretch our old bones. She retorted. It seems letting you retire peacefully was a mistake. Yang Zhuang poked the bear again. Stop messing around, you nagging old hag. My benefactor's son is on the first floor of the spirit prison tower, and I don't know if he's dead or alive. I have to save him. That sent her into another rage. Who are you calling old and nagging? If I hadn't accidentally turned myself into a little girl, I'd be a drop-dead, gorgeous bombshell right now, you hear me? Yang Zhuang decided to keep pushing her buttons. Oomph. Even before you turned into a little girl, you were as flat as a pancake. After getting a tree branch shoved in his mouth, Yang Zhuang was somehow proud of how much wider it made his mouth. The girl finally changed the subject. Let's get to the point. Void mirror, she commanded. Now look, they're perfectly safe. The void mirror showed the exact moment she was kissing Sushi's cheek, sending Yang Zhuang into a rage. Damn it all. We're out here fighting to the death to save him, and that little punk is in there flirting. My God, is there no justice in this world? Vice Principal Wu Changfeng, on the other hand, was beaming. Those three kids really didn't disappoint me. Xiao Yin was also proud of her son. He's just like his father. A real ladies' man. The blonde woman spoke. See? They're perfectly safe. Their lives aren't in danger at all. In fact, I've just learned that the elemental spirit on the first floor has completely vanished. They even managed to defeat the king-level demon frog. However, Their 30-day confinement stance. Rules are rules. I'll have someone bring them meals starting tomorrow. Any objections? Xiao Yun was overjoyed. As long as Sushi is safe, that's all that matters. Thank you, little sister. Compared to how long she's lived, I really am just a little sister to her. I guess I am a little sister. For such a powerful figure to show up here. The academy is in for some turbulent times. Meanwhile, inside the spirit prison tower, Sushi was just waking from a deep sleep. Ah, that was a great nap. Feels like I was sleeping on something really soft. So comfy. He opened his eyes and jolted, finding his head resting on Lin Shi's lap. What the? Where did all the water go? We didn't drown. The sudden closeness made Lin Shi blush and freeze, speechless. Once she composed herself, she explained. Not long after the monster died, the water just vanished. So we didn't drown. Luo Li is awake too. Su Shi, completely unfazed, mused. Ah, that makes sense. The water was created by a water elemental. Once the monster died, the element returned to the void. Meanwhile, Luo Li was busy with his flaming arm. Smells delicious. It's ready. I cooked for you guys. A roasted monster meat buffet inside the spirit prison tower. What could be better? A strange voice echoed through the chamber. Well done, little ones. To think you could defeat the demon frog. Come, find me on the next floor. I can grant you greater power. The three of them leaped to their feet, looking around wildly. Who's there? Luo Li, still holding a massive monster leg, wondered, is it coming from the floor above? Sushi scowled. You coward, hiding in the shadows. If you've got any guts, show yourself. You can take your pick of the three of us. The voice echoed back. In this primordial world, power is everything. Wealth, desire. Power is the master of all. Do you not wish to possess it? Sushi jolted, realizing the danger. Crap. This is a demonic voice that targets the soul. Lin Shi, Luo Li, don't listen to it. Hearing the demonic voice's temptations, Lin Shi and Luo Li's eyes went blank. We want it, they replied in unison. Sushi frowned, looking between them. Their eyes are completely glazed over. It's like they've been brainwashed. He thought to himself, there must be a sealed monster on the floor above, but its voice can penetrate the seal to enchant them. It must be an incredibly powerful old demon. This demonic voice. I can't let this continue, or they'll be in real danger. I'll tear you to shreds with my words, you damn demonic voice. With that thought, Sushi called out, Hey, old monster upstairs. Listen up, you orphan. You must have done a lot of good in your past life to have the honor of being my son in this one. In fact, you were the gunk I picked from between my toes. You were unloved as a child, and now you're just calcium deficient. In the dead of night, don't you feel empty, lonely, and cold? Sushi gestured wildly as he continued. Ever wonder why nobody loves you? Maybe being locked up so long has messed with your preferences? You're probably delusional, impotent, suffering from insomnia, and kidney failure. The demonic voice laughed in response. What? My kidneys are perfectly fine, you little bastard. How are you unaffected by my voice? This venerable one. It thought to itself, damn it. Now's not the time. I must hold back. I'll let you off for today. We will meet again. As soon as he snapped out of it, Luo Li broke into a cold sweat. What just happened? I feel like I was brainwashed. That voice was so mesmerizing. Sushi clenched his fist, lightning crackling around it as he cursed the demonic voice. What's so funny? You laugh like a dying hyena. You're nothing but a pathetic bird trapped in a cage, trying to trick innocent kids like us. The voice immediately shot back. Brat, you've succeeded in angering me. Just you wait. Await the punishment of this venerable one. Luo Li's eyes widened in shock. Yuan Sushi, why are you taunting it? This is the spirit prison tower. Only the most powerful and savage elemental spirits are imprisoned here. If we make an enemy of it, we're done for. But Sushi was completely confident. What's there to be afraid of? I've read tons of manhwa. These types that just spout nonsense to trick kids are always sealed away and trying to manipulate people into freeing them. Speaking of manhwa, that reminds me of Save the World, Uncle. It's a great, positive story with 5-star ratings and lots of views. I hope everyone checks it out. As long as your will is strong, its voice can't affect you. Am I wrong, you child-tricking loser? But this time, the demonic voice didn't answer. The other two were puzzled. Why did it go quiet? Lin, she suggested. Maybe it left. Su-shi, gnawing on a piece of meat, said, "What's there to fear? It's fine." I yelled at it, and it ran off like a little kid. It definitely can't get out. If it could, we'd already be dead. The fact that it's just talking to us proves it. Damn. Hearing that, Lin, she lightly tapped her fist into her palm and nodded with a smile. That makes sense. I guess our willpower just wasn't strong enough. Luoli agreed, probably. But I'm not about to provoke it like Sushi did. I'll just make sure not to believe a word it says. He immediately warned them. Everyone, let's stick together. We took care of that big one. But who knows what's next? Let's sit down and rest for a bit. So the three of them sat with their backs against the stone pillar. Lin Shi, looking a bit nervous, said, "Okay, let's talk. It's too quiet. I'm getting scared." She then turned to him. "Yuan Su-shi, how do you know so much about everything? You're amazing. How old are you?" He struck a hip-hop pose, eyes crinkled in a smile. "Almost 6. But this old man was 35 in his past life." Lin, she covered her mouth and giggled. "You're younger than me. What about you, Luoli?" Sushi glanced at Luoli's mature build and guessed. Him? He's got to be at least 20. Luoli answered awkwardly. "I'm 10. My appearance is because of a secret technique passed down by my ancestors that I started learning early. The vitality makes me stronger. Otherwise, a poor commoner like me would never have passed the physical cultivation exam. What about you, Linshi?" She introduced herself softly. "I'm 6. I'm what people call a hybrid. My mother was human, and my father is from the beast tribe." As she said this, a murderous aura suddenly emanated from Linshi. Her eyes turned red, and her voice dropped. "My only wish in this life is to kill him with my own 2 hands." This terrified the 2 boys, who clung to each other trembling. "Quick, change the subject." Sushi smiled and scratched his head. "My wish is pretty simple." He looked up at the sky. "I want to go home." His mind flashed with images of his perverted figurines, his manga, his adult films, but he spoke of his family. "I wonder how Mom and Dad are doing back on Earth. Do they miss their ungrateful son? Will I ever be able to go back?" Just then, a thought struck him. That's right. Summon diary. In an instant, the Hanyu diary appeared in his hands. Lin, she marveled. It's that strange summoning magic again. So Earth is his old home. Luoli thought with admiration. This kid even knows summoning magic. I really need to work harder. I'm still so far behind him. Sushi opened the diary and began to write, then explained, "I want to record my journey in this life. When I get back to Earth, I'm gonna blow my mom's mind." The diary entry read, "Mom, Dad, today I was on cleaning duty in the school's tower. Cleaned up a lot of little frogs. I was with 2 classmates, a boy and a girl. Your son is doing great in this world. I'm eating well and have a new mom who loves me very much. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not suffering at all. Also, I'm only 5 here, so don't rush me to get married. The girl in my group is only 6, so when I get back, don't yell at me for not making a move." Sushi turned the page, muttering, "Ran out of room. Gotta start a new page." He froze. It was his mother's handwriting. From Earth. Back on Earth, he had his own grave, and someone had even burned a paper effigy of a long-legged girl as an offering for him. The diary page contained a message from his mother. "Son, it's been 5 years. You left us so suddenly. My heart is broken, but you won't be lonely. I've burned all those figurines from your desk and sent them to you. I used to forbid you from playing with those things. That was wrong of me. But now, every year on July 12th, the anniversary of your passing, I'll burn some new ones for you. This year, I sent you a Kata Megumi figurine. I found your diary while cleaning today and couldn't resist writing a few lines. Son, I miss you." Reading those words, Sushi's heart turned to stone and shattered. His entire body went rigid. The words hit him like a lightning bolt. Figurines. Burn them all. Every year. Kadu. Seeing his reaction, Linshi blushed, deeply moved. Sushi is such a sentimental person. Writing in his diary brings him so much pain. He's heartbroken, devastated. He must truly cherish his family. She asked with concern, "Sushi, are you okay?" He looked like his soul had left his body, moaning, "My waifus. I hadn't even completed my collection. Saber, Aza, Violet, Saber, Asuna." Time passed. On the 29th day in the spirit prison tower, Sushi was cheerful. "Just one more day, and we're free. Let's get some rest." Oh, right. Shall she sleep next to me again tonight, okay? It's just for now. Don't worry, I promise I won't get handsy. I'll behave, no funny business. She replied, I trust you. As the three of them rested, Sushi thought, Luo Li, why did you have to squeeze in here too? You're breathing right in my face. And good lord, where's your hand going? Should I turn my back to him or face him? Ugh, this is so uncomfortable. Suddenly, a rattling sound came from a mysterious door nearby. A moment later, a demonic hand snaked through the crack in the door, followed by a dark, shadowy figure. It let out a cold, eerie laugh. You rotten brat. For the past 20-odd days, you've forced this venerable one to exhaust half of my core power just to squeeze a sliver of my consciousness past the seal upstairs. You are so dead. I'm going to enjoy punishing you slowly. It zipped through the air, declaring, You little brats will become puppets for this venerable one. Consider it an honor. Tendrils of malevolent energy drifted towards the sleeping children. As the children slept soundly, the dark energy split apart and silently seeped into their minds. Sushi grimaced and let out a small grunt as he breathed it in, while Luoli remained completely still, showing no reaction. The dark soul entered Sushi's sea of consciousness. Seeing the dreamscape, it mused, so the little brat is dreaming. This venerable one will have some fun with you first. Let's make you happy before the end. In the dream, an adult Sushi stood before a class, paintbrush in hand. All right, class, he said with a smile. Today we'll be learning life drawing. Please pay close attention. He then turned to his model. If you would, my dear assistant. Your physique is perfect for demonstrating human anatomy. She pouted. You're so mean, professor. Using me as a model again. Can't you just buy a mannequin? Sushi scratched his head, blushing. It's because I'm poor. I can't afford one. Just be a little flexible, please. Once I get more students, I'll buy one, I promise. He beckoned her over. Come on, the students are waiting. I don't want to waste their valuable class time. The assistant crossed her arms, replying with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Fine. You and your strange excuses. From outside the window, the dark soul watched as the students in the art class whispered amongst themselves. The shadow was the evil sovereign, a dark soul imprisoned in the tower. He was astonished. I've roamed the entire primordial continent, yet I've never seen a dreamscape like this. It's too real, far beyond what a normal dream could conjure. Perhaps it wasn't a waste to spend so much of my core power over the last 20 days to manifest this small form. This brat is full of secrets. Could he be one of the legendary reincarnators? Inside, Sushi leaned against the wall, cornering his assistant. She waved her hands frantically. Professor, don't. Yamit, he said gratefully. Assistant, thank you for being my model. How can I ever repay you? How about with my body? Sushi blushed, a trickle of blood running from his nose. He pinched his own cheek. Am I dreaming? Doesn't feel like it. That actually hurt. In reality, it was Lin Shi who was pinching his cheek in her sleep. It was unclear what she was dreaming, but she whimpered, Dad. Dad, don't go. Don't leave me alone. The evil sovereign sneered. Rotten brat. Having a good time in your dream, are you? No one has ever insulted this venerable one so harshly. Just you watch how I deal with you. With that, he possessed the body of the assistant in Sushi's dream. Let this venerable one take the form of a beautiful woman and play with you. Unaware, Sushi continued his advances. Don't be shy. I'm a good guy. Possession complete. The evil sovereign let out a sinister, bewitching laugh, his aura turning murderous. He licked his lips seductively, pushing Sushi away. Not here, professor. The students are still watching. He thought to himself, Brad, I'm about to send you straight to heaven. Sushi struck a handsome pose. The students are all gone. It's just the two of us now. Wow, I'm being bold today, he thought. I feel like I can do whatever I want, just like in a dream. The evil sovereign continued the charade. All right then. Come here, professor. Then, he pulled his hands back, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He formed his hands into claws. A second later, the evil sovereign's hands latched onto Sushi's nipples. He stretched them out like mozzarella cheese. Brat, you should be proud to experience this venerable one's ultimate technique. Sushi was, for a moment, both ecstatic and thrilled. He put his hands to his face, pulling down his eyelids in a classic anime expression of shock. Then it dawned on him. Wait a minute. This venerable one? What the hell? Sushi yelled. This venerable one? It has to be that bastard from the spirit prison tower. Get the hell out of my dream. The evil sovereign flew out of the dream, muttering, even though it was just a dream and I couldn't cause any real harm, that was still a bit of satisfying revenge. But time is short. I need to get to the main task. I must quickly plant a seed of consciousness in this brat's mind. He arrived at the boy's sea of consciousness. This kid's sea of consciousness is vast. His spiritual power must be immense. No wonder my demonic voice didn't affect him. Then he saw a sealed crystal and exclaimed with glee, Jackpot! This is a soul crystal left behind by some great power. This reincarnator is no simpleton. He has the protection of a major figure. But now, it belongs to me, the evil sovereign. The mysterious soul opened its maw wide to devour the crystal. If I consume this, I might even have a chance to reach the Genesis level. After successfully swallowing it, he felt a strange resistance. This thing isn't going down easy. The soul crystal suddenly began to glow, emitting a golden light that fought back against the dark energy. The evil sovereign cried out, What's happening? It's so hot. The light burst from his mouth and eyes. A second later, he was enveloped in white light, trapped between two magic circles. He screamed in agony. It can't be. The successor chosen by the creator. An image of Su-Shi in his Hanyu form appeared. He smiled down at the trapped soul. So, you're the demon who dared to invade my sea of consciousness. You bastard. You're the one who ruined my wonderful dream, aren't you? Su-Shi's brow furrowed, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared. I haven't had a dream that good in ages, and you dared to ruin it. He pointed a finger, and an array of torture devices materialized behind him. This is my sea of consciousness, my world, and in my world, I make the rules. The moment Su-Shi finished speaking, a spiked collar shot forward, followed by a leather strap. Instantly, the evil sovereign was completely bound. Rotten brat, what is this? He shrieked. This venerable one is on the verge of godhood. Release me, and I will grant you great rewards. Next, Su-Shi mischievously summoned one of the 10 great Een weapons, the slipper. He smacked the soul across the face with it. You damn demon. You can't even take care of yourself, so what are you doing sneaking into my body? Su-Shi gave him a cold smile. So what should I call you? The evil sovereign replied through gritted teeth. You damn brat, let's talk this out. This venerable one. Slap. Not letting him finish, Su-Shi hit him again with the slipper. Still this venerable one, huh? A flurry of slaps followed. You dare enter my body without my permission. I could see you for harassment, you know. Asterisk slap. 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 Asterisk. The evil sovereign's face was swollen, but he remained defiant. TCH. I am the king of the dark elemental spirits. The evil sovereign. Back when I was conquering this entire continent, your great-great-grandfather hadn't even been born. How dare you seal me? If you've got the guts, let me out, and we'll fight one-on-one. Su-Shi pressed on. Still calling yourself grandfather? I'm your grandfather now. Spit it out. Why did you invade my body? A powerful slap sent the evil sovereign reeling, and he quickly changed his tune. I was simply amazed by your potential. I wanted to take you as my disciple. My good disciple. Hearing this, Su-Shi closed his eyes and raised the slipper. I see you won't shed a tear until you're staring at your own coffin. A second later, the dark soul was slapped so hard its vision blurred. Su-Shi stepped forward and grabbed its face. Do you really think I'm just a 5-year-old kid? He snapped. I've met the creator himself. You think I'd accept a sealed-up piece of trash like you as my master? He raised the slipper threateningly. Talk. Why are you in my body? After the prolonged torture, the evil sovereign finally began to break. This brat isn't easy to fool, he muttered. I might as well just tell him. Then this venerable one won't have to suffer this humiliation any longer. He declared with a burst of bravado. You rotten brats. I came for revenge. I intended to plant a seed of my consciousness in your minds. Once it grew, it would devour you, and I would finally be free from this prison. Su-Shi stood his ground, resolute. Devour us? You never expected my sea of consciousness to hold a little surprise left by the creator, did you? This is what you call a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Seeing Su-Shi reach for him, the evil sovereign flinched in fear. What are you going to do with that filthy hand? Sushi put on a wicked expression and asked with a cold laugh, "Tell me, aren't you sealed? How were you able to send a piece of yourself into my consciousness?" He answered, "This seal is tens of thousands of years old. Although it weakened me, it was never completely effective. For the last few thousand years, no one has come to reinforce it, so it's gradually loosened. That woman from the Magic Academy must be dead, so there's no one left who understands the sealing incantations." Sushi rubbed his chin. "No wonder you were able to send a part of yourself into my mind. Now that that's cleared up, let's settle our accounts." Hearing the words, "settle accounts," the evil sovereign flinched. "Settle what accounts? I already answered your question." "Slap this," Sushi scolded. "You're at my mercy now. And in the creator's arts, I just learned a forbidden technique that can absorb the souls of elemental spirits. You'll make a perfect test subject." Realizing the danger, he immediately changed his tune, hugging Sushi's leg and groveling. "My dear boy, my precious little master. This form cost me half of my core power just to squeeze past the seal. Please spare me." The evil sovereign put on an adorable face, his eyes sparkling as he pleaded, "Please, big bro." Sushi responded with a devilish laugh. "I can spare you, on one condition. Become my elemental spirit. You're not that strong, but since you were imprisoned on one of the higher floors of the tower, you must be powerful enough." The evil sovereign seemed unwilling. "Damn it. Impossible. This venerable one is chaos incarnate, a primordial dark soul. I have never been tamed, and I never will be. I'd rather you kill me than become someone's elemental spirit." Hearing that, Sushi's face darkened. "Is that so? Then forget it. I'll just absorb you until you're dead. You'll make a decent supplement for my soul. I was just going to offer you a 25-year contract of equals, and I was even going to give you the secret to breaking through to the Genesis level. But oh well. Go on and die, you piece of trash." The evil sovereign's mind reeled. He quickly spoke up. "Wait, did you say you have the secret to breaking through to the Genesis level? And a 25-year contract of equals?" His attitude changed in a flash. A look of excitement crossed his face. "Deal," he said, his voice booming with renewed vigor. "This venerable one has been stuck at the divine threshold for countless years, unable to break through. And 25 years is but a blink of an eye for an immortal like me. The key is, I must reach the Genesis level so I can find him, and her." The evil sovereign paused, remembering something. "But wait a minute. Are you also of the dark attribute?" Sushi scratched his head innocently. "Dark attribute? What's that?" "I know a lot of techniques, but when it comes to common knowledge, since being reborn here, I'm no different from a 5-year-old. He sighed. "You amateur. You know so many techniques, but have no common sense. Forming a contract with an elemental spirit of a different attribute will cause disharmony between both parties, affecting you both. It's too much to explain. Just put your hand on my head." Sushi immediately did as he was told. "Like this?" He replied, a little embarrassed. "Yes, like that." He thought to himself, how strange. His hand feels so comfortable, just like that person's. The evil sovereign was suddenly shocked. "TCH. This brat has a mixed constitution of light, darkness, and thunder attributes, all in perfect harmony. A normal person can only form a contract with one elemental spirit of the same attribute. If he truly has a mixed constitution, then he's a monster. He can form contracts with elemental spirits of different attributes. And having 3 harmonized attributes means he can contract with 3 elemental spirits at the same time. He has all 3. This is insane. However, his light attribute is hidden very deep. Without using a contact-based secret art, it would be impossible to sense." Sushi recalled his assessment. "The vice principal told me I was a lightning attribute. Where did light and darkness come from?" The evil sovereign replied. "Perhaps some master concealed it for you. But who am I? A little trick like that can't fool this venerable one. Having only a light or dark attribute is common. But someone with both has limitless potential for growth. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it now. I only know because of a fortunate coincidence." Sushi suddenly remembered something. "Now that you mention it, when I broke the vice principal's spiritual power, a black shadow appeared on my body. Maybe that was the dark element being stimulated." He was startled. To be able to manifest an attribute independently at such a young age, you're a monster that defies the heavens. A contract with you wouldn't tarnish my name. Sushi quickly sat beside him, creating a purple circle. All right, enough nonsense. Let's make the contract. They both extended their hands and spoke in unison. I, Yuan Sushi, I, the evil sovereign, do hereby enter into a 25-year contract of equals. From this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, in joy and in sorrow, we will protect and cherish each other until this oath ends. The evil sovereign thought, this contract's vow is so cheesy. Immediately, the restraints vanished. The evil sovereign was overjoyed. The contract is complete. Finally, this venerable one has a source of origin energy. I can now reveal my true form. A sphere of darkness appeared above the magic circle. A voice emanated from within. Brat, don't let my appearance scare you. This venerable one is the strongest dark wolf god in history. Sushi stared blankly. What? Wolf god? What the hell? Your appearance is a fake, a scam. The sphere now transformed into a cloud of white bones. A menacing voice boomed from within. Tremble, mortal. The shadow of the evil sovereign began to take shape. He continued to boast. Brat, be terrified by my powerful and handsome appearance. After seeing his true form, Sushi pointed in shock and yelled, a husky. It was a black and white dog with a long, drawn-out hoof. It had a golden bracelet on its front paw and a wagging tail. With a poof, the evil sovereign appeared as a dog with a cross-shaped scar on its face, looking like a gangster with a red bandana. Sushi immediately grabbed it by the scruff. You liar. What wolf god? You're clearly a purebred husky. In my world, huskies are the gods of stupidity. It retorted, impossible. This handsome form was invented by this venerable one for the white wolf goddess, she. Besides me, no one on this entire continent looks like this. I am unique. Hearing this, Sushi was taken aback. What? Did you just say the white wolf goddess, she? I remember the creator who brought me here was also named she. She had beast ears just like Lin Shi, a human-beast hybrid. He recalled her image in words. Earth was originally a dead planet without life. It was I who used the heart of the world to create life. You could call me your creator god. Unfortunately, humanity did not cherish it and even defiled my body. The apocalypse was a last resort. My name is She. After you arrive on the primordial continent, please help me take care of someone. The hybrids on the continent are a weak group. Tell them, it's not that I don't care about them. It's just that I can no longer return. Holding the evil sovereign, Sushi muttered, could it be that you're also a hybrid? A friend of the creator? And when the creator made Earth, she used your image to create huskies. It replied, I am not a hybrid. This venerable one is a purebred dark wolf god. But I can never forget the goddess she. As for this Earth you speak of, let's just say she created huskies in my image to ease my longing. A long, long time ago, there was an incredibly cool dark wolf god. Because his beast attribute was too dark, he was labeled an evil god by all of humanity. Humans and the dark wolf god were always at war. He was pushed to his limits, forced to turn from simple to bloodthirsty, killing everything in his path. He was always covered in wounds, but he stubbornly survived. Until one time, his injuries were too severe. He became incredibly weak, his breath shallow. Just when he thought he had no attachments left to this world, nothing left to pursue, and could die alone, the white wolf goddess, she, appeared. She asked him, what's wrong, little puppy? Then she used her powerful magic to save the black wolf, reminding him, stop fighting. Next time, you might not be so lucky to be saved. The goddess she advised, hey, stop fighting with people all the time. Maybe it's because you're so black that people are scared and think you're evil. You've reached the saint level, right? You can change your body's appearance at will. I think you should add some white. And don't be so fierce. People like cute little animals. Sushi grumbled, TCH. She was that gentle before? My impression of her was always of a mean face. At that time, after transforming, the wolf wondered to himself, I wonder if the goddess will like my current appearance? Cute, black and white, this must be her favorite look. A thought flashed in his eyes. I will win her heart. Then we will have many, many little wolf pups together. White wolf goddess, here I come. But as he charged forward, the wolf accidentally tripped on a rock. He fell flat on his face, thinking, damn it, This venerable one isn't used to this body yet. How embarrassing, right in front of Goddess She. Noticing him, she turned around with a humph and walked over to pick him up. He stared blankly, thinking, her eyes are so clear. And here I am with such dark intentions. I'm a beast. The Goddess She had a soft spot for him, thinking, what an adorable idiot. After that, he followed her for a while. Just as the black wolf gathered the courage to confess his feelings, she suddenly disappeared without a trace. He searched desperately all over the primordial continent, but couldn't find her. One day, he discovered a strange sentence on an ancient stone tablet, Genesis level. Powerful, yet tragic. He suspected that after her power reached the Genesis level, some terrible accident occurred. So, the black wolf relentlessly sought a way to break through to the Genesis level. I must know what happened. Where did Goddess She go? Back in the present, he spoke. I never thought Goddess She would be trapped on Earth, unable to return to the primordial continent. But the power of a Genesis level being is terrifying. How could she be trapped? I can't figure it out. Whatever. In any case, I will go to Earth and save her. After hearing the story, Sushi patted its head. You're not so bad after all. So why were you locked up in the spirit prison tower? The wolf wagged its tail, thinking, why is his right hand so comforting? It must be because it carries the scent of Goddess She. This venerable one must endure and not let him know, or it'll be too embarrassing. He replied coolly, tens of thousands of years ago, while passing by the Magic Academy, I ate all the spirit essence in their high-grade spiritual medicine garden. Who knew that stingy, dual-cultivating woman from the Magic Academy would lock me in here? But I haven't seen her come to reinforce the seal in the last few thousand years. She's probably dead. Sushi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Tens of thousands of years ago, a dual-cultivating woman, probably the founder and first principal of the Academy. You ate all her precious spiritual medicine, and she didn't kill you on the spot? She was being generous, Xiaohei. At being called that, the black wolf immediately reacted. What Xiaohei? Call me the evil sovereign. But Sushi ignored him. All right, Xiaohei, let's go. We need to get those seeds you planted in Lin Shi and Luo Li's minds out of them. If you don't, I won't let you off the hook, Xiaohei. It grumbled, its face flushed with anger. I would have retrieved them even if you didn't say anything. I'm still weak now, just a fraction of my former power. But those consciousness seeds are a good supplement for me. A short time later, a faint light appeared. Sushi slowly opened his eyes and said, finally awake. He then held his face and groaned. Damn it. Why does my right cheek hurt so much? Nearby, Xiaohei placed a paw on Lin Shi's head, and a small circle of light appeared. He did the same to Luo Li, retrieving the seeds he had planted in their minds. Then, Xiaohei lay down and sighed in satisfaction. So refreshing. I've got the consciousness seeds back. Not much origin energy, but it's good for the spirit. Sushi put his uniform back on and asked, should we go to the upper floor and rescue your main body now? That way, we'll be stronger. Xiaohei replied, I'm afraid that's not possible. I was just tricking you before to lure you up there and plant the consciousness seeds. The elemental spirits on the upper floors are much stronger than on the first floor. In human terms, they're at least at the origin spirit master level. You're only an origin spirit adept right now. You couldn't break the seal for me even if you went up there. Not unless you reach the saint level, at least. Sushi muttered the cultivation levels and sighed. Origin spirit apprentice, origin spirit adept, spirit guiding, origin spirit master, grand origin spirit master, saint. Xiaohei, are you messing with me? How many years will it take to reach the saint level? I really got the short end of the stick in this contract. What a mistake. Xiaohei held something in his paw and replied, my primordial self is very powerful, you know. You got a great deal, kid. My true strength is just a step below the Genesis level. It turned out that between its two paws was a galaxy. When magnified, it was clearly the Milky Way, where Earth was located. Sushi grabbed it by the scruff and yelled, you damn demon. You're so infuriating. I don't care how strong your primordial self is. I'm going to kill you. Xiaohei replied, it's too late for regrets now. Our contract of equals cannot be broken unless both parties agree. You're lucky you made a contract with me. You'll provide me with origin energy. Otherwise, this avatar would have faded away long ago. Sushi thought to himself, even a broken ship has 3 pounds of nails. Although Xiaohei is just an avatar, This old guy is a veteran of the primordial continent. His knowledge is vast, which complements my own. I'm good with techniques, but lack detailed knowledge of this continent. Besides, he should level up quickly with his strong foundation. This deal isn't so bad after all. The scene changes to the morning of the 30th day. The three are released, and the evil sovereign hides inside Sushi to get out. In the academy, Xiao Yun asks her son, "You must not have eaten anything good after so many days in the tower. Let mom make you lots of delicious food." He replied, "You don't have to work so hard, mom. Just give me some milk." Xiao Hei chimed in, "Milk? I want some too." Sushi replied, "Cow's milk, of course. And it's mine." 5 years have passed since they left the tower. Lin Shi is now 11 years old and a prominent figure among the younger students of the entire school. People seem to have forgotten her hybrid status. This is the result she achieved through her own hard work and strength. Luo Li and his brothers joined the Eaglet Squad, an organization under the school's authority, where they can take on missions and earn money. It turned out that the vice principal locking them in the spirit prison tower wasn't just for punishment, but also to train the three of them. Sushi has always remembered that. Right now, he was sleeping soundly, drooling, with his little elemental spirit. In his dream, he unconsciously muttered, "I want to save the world." With a click, the bedroom door opened. Xiaoyan walked in and leaned down. "Son, it's time to wake up. Want to go for a walk with mom today?" When he didn't answer, she thought, "He's sleeping so soundly." Xiaoyan sat on the bed and gently stroked Sushi's head. She looked at him with loving eyes. "In the blink of an eye, my son is already 10 years old. I wonder how much longer I can be by his side." Suddenly, something caught her eye, startling her. Xiaoyan looked up and said, "Isn't that the image crystal of his father? I think I left it here last time and forgot to take it. It's covered in cobwebs." She walked over and set the crystal upright. Then, Xiaoyan tilted her head and spoke to herself. "Chengyi, where are you right now?" She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she lamented, "I miss you so much." At that moment, Sushi's eyes fluttered open. Hearing his mother's longing words, he muttered to himself, "That damn man." Then, Sushi sat up and said to her, "I'm awake. I'm not cooking today. Let's go for a walk." Xiaoyan turned to look at her son, tears streaming down her face as she gave a short He quickly walked over to comfort her. "Don't cry, Mom. You're acting like a child. You still have me, don't you? Don't cry. I'm skipping school today. Let's go out and buy some candy." Xiaoyan took the opportunity to act spoiled. "I want candied hawthorns, malt candy, and also..." Sushi smiled and cut her off. Okay, whatever you want. I've made a lot of money selling things recently." And so, she dressed up nicely, put on a new hat, grabbed her bag, and rushed to the door, calling back, "Son, I'm ready. Let's go." Xiaoyan grabbed her son's hand and pulled him along. "Let's go? If we're late, they'll sell out." Left on the table was the crystal, still showing the image of his father. Sushi glanced back and thought, "That man abandoned my mother, and he abandoned his adorable and kind son, me. Is he dead or alive? If he's not dead, I'll find him one day and settle the score." Sometime later, while Xiao Yun was eating candied hawthorns, she unintentionally attracted the gazes of many people on the street. He looked at his mother and thought with confusion, "What's so good about snacks? I haven't liked them since I was 25. I even add goji berries to my beer." Sushi walked beside her and vowed to himself, "I will protect you, Mom, for the rest of my life." Seeing the black wolf's shadow behind him, he immediately asked, "Xiaohei, what are you doing out here?" It replied, "Such a good son. I will protect your mother with you. This is a powerful love that transcends all races. I wouldn't mind adopting you as my disciple, my good son." Sushi immediately flicked it hard and scolded, "You're full of it, you mutt." This sent it flying towards a pile of poop. Seeing Xiao Hei fall headfirst into the dung, a passerby commented, "Does that dog have to bury its whole body in it just to eat some poop?" The scene shifts to dusk as the sun begins to set. The wolf walked on, glancing back. "I'll just take a stroll nearby. Even though an elemental spirit can't be too far from its host, I get antsy if I sit still for even 10 seconds. It must be the wolf's natural instinct to cause trouble." Sushi didn't hesitate to shoo it away. "Get lost, and don't show your butt to other people." Xiaoyan stroked his head as he lay there and said, "Son, Do you know why your name is Xiaoxi? He asked curiously why. She looked up at the sky and replied, because your father and I met at a small stream. Xiaoxi means little stream. The story goes that on that day, Xiao Yun was bathing in a small stream when Sushi's father. Before she could finish, he blurted out, damn it, that beast. He dared to peek at you while you were bathing. I'll kill him, kill him, kill him. She quickly explained, no, your father is a true gentleman. He was injured at the time and drifted down from upstream. Back then, Xiao Yun was shocked to see Cheng Yi washed up on a rock, bleeding profusely. He was severely injured, his internal organs all damaged. At first, she thought he was going to die, because when she started treating him, his nose wouldn't stop bleeding from the blood loss. She thought he wouldn't make it, but luckily, she managed to save him. She told her son innocently, after that, your father lived. He insisted on repaying me and just stayed by my side, refusing to leave. He said he wanted to promise his body to spend the rest of his life repaying my kindness. Your father always repays his debts. Sushi immediately objected. Repay his debts? What nonsense. That's called repaying kindness with malice. Back in the past, Xiao Zhuang was Xiao Yun's capable assistant. Moreover, his father and Xiao Zhuang were very close. They were always noisy, and it made her very happy. Those were the most beautiful memories of my life. Then, her cheeks flushed as she shyly whispered, eventually, your father and I fell in love. Learning this, Xiao Zhuang was devastated, banging his head against the concrete until it broke. Sushi asked, why did you choose that man, Mom? Xiao Yun replied, because at the time, I felt so sorry for him, soaking in the stream like that. He was like a pitiful and adorable puppy. Then, I had you, so I named you Yuan Xiaoxi. Hearing this, his face fell. Mom, how could you be so easily fooled? I'm your biological son. That's such a random name. The wolf, excited, started acting like a fool. I'm a puppy too. I'm pitiful too. I can even bark woof woof. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure was hiding behind a tree, secretly observing them and muttering, that must be her. She looks just like the person on the bounty poster. But I'm not stupid enough to rush in. Someone with a 10 billion yuan bounty is definitely not simple. I should contact headquarters first. Even a small cut of that reward would be enough for me. He summoned a beast and ordered, help me deliver this letter to the underground bounty organization. It was a beast used for communication by the underground organization. In the blink of an eye, it quickly dove into a magic circle to transmit the message. The man was startled and spun around. I've been discovered. Who's there? Before he could react, Yang Zhuang leaped out and struck him hard in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood. He frowned and cursed, damn it, a step too late. In just a moment, the summoned beast had disappeared. Yang Zhuang looked towards Xiao Yun and thought, this underground bounty organization is full of cowards. They're everywhere, as expected. They've discovered the goddess's whereabouts. It seems I can't let her and her son go out anymore. The academy is the only safe place. The scene shifts to a peaceful afternoon. Blue skies, white clouds. In front of the Magic Academy, the flowers of the continent are diligently studying philosophy. The teacher stood at the podium. Students, we are students of the Magic Academy. We must not only strengthen our power, but also our minds. Therefore, today I will be teaching philosophy. Please listen carefully. Below, Sushi asked, Xiaohei, is that treasure thing real? A classmate saw him crawling on the floor and thought disdainfully, Yuan Xiao, she is skipping class again. That lunatic is talking to himself again. Meanwhile, the black wolf asserted, I swear on my honor, it's definitely real. Sushi's eyes turned red as he scolded, Your honor? You used it all up 5 years ago during the fire rain when we made the contract. You have no honor or chastity left. Thinking those words were directed at him, the classmate suddenly grew anxious. My chastity, used it all up? Oh God, I'm a man. This Sushi is the king of the kids around here. What if I make him angry? After successfully skipping class, the master and his pet arrived in front of a house. Xiaohei spoke up. Brat, this time I'm not lying to you. I think I've found a good spot. Sushi replied, You're such a troublemaker. You always take advantage of my class time to run around and cause chaos. All the nearby spirit essence crystals and dark element or have been destroyed by you. He added, My mom recently told me not to go outside the academy at all. If she finds out I snuck out here, she'll definitely worry. So you better not be lying to me, Xiaohei, or you're dead. It quickly turned away to explain. Isn't it because I want to quickly increase my strength? This time is different. I've discovered a ruin. A lot of dark element fluctuations are coming from inside. There might be some rare treasure that has appeared. Hearing the words, rare treasure, Sushi's eyes lit up, and he drooled. A dark treasure? I wonder if it's a dark greatsword. I love greatswords. Xiaohei said confidently. Of course it's real. This time, I swear on my chastity. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I can feel the dark element fluctuations of the treasure from this far away. Hearing this, Sushi grew suspicious. Something's not right. Xiaohei's words have never been reliable. The more serious he looks, the more likely it's a lie. I can't trust him completely. I have to be careful when we get there. The scene shifts to a street. Above, the sky is clear. Below, the people are worshipping. It's the Lord from the Divine Temple, the spokesperson of the gods. A crowd gathered. An old man said emotionally, Divine Temple above, thank you for your mercy. A member of the Divine Temple handed him something and replied, Take this holy cloth. From now on, you are all my brothers and sisters. Beside him was a girl, called Fairy Sister by the children. She handed out bread and told them, Don't rush, little ones. There's still plenty. In the center was the representative of the Divine Temple, the bishop. He held a staff in one hand and a book in the other, saying, O devout people, believers in the holy light, you have been saved. Below, the people chanted in unison, Long live the Divine Temple. The merciful Divine Temple has not abandoned us. Witnessing this, Sushi wondered, what organization are those people in white? There are so many of them. Hey, Xiaohei, you're knowledgeable. What are those people doing? When it didn't respond, he turned around, puzzled. Xiaohei, when did you hide in my sea of consciousness? You're usually running all over the place. Sushi walked past the crowd of worshippers, a sense of doubt in his heart. The Divine Temple? That husky Xiaohei is acting weird today. Why is he so quiet? The bishop saw him and sensed something unusual. That kid has a very faint fluctuation of dark origin energy on him. Who is he? As Sushi walked away, he felt a sense of unease. I think someone is following me. He suddenly spun around to look behind him. The alley in front of him was empty. No one was following him. Sushi stopped and thought, No, someone is definitely following me. My intuition can't be wrong. He then secretly glanced to his right. Then he turned to his left. But it was all empty. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, planting a staff on the ground with a thud. The old bishop stood there and said, The light will drive out all darkness. The gods said, Let there be light. Sushi flipped him the bird and cursed. What are you following me for, you old fart? I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to be a stalker. Hearing this, the old man was taken aback and repeated, Old fart. Xiaohei frowned, thinking, This person gives me a very strong feeling. Although I don't know why he's following me, it's definitely not for anything good. I need to lose him while he's stunned. Then, he raised his hand with a mischievous smile. Behold, my money-throwing grand technique 2.0. This is the slum, so my technique should be even more effective. Suddenly, sharp spikes pierced through the bishop's money pouch from the inside. Then it burst open, and colorful spirit stones rained down before the old man's astonished eyes. Sushi mischievously shouted, Everyone in the slums. A great immortal is handing out spirit stones over here. Come and get them. The poor people heard this and poked their heads out. Spirit stones? I've been hungry for days. With spirit stones, I can finally eat. They quickly rushed over, their eyes gleaming. So many spirit stones, they shouted as they scrambled to pick them up. In an instant, the crowd swarmed the bishop like hungry ghosts. Hey, old man, are these yours? Where are the spirit stones? Where are they? Wow, it looks like they fell from you. Some time later, after shaking the old man, Sushi leaned against a tree, panting. I'm exhausted from running. Finally got away from that weird god-something old man. I had a bad feeling about him. Turns out he was after me. At that moment, Xiaohei finally reappeared, complaining. That old man from the Divine Temple radiated an aura that I absolutely hate and fear. Good thing I hid quickly, or he would have discovered me and surely tried to destroy me as a vile dark element. Hearing this, Sushi scolded. Are you a kind and gentle dark spirit? You're a disgrace. The older you get, the more you fear death. The moment there's trouble, you run and hide. He was following me. Luckily, I used a trick to lose him. It stood there proudly. Losing him was just your good luck. Also, the Divine Temple is extremely hostile to dark spirits and those associated with them. We're both weak right now, so it's best to avoid him in the future. I remember back when I roamed the continent, little shrimps like him would. Sushi pulled its cheek, cutting it off. If you want to act tough, go do it in front of that Divine Temple crowd. You act tough in front of me, but you disappear the moment there's trouble. You useless dog. After walking for a while, Xiaohei pointed. Brat, hurry up. It's just ahead. The recent rain must have eroded the ground and exposed the ruins. He turned back and asked, Hey Xiaohei, if you knew about these ruins, why didn't you go in yourself? Why did you call me? It replied loftily. Of course, it's because I can't be selfish. When there's something good, we must share it. Good brothers share both fortune and misfortune. Sushi knew his pet too well. He squinted suspiciously and thought, this mutt, he's definitely up to something. At the top of the mountain where the ruins were, 3 figures appeared. One of them said, It's decided. Let's use a formation to conceal these ruins first. A magic circle appeared, creating a thin barrier that enveloped the entire mountain. Xiaohei saw this and cursed angrily. Damn it! Who are those 3 brats? How dare they ruin my plans? I found it first. They deserve to die. Sushi pushed its head down. Quiet. Let's focus. We'll go in later. It's not often we get someone to clear the path for us. Let them go first. Meanwhile, it was enjoying the head pat, reminiscing. Ah, the touch of the goddess she. At the ruins, after setting up the barrier, the group appeared at the mouth of a cave. Jinda stood there and said, Captain Lu Jun, this is the place the villagers said they've been hearing strange noises from at night. We've also set up the concealment magic. We can go in now. He turned around, acting cute and a bit effeminate. I know, thank you. Be careful, okay? Hongda, standing beside him, smiled and added, Captain, we'll be fine. You go in first. Our mission today is just to investigate if there's anything unusual here. The group entered, and Lu Jun instructed, Let's go. Let's figure this out quickly, and I'll treat everyone to dinner. The other 2's eyes lit up at the mention of food. That's great. Thank you, Captain. Awesome. I'll do whatever you say, Captain. Sushi saw him and exclaimed in horror. Oh my god, it's that sissy brat. I even beat him up before. His face darkened as he thought, I can't get close to him. I only like cute girls. Xiaohei heard this and rolled on the ground laughing. This is hilarious. You're so outstanding, brat, that even men fall for you. Not long before, Lu Jun, holding a spiked club, stood behind Su Shi and shouted, Brat, you're the king of the youngest kids in the academy now, huh? You dared to hit my little brother yesterday. Do you know that anyone from our Eaglet squad could beat you to a pulp? At that time, Sushi turned around with a murderous aura and replied, If you're talking about the scumbag who was collecting protection fees at the school gate yesterday and harassing a girl, then yes, I hit him. What the hell is the Eaglet squad? Lu Jun gritted his teeth and shouted, Nonsense. You rotten brat. My little brother would never do such a thing. You're dead. I'll make you regret it. 1 minute and 30 seconds later, he left Lu Jun slumped on the ground and said as he walked away, Go investigate properly, you idiot big brother. The next morning, Lu Jun came and knelt before Sushi. Boss, I'm so sorry. I was too rash yesterday. I've already taught my useless brother a lesson. I hope you can forgive me. Sushi scratched his head, thinking, did I hit him too hard and make him stupid? Then Sushi stepped forward to help him up. Get up. I forgive you. This gesture made Lu Jun think with gratitude. No one has ever hit me like that before. I suddenly have a very special feeling. Sushi was startled. His expression seems a bit off. He looked at him with adoring eyes and thought, Yuan Xiaoxi is so handsome. I think I've just awakened something unexpected. Sushi immediately ran for his life. Xiaohei, you deal with him. Haha. Don't run, you rotten brat. Come back and accept his apology. Lu Jun was puzzled. Why did he suddenly run off? He must have something urgent to do. Yuan Kaka is so strong. He must be very busy. Sushi could only scream, Stay away from me. Xiaohei is a better match for you. You two are perfect for each other. Back in the present, Xiaohei still couldn't stop laughing. Every time I remember it. I think you're so amazing, brat. Huh? Sushi looked annoyed. Let's go. The concealment formation is closed, and they've already entered the ruins. If we're late, there'll be nothing left. Looking at the mountain in front of him, Sushi remarked, they're very careful, as expected. Not only did they set up a seal to prevent origin energy from leaking, but they also disguised it as a mountain. The next second, he raised his hand, and a green magic circle appeared. Watch me break this formation, he said confidently. It's no effort at all. I memorized the structure of this kind of test-dill formation a long time ago. A moment later, as the formation turned purple, Sushi shouted. And so, one boy and one dog stepped inside. Xiaohei praised. Rotten brat. I didn't know you knew so much. Inside, a corridor was lit by blue crystals. Sushi observed and commented. There are many bat corpses on the ground. The eaglet squad must have been here. Let's see who has the last laugh. Suddenly, a bloodthirsty-looking bat swooped down. He dodged it, and the bat fell to the ground beside him. Xiaohei drooled and said eagerly, Don't move. Let me. Then it pounced, snatching the bat and looking pleased. Brat, let me teach you what speed is. After eating, Xiaohei let out a satisfied burp. So good. The taste of real meat. Wonderful. While Sushi looked at it with disgust, it retorted, This is me being frugal. These dark system monsters help me recover a little bit of origin energy. Sushi pointed ahead and said, Then you go ahead. There are plenty more over there. Xiaohei still looked eager and asked, Where? But it seemed the number was too large. He turned and fled for his life. Quick, use your fast, precise, and ruthless moves to deal with them. It ran behind him, yelling, Quick, quick. Hi. The two of them ran as if they had motors on their feet, asking each other, Do you think we lost them? I don't know. Let's turn around and check. Suddenly, something caught Sushi's eye. He stopped and asked, What's that wall? In front of them was a carving of a six-winged goddess being worshipped. He stared wide-eyed. This person looked so familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. He wondered, who could it be? Xiaohei, can you read these words? It replied, Looks like dog fur. These words are so faded I can't make them out anymore. From the dark, mysterious end of the corridor, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed. Sushi jumped and turned around. What was that? What happened in there? Xiaohei added, There's a very strong, murderous aura. Then, from the same end of the cave, a long, ugh sound was heard. He shivered and cursed. Damn it. You damn evil sovereign. You said there was a rare treasure appearing. It's definitely a monster appearing. And that scream just now didn't sound good. It also trembled and suggested, Then let's get out of here. We don't need to worry about whether those three guys ahead are dead or alive. The exit is behind us. But Sushi regained his composure, scratched his head, and replied, No matter what, that sissy guy was sincere. I can't just leave him. He's one of our own. Let's go see what's going on. With that, he ran straight inside. Xiaohei stood there and grumbled, This meddlesome nature is just like goddess she. After a while, Sushi stood there, thinking, This is a bit serious. Hongda had been killed, her eyes wide open, her face covered in blood. Her body was pinned to the wall by a sharp bone. Just then, a sharp object carrying immense energy shot towards him from behind. He spun around in surprise. He quickly caught the sharp bone fragment. Sushi snapped the bone and demanded grimly, Was it you who killed a student from my academy? Over there, Jinda had also been impaled and killed, slumped against a pillar. A large shadow appeared, its heavy footsteps approaching. A grotesque monster covered in bones emerged, breathing out a foul stench. With a loud thud, what appeared to be a blood corpse stepped out of a coffin adorned with demonic patterns. Xiaohei, hiding behind him, observed, Judging by its clothes, it's probably from the ancient era. After death, through the long passage of time, the elemental spirit and its master have merged into one. That means the fluctuations I sensed were probably from it waking up recently. The problem is, only when a powerful spirit and its host die together in a land of extreme is there a chance for this kind of transformation. On the other side, the blood corpse was staring intently at the master and his pet. Sushi turned to him worriedly. Xiaohei, you're such a jinx. This is bad luck. This is your rare treasure appearing? It immediately warned its master. Stop talking. I think it's interested in us. Xiaohei pointed towards the door. Brat, with my current strength, I definitely can't beat it. Let's run, preserve our strength, and settle the score with it later. Sushi immediately grabbed its tail and lifted it up. Xiaohei cried out in pain. Don't grab my tail. I've suffered enough humiliation in this manhwa. If you pull it again, I'll die. Sushi held it up in front of him. We're not leaving. We still don't know if that sissy guy is dead or alive. Besides, do you really think we can escape now that it's targeted us? Xiaohei turned back and snapped. So what if we can't? But what's the big idea, pushing me in front of it? This kind of transformed corpse that has aged for years loves to eat the tender flesh of kids like you. And I'm a dark elemental spirit. Right now, we're a feast for it. A very lavish feast at that. As soon as it finished speaking, a volley of sharp bones shot towards them. Sushi immediately shouted, Here it comes. Be careful. Sushi continued to use his pet as a shield, while it screamed in terror. He asked, Xiaohei, what are you so worked up about? I haven't even screamed yet, and you're already making a fuss. You rotten brat, it retorted angrily. You try being the one in front. Across from them, the blood corpse stared hungrily, drool dripping from its mouth. The master and his pet clung to each other, trembling, and cried out in unison, It's drooling. The monster's coming for us. The blood corpse immediately stretched its giant arm forward. In a flash, its hand was right in front of Sushi. His face filled with determination. Xiaohei, get serious. Let's go together. It stepped forward and replied, All right. This big pile of meat is at least at the saint level. Normal methods won't work on it. But its brain is slow, though its body is tough. Later, just use your Genesis level enhanced divine arm to punch it. Xiaohei transformed into a black wolf, radiating a dense dark aura, and instructed, I'll create an opportunity for you. With that, it lunged forward and bit down hard on the blood corpse's wrist. Sushi charged forward at lightning speed, gathering divine power in his right fist. Now's my chance, he yelled. He landed a powerful blow on the blood corpse's chest, shouting, Take this. The force of the blow shattered the rocks behind it with a series of loud cracks. The coffin and stone pillars were smashed to pieces. Xiaohei stood there smugly. Maintaining this black wolf form wastes too much origin energy. Haha, the goddess Shi's power is incredible. A simple boost from her lets you use such immense force. That pile of bones is definitely. Suddenly, Sushi's eyes widened in shock. Xiaohei, you. He grabbed it and slammed it to the ground, yelling, Stop running your mouth. I'm going to kill you. Xiaohei held its head in frustration. Damn it. I'm the most handsome dark wolf god on the continent, you know? Show some respect. GUH. What now? A noise came from the rubble. The blood corpse's hand emerged from the debris. It then clenched its hand into a fist. Sushi grew anxious. This is what I meant by running your mouth, he yelled. Damn you. In a flash, the monster stood before him as if nothing had happened. It slammed both hands on the ground, and the sharp bones on its back immediately flew into the air. They then shot towards him at high speed. Sushi quickly created a barrier and groaned. These bones are much stronger than before. Yamit. Damn it. A moment later, he was pinned to the wall by the bones, covered in wounds. He coughed weakly. This isn't good. Xiaohei, in no better shape beside him, warned, Rotten brat, your life force is fading. I can't maintain this form any longer. I'm about to disappear. The blood corpse stepped in front of Sushi, its eyes filled with hunger as it drooled incessantly. Just then, the purple-haired young man stood between them and shouted, Stop. Sushi recognized him. Lu Jun. Though heavily injured, he was still brave. You monster. Damn you. If you want to kill him, you'll have to get through me first. The blood corpse paid him no mind, swatting him aside with a single blow that made Lu Jun cry out in pain. It then roared and lunged at Sushi, biting down hard on his neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. Sushi's heart pounded in his chest as a change occurred. Drops of golden blood splattered out. A blinding light emanated from the bite wound. Xiaohei, who was fading away, witnessed this in astonishment. Golden blood, this disgusting aura, could it be? Holy blood. At that moment, a golden circle appeared behind Sushi, and streams of energy wrapped around the pillar he was pinned to. After biting his neck, the blood corpse roared, its mouth covered in golden blood, its eyes changing color. The mysterious golden blood flowed from the bite on Sushi's neck. After absorbing the blood corpse roared as golden energy radiated from within its body. Rings of light also emanated from the wound on his neck, gradually enveloping his body and legs. Sushi floated into the air, looking confused. The blood corpse stood there roaring, "T." It clutched its head in pain, slamming one fist into the ground and shattering the rock. The blood corpse frantically smashed its head against a pillar, crying out, "My head hurts. My memories, my memories." Xiaohei, hiding on the side, wondered, "What's wrong with this pile of bones?" It started acting strange after drinking the holy blood. "Memories. Rotten brat. I have to save you quickly. If you die, my clue to goddess, she will be gone." After its frenzy, it knelt there, steam rising from its body. Xiaohei narrowed its eyes and wondered, "I heard it mention the Blood Clan just now. Could that be the race that suddenly disappeared in the ancient era?" It silently assessed the situation. "I encountered someone from this lineage a long time ago. I think their blood has a very powerful effect." Looking at the levitating Sushi, Xiaohei realized, this rotten brat, after reincarnating, has some connection to a long-lost race. There's a powerful seal within him, and the power of the one who sealed him is even stronger than I was at my peak. Who is he? It gasped as it saw the blood corpse changing. What's happening to that pile of bones? Chunks of rotten flesh fell to the ground with a sizzle. The outer shell was melting away, revealing a different body within. Xiaohei was shocked. Could it be that it's being purified after drinking the holy blood? No, that's not right. If it were purified, the corpse shouldn't be alive anymore. The body inside the blood corpse exhaled a cloud of white mist. Then, it glared forward as the outer shell continued to melt away. It stepped out, tearing through the outer shell like fabric. A white-haired demon appeared, looking at the rotten flesh in his hand and lamenting, "Have I become such a lowly and cruel monster?" Xiaohei's eyes widened. Born from a corpse, it has awakened its memories from before death. Is that the effect of the holy blood? In my memory, the only thing that can awaken pre-death memories is the fruit of reincarnation. This is absurd. There must be another reason. Over there, the demon continued. My power is now only at the demigod level, and my memories are incomplete. Perhaps with some time and cultivation, I can recover my memories and my power. A murderous aura emanated from him as he declared coldly, "I have returned from the dead. But, from now on, I am no longer the Huang Beiming of the past." The demon used his power to create clothes, his entire body enveloped in dark spiritual energy, and boomed, "From now on, I am the Bone Emperor." With that, he let out a powerful roar. A pillar of light shone down on the Bone Emperor as he declared, "I have returned from hell. I will slaughter every last one of you hypocritical Saint Clan members to avenge my family." At that moment, Xiaohei was silently dragging Sushi away, muttering, "TCH. This pile of bones really did awaken its memories. He's too strong, too fast. He's almost at the saint level. We need to run first and figure things out later." But just then, the Bone Emperor spotted them. That brat is from the Saint Clan. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, summoning a sharp bone in his hand as he charged forward, yelling, "Die, and be buried with my wife and child." The Bone Emperor was now just a short distance from Sushi. Xiaohei, realizing the danger, was startled. It immediately put up a hand to stop him, shouting, "Stop!" The Bone Emperor looked at it and said, "We've met before. I remember your aura. You once stole the spirit essence of the Saint Clan. You are the infamous thief, the evil sovereign." Xiaohei replied nervously, "You've heard of my great name. Let's not talk about that right now. I understand. You've awakened your memories." It stepped in front of him and continued, "It's likely because of this brat's Saint Clan blood." Xiaohei frowned, his voice serious. "Am I right? You were the #1 general of the Saint Clan, the one who betrayed them all." "Huang Beiming." The Bone Emperor replied, "This has nothing to do with you. All members of the Saint Clan are my enemies. This brat must die." Xiaohei continued, "I once said that only the blood of the Saint Clan can ignite the soul of the Saint Clan. And more importantly, it must be the blood of a relative." His face darkened as he wondered, "Don't tell me you're this kid's ancestor." Usually, it's a powerful elder who helps a junior awaken their battle spirit, but now it's the other way around. By a stroke of luck, His blood helped awaken my past life memories. Xiaohei was still trying to persuade him. Even though I don't know what happened between you and the Saint tribe, you really shouldn't kill him. You should investigate the real reason. He immediately gave a reason. This kid's sacred body has been tainted. He's an enemy of the Saint tribe. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ever heard of that? Gu Huang heard this, and a thought crossed his mind. A tainted sacred body? He channeled dark energy into his hand, then transferred it directly into the unconscious Xiaoxi. An immediate reaction occurred. The sacred blood's energy radiated out at the same time, creating a sizzling sound. Gu Huang observed him, assessing. Such a strong fluctuation of dark energy. He's a sacred body with mixed light and dark attributes. To think someone like this actually exists in the world. Then, he burst out laughing. How interesting. Those phonies from the Saint tribe would never accept a tainted bloodline. They despise dark energy more than anything. In the past, any mixed attribute sacred body like this would have been assassinated. Gu Huang continued. They don't know that after my rebirth, the combination of light and darkness will bring about a new creation. He rose from the ground, still assessing. No wonder this kid's blood could awaken my memories. Gu Huang spared him and flew up to the ceiling, leaving behind a final thought. This kid isn't bad. Maybe he'll be able to give the Saint tribe a surprise one day. Xiaohei looked up in admiration. He flew straight up into the sky. When will I ever recover that kind of power? Then he plopped down next to Xiaoxi, letting out a sigh of relief. Good thing I managed to convince that Gu Huang. Otherwise, we'd both be dead here. I'm just a clone, anyway. But if this brat died, he'd be dead for real. Trying to be a hero and save someone, and now look at him. How is he supposed to do great things in the future like this? Sometime later, a dim light appeared. The first thing Xiaoxi saw was Xiaohei's annoying face looming over him. He was calling out repeatedly, "You brat, wake up." Xiaoxi anxiously hugged his pet and asked, "Xiaohei, you died too? You really are a persistent ghost, following me all the way to hell." Xiaohei immediately smacked Xiaoxi, raising a bump on his head, and scolded, "Get a grip. We're fine." Then Xiaohei puffed out his chest proudly. "To save you, I had to pay a terrible price. Otherwise, you'd be long gone. You'd better think about how you're going to repay your savior." Then he snickered to himself. Let's see if you're moved. From now on, I'm your life-saving benefactor." But a slightly more lucid Xiaoxi thought to himself, "Like hell I'd believe you." He sat up and asked, "Xiaohei, if we're okay, then we should get going. We're lucky to have made it out alive. Let's hurry back and get stronger for our ideals." Shiko added, "What exactly happened back there? How are we both fine after that relic skewered us a few times?" Xiaohei replied, "I told you, I had to pay a terrible price to save you. You just don't believe me. Just give me a few million dark essence stones as compensation later." Xiaoxi scratched Xiaohei's head and demanded, "Stop messing around. Spit it out." Xiaohei blushed and shot back, "Hey, stop rubbing my head with your right hand. I'll talk." Suddenly, something nearby caught Xiaoxi's eye. "What's that?" He walked over and picked up a purple crystal from the ground. "Xiaohei, come look. Doesn't this look a bit like the thing on that monster's chest?" Xiaohei took it and examined it. This is a soul stone. It can be used to create soul puppets. Could that monster have been man-made? Xiaohei assessed it. This is a super rare essence stone. He told Xiaoxi, "It's incredibly valuable, even though it's broken." Then, without a moment's hesitation, Xiaohei shoved the crystal into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Xiaoxi immediately grabbed him by the neck and yelled, "You bastard! I found it. Why'd you just stuff it in your mouth?" Xiaohei replied, "The soul stone will help me recover my strength a lot. And don't you like giant swords? We can create that giant elemental sword later." The scene shifts to a desert somewhere. Gu Huang flew along, saying, "First, I'll find a quiet place to cultivate and recover my strength." Suddenly, something ahead startled him. The hierarch stood there and said, "I never thought my clever plan would backfire, accidentally awakening your consciousness." Then he declared, "You cannot leave. If you go, it will be troublesome for me, Huang Meiming, sinner of the ancient era." Gu Huang looked over suspiciously. "Your aura still lingers within the ruins. It was you who turned me into this half-dead state." The hierarch replied coldly, "What I wanted was a bone fiend with only the instinct to kill, not your current conscious state." The hierarch asked curiously. How were you able to awaken your memories from before your death? Can you tell me? A piece of bone appeared in Gu Huang's hand, accompanied by a cracking sound. A sword materialized in his hand. He replied in a cold voice. Let the bone sword in my hand tell you, slowly. The hierarch closed his eyes and snorted in contempt. A mere corpse dares to act so fierce in front of me. He opened a grimoire and began to chant. Holy Light's prison. Characters started to leap out from the book. They surrounded Gu Huang, forming a cage in midair. He recognized it with a start. A confinement formation. Gu Huang's brow furrowed in disdain. Petty tricks. He swung his sword, hacking furiously at the bars. The clang of metal echoed, a fierce symphony of battle. The hierarch watched, confused. When he was just a bone fiend, wasn't his strength only at the saint spirit level? How did he reach near demigod after recovering his memories? Gu Huang quickly broke out of the cage. He charged forward, growling a curse. Die. The hierarch laughed provocatively. I was rather hoping I could truly die at your hands. After a storm of blows, no, after a fierce battle, Gu Huang drove his sword straight through the hierarch, causing his staff to slowly fall. The ground below was covered in sharp, protruding bones. He grabbed the old man's face and said smugly, Rest in peace. Escape this bitter mortal world. Gu Huang decisively pulled back his sword, letting the hierarch's body fall through the air. He wasn't happy, complaining, This man, the two powers behind him turned my body into a bone fiend. Gu Huang's brow furrowed as he plotted. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to use my body. Once I recover my strength, I will visit every single one of them. Just when it seemed the hierarch was dead, he let out a few laughs. He raised his hand and drew a brilliant golden magic circle. His voice trembled. Word of God. A block of brilliant golden energy erupted, coalescing into a giant arrow before suddenly shooting straight into the sky, as if to pierce the very heavens. As he controlled this spiritual power, he roared, Let there be judgment. Instantly, the arrow pierced through Gu Huang without a moment's hesitation. He coughed up blood, crying out in pain. Uriel finally revealed his true face. He smiled smugly. Haha, I guess even after recovering your memories, your mind is still as dull as a bone fiend's. You couldn't even dodge such a simple move. Gu Huang, with a hole in his stomach and blood trickling from his mouth, roared in fury. You despicable coward. Why don't you fight me fairly? Uriel's brow furrowed in contempt. The #1 war general of the ancient saint tribe, the war god Huang Maiming. Even as a corpse turned into a bone fiend, I have no desire to clash with you head-on. He cackled with glee, his face full of pride. So I had to resort to a little trick. Gu Huang ground his teeth, his anger flaring. His tone was filled with killing intent. Shameless bastard. He clenched his fists and demanded, Who in the world are you? You have an aura that I utterly despise. Bones began to sprout from the left side of Gu Huang's body with a crackle. With a sharp sound, several more sprouted from his right. The flesh in his midsection healed over. His eyes were blood red, as if he wanted to devour his opponent whole. Uriel clicked his tongue. He nonchalantly lamented in a low voice. His aura is even stronger now, isn't it? This makes things difficult for me. Gu Huang lowered his head, raised his hand, and called out in a deep voice, Bone prison. As he finished speaking, a cage of bones began to form around Uriel. He gasped, What is this? Gu Huang gritted his teeth, his eyes as cold as ice. His surging aura seemed to make the very air stand still. He let out a single word. Uriel quickly teleported out of the cage. He demanded, What kind of move is this? A normal bone fiend can't do these things. A second later, all the bones snapped together, forming a cocoon. Uriel smirked and offered some backhanded praise. How dangerous, how very dangerous. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Gu Huang showed no mercy. He called out in a stern voice, Void bone. Uriel stood there dumbfounded, not understanding. He repeated the two words, Void bone. Instantly, bones sprouted wildly from his own body. Uriel screamed in agony. What is this power? My bones. As he endured the physical pain, he wondered, bones in a place with weak elemental power shouldn't be controllable. If he continues to develop, I can't imagine what terrifying level of power this is. In no time, Uriel had generated a protective energy field around himself. The minor injuries seemed to be nothing. He held his staff, raised his chin defiantly, and said, "Haha, the stronger you are, the more interesting this gets. I'm done playing with you." In a flash, Uriel vanished into his own dimension, leaving a tiny hole in the air. Droplets of golden spiritual energy trickled down, falling to the ground. Gu Huang was filled with hatred. His voice was laced with venom. "As I thought, a member of the Saint Tribe. That damn Saint Tribe brat. Why would you dare to use even my corpse?" Out of nowhere, four purple chains appeared on his forehead, connected by a circle with a magic inscription in the center. Gu Huang clutched his splitting headache, crying out endlessly, "Ack! This damned deathless formation." Dark clouds swirled in, like darkness swallowing the sky. Thunder crashed, echoing again and again. Over on her side, Xiaoyan looked up at the sky. She gently touched her chest, feeling a sense of unease as she whispered, "Thunder? Is something bad happening outside? I feel so unsettled deep inside." A torrent of red and black lightning tore through the sky, crashing down upon the mortal world with a furious roar. Under the spell's control, Gu Huang raised his hands as if to fight back, but could only scream in helpless rage. "You dare manipulate me? I have returned from hell. The flames of my hatred have never been extinguished. My daughter, I can't forget you all." A pillar of brilliant golden light rained down on him, merging with the cataclysmic lightning as if it were a divine punishment. He roared in a frenzy of hatred and fury, "I can't forget." The thunderous crashes echoed in Gu Huang's ears. The purple chains on his forehead suddenly blazed with light. He stood there, his eyes filled with sorrow, as if invisible chains were tightening around his mind, causing his consciousness to slowly fade into the void. Uriel, in his own dimension, covered his mouth with his hand and laughed with satisfaction. "Haha, I didn't expect the Bone Fiend control formation to be so effective after I enhanced it." Uriel looked at Gu Huang's image through a small portal and said smugly, "By now, I've used a large amount of blood to strengthen it. This Bone Fiend will obey me without question." He burst out laughing, continuing contemptuously, "Once the #1 war general of the Saint Tribe, now nothing more than a pitiful dog." Uriel walked up to Gu Huang, leaned in close, and said slowly, "In this life, you still cannot escape the arrangements of fate." His words struck a nerve, causing the anger within Gu Huang to erupt violently. The veins on his forehead bulged as if they would burst through the chains that bound him. Uriel sneered, asking derisively, "Still have some consciousness left? You're in this state, and you still want to use a formation to fight back against me?" After a moment of casting, he leaned on his staff, bent over, and coughed. "There, the control formation on this Bone Fiend is reinforced." Uriel looked at Gu Huang, who was standing still, and covered his mouth while cursing, "Damn it." He slammed his staff down with a thud, complaining endlessly, "You bastard, why are you so much trouble? Wasting my time and energy." A sharp slap struck Gu Huang across the face. The force of Uriel's blow was so strong that his head was whipped to the side. Gu Huang's cheek turned red, and blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth. The wicked Uriel stepped forward to gently wipe the blood away, whispering in his ear, "Good little doggy. Go to the Southern Magic Academy and cause a little destruction. You'll be in for a big surprise." A purple-black aura radiated from Gu Huang's body as he uttered 2 words, "As you command." With that, he shot up into the sky. Scene change. Inside the ruins, 2 coffins had been set up, placed side by side. Outside the ruins, Xiaoxi ran, feeling relieved. "That was a great move, Xiaohe. By directly parasitizing the unconscious Lu Jun, we can take him back to the academy for treatment." Xiaohe, carrying Lu Jun, snorted impatiently. "This kid is tough, but he needs treatment fast. His life force is fading quickly." Behind them, something black suddenly whizzed by. Xiaoxi stopped, worriedly asking, "What was that just flew by? Why does it have an aura similar to the Bone Fiend?" Xiaohe, standing beside him, explained, "That's the spirit form of the Bone Fiend after it molted. It seems to be flying towards the academy." He jumped in fear and exclaimed, "You brat, we need to go in the opposite direction now. Going back is certain death. He's definitely heading for the Magic Academy." Shika's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, my mom is at the academy. He turned and sprinted like a madman, yelling frantically, Xiaohei, speed up. My mom's in danger. Xiaohei, still in the mood to joke, held up Lu Jun's arms and teased. All right, no choice. Good boy, let's go back and save your mommy. A moment later, finding himself left far behind, he hurriedly called out, Hey, you brat, wait for me. Meanwhile, outside the Magic Academy, Gu Huang appeared in an instant. The air around him was thick with killing intent, heralding a fierce battle to come. The headmistress was currently snug in her warm bed, with 2 small teddy bears beside her. She sighed in relief. After several sleepless nights, the work is finally done. Time for some sleep. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong and sat bolt upright, whispering, A very strong evil aura is approaching. Outside the academy, as Gu Huang touched the ground, a light breeze blew, wrapping around him like a hazy curtain. A soldier saw him and shouted, Who dares trespass at the academy? State your name. Gu Huang launched several sharp bones with a swish. In an instant, the soldier was impaled by those ghastly things, able to do nothing but scream in agony. Seeing their comrade injured, the other soldiers gathered behind the academy gate and shouted in unison, Enemy attack. A magic circle immediately appeared before the gate. The headmistress, in her pajamas and holding her staff, commanded, All soldiers, fall back. This is not a battle you can participate in. Go and evacuate the students. She frowned and muttered, Who are you? Why would you attack the Magic Academy alone? She thought with annoyance. Damn it, of course this happens right when the elders are away. Gu Huang growled out 2 words, You die. It was like a bolt from the blue. She was shocked and cursed. What? Damn you. A heart, tightly bound by roots and encased in bone shards as sharp as blades, lay in wait, ready to pierce through at any moment. The headmistress bent over and coughed up a mouthful of blood, saying loudly, He's a demigod, on the verge of reaching the limitless god realm. She smirked. But the headmistress raised the weapon in her hand and charged straight at him. Even if you are a demigod, if you injure me, I'll make sure to skin you alive. Let's see how you like being stabbed. Thorn bite. In a flash, sharp brown thorns erupted, surrounding Gu Huang. He was bound tightly, his eyes filled with confusion and panic. She swung her staff, landing a solid blow right across his face. It looked incredibly painful. Gu Huang's pitch-black eyes flew open. He coldly uttered 2 words, You die. The headmistress's eyes widened in surprise. Why is this bone fiend's defense so high? A crisp cracking sound echoed, and from within her cactus-like prison, segments of bone gruesomely emerged. Gu Huang swatted her staff away, sending it skidding across the ground and carving a deep trench. With a decisive blow, Gu Huang sent the staff flying, causing it to tear through the ground and leave a deep gash. The staff slammed into the headmistress, sending her flying backward. His attack was so powerful that the headmistress was pinned against the wall. The staff fell to the ground with a thud. Not missing the opportunity, Gu Huang drew a sharp object and charged forward like an arrow through the wind. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered everywhere. The headmistress, with a bone shard in her chest, could only let out a pained groan, immobilized. He released a deathly energy, growling, Where are the strong ones? Gu Huang hovered in the air, purple spiritual power shooting up from the ground to form sharp spikes around him. Outside, rings of spiritual power rotated. A resonant voice rang out. Spiritual sense release. Chung Feng, who was in his room looking over ledgers, was startled. Whose spiritual sense is that powerful? Is it scanning the entire academy? Xiao Yun, while watering her plants, felt something strange and asked softly, Whose spiritual sense is this? Unexpectedly, Gu Huang's pupils reflected her bewildered face. He used that to lock onto her location and shot off to find Xiao Yun, leaving the severely injured headmistress behind. She didn't think much of it, telling herself, It's probably one of the teachers. Hell, whatever. I have to go shopping with my son later. Haha, my son's cooking is so delicious. Meanwhile, a purple streak had appeared right behind her. Gu Huang stood motionless, his face like ice, his stern gaze locked on Xiao Yun. Those pitch-black eyes, like a bottomless abyss, stared intently at her small figure. He reached his hand forward. Suddenly, Gu Huang's pupils turned a brilliant red, as if his will had been awakened. He gently touched Xiao Yun's shoulder, causing her to jump and turn around with a gasp. Xiao Yun's eyes went wide, and her mouth formed an O of surprise. "Who are you?" Gu Huang's brow furrowed, one eye black, the other red. He slowly enunciated each word. "You are my great-granddad." Hearing this, her jaw dropped. She cried out in alarm. "What? What did you say, old mother?" A family reunion of sorts began. Gu Huang explained, "It should be great-granddad. You are my great-grandfather's sister. I am your great-grandnephew." Xiao Yun, still bewildered, let out an "oh" and greeted him. "All right then, good nephew. It's nice to meet you," he thought. Back then, my great-grandaunt disappeared without a trace. Later, news came that she had died, and her current soul fluctuation is not the same as before. Could she just be a look-alike? Gu Huang used one of his sharp fingers to prick her thumb, saying respectfully, "Great-granddad, please bear with me for a moment." He looked at the drop of Xiao Yun's blood on his hand and muttered, "The soul isn't the one from before." Gu Huang's eyes widened. He suddenly recognized his old kin. The blood is still the same as before. He recalled being held by Xiao Yun just after he was born. She had gently cuddled the baby, saying, "This little one's foundation is excellent. With some guidance, he'll become a great talent in the future. He will surely do great things for the Saint tribe." When Gu Huang was a little older, Xiao Yun gently poked his forehead and said, "Maiming, you're a big boy now." Gu Huang looked up and asked innocently, "Then can I marry my great-grandaunt?" He thought to himself, even my battle soul was ignited by this bloodline. It can't be wrong. Back in the present, she was sticking her hand in her mouth, holding back tears as she whimpered, "It's bleeding." Gu Huang couldn't help but ask curiously, "Great-granddad, why does your blood have the fluctuation of dark attribute elemental power? It's just like that kid I met out there." Hearing this, Xiao Yun quickly explained, "Nephew, the person you're talking about is my son. Xiao Shi is very pure and obedient. Please don't hurt him." He paused for a few seconds, his tone hesitant. "Your son? He's fine. Please, answer my question." She recounted, "A long, long time ago, an old demon, on the verge of death, gave me a fruit with a dark attribute god seed." Xiao Yun, looking a bit confused, recounted the story from back then. "He also told me to comprehend chaos, said something about a key." Gu Huang whispered, "A god seed. It seems your combined light and dark attribute wasn't born from death like mine, and my granduncle also inherited it from this bloodline. Strange. How did you people so easily become a combined light-dark sacred body?" She looked bewildered, imagining her son with a long white beard like an old man. "Granduncle Xiaoxi," she thought. He nodded affirmatively. "That's right. Your son is my granduncle." Xiao Yun's eyes lit up like stars. She couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Granduncle, that sounds so cool." Not long after, Xiao Yun brewed a pot of hot tea. She gently poured the water into 2 small cups. Xiao Yun handed a cup of tea to Gu Huang, inviting him, "Have some tea, good nephew. You came all this way, and I haven't even been a proper host." Gu Huang knelt down, extending his hands to receive it respectfully. "How could I dare let my great-grandaunt pour tea for me? I can only kneel to accept." Gu Huang politely thanked her. "Thank you, great-granddad." As he drank the tea, he scratched his head, thinking, "I can feel a seal on my great-grandaunt's body, one she placed herself. Plus, her personality is like a child's. She must have suffered a lot over the years." She put on an adorable expression again, her tone excited. "Being a great-grandaunt sounds so amazing. Can you tell me again?" Gu Huang obeyed, but the chains began to control him, making it difficult for him to speak. "Great-granddad. No, it's this damned formation again. I'm about to lose my mind. Great-granddaunt, run. Get away from me." With a clatter, the teacup fell to the ground and shattered, a jarring, discordant sound. In that moment of lost control, he reached out and clamped his hand around Xiao Yun's neck, his eyes blazing with ferocity. Gu Huang raised that arm high. He was unwilling, trembling as he blamed himself. "Reborn through reincarnation, only for my hands to kill my kin once again." Gu Huang's brow furrowed tightly. He let out a thunderous roar. Instantly, something sharp flashed across that arm, cleanly severing it from Gu Huang's body. It fell straight to the ground. He laughed loudly, as if he had gone mad. This arm is better off gone, huh? At that moment, Xiao Yun was released, but the terrifying force of Gu Huang's grip caused her to collapse to the ground, instantly unconscious. Someone shouted, "Extreme ice," creating a sharp icicle on the ground. Gu Huang slowly turned his head, looking confused at the strange object. Before long, the block of ice began to spread, emitting a chilling crackle as it slowly enveloped his entire body. The child of ice, having just cast the spell, said loudly, "Golden Mane, I've frozen him." The golden-haired Lion King next to him laughed with delight. He clenched his fist, creating a blazing fire. His tone was filled with rage. "Eat a fistful of my fury." The golden-haired Lion King didn't hesitate, winding up his fist and charging forward like a whirlwind. He put all his strength into it, delivering a fatal punch to the center of Gu Huang's chest. In the next second, the terrifying force knocked him out of the ice block, sending his body flying several meters. Yang Bai also appeared, shouting, "I'm here too." He floated in the air, spreading his arms to summon his technique. Great Light Seal. Instantly, a majestic deity appeared behind Yang Bai, completely condensed from golden spiritual energy. He was furious, cursing, "You dare harm my goddess? Prepare to die. Later, I'll take your bones and make soup with them." Yang Bai swung his hand forward. He controlled the deity's hand to slam down on Gu Huang. He bowed, and the deity's power descended like a heavenly judgment, mercilessly smashing him into the ground. In an instant, a series of rumbles exploded across the ground. Gu Huang was slammed into the cracked earth, his body flattened, his bones shattered and broken. The three old men gathered together. Yang Bai asked curiously, "What kind of monster is this? So tough. He must be dead now, right? Why did he suddenly show up here?" But just that one attack wasn't enough. He slowly opened his mouth and called out, "Bone prison." 3 bone cages immediately enveloped each of them, spinning them around in the air. A few squelching sounds echoed as blood spurted out. Yet, only the golden-haired Lion King was hit. He reached out and smashed the bone shell, roaring repeatedly, "Yang Bai, old Iceman, you two are useless trash. You bailed after one move." He would show him. He quickly escaped the bone prison. Though his body was pierced by bones, he was still full of fighting spirit, roaring, "What a warrior is!" Haha. The golden-haired Lion King raised his fist once more, his voice laced with venom. A warrior fights head-on. He shot forward, executing his technique, Golden Winged Rock. As he closed in on him, he let out a roar. The two auras immediately clashed in midair. In the end, Gu Huang staggered backward. The golden-haired Lion King lay collapsed on the ground, bleeding profusely. On the academy's side, everyone gathered around the headmistress. Yana watched as she cultivated within a flower and exclaimed, "How terrifying." Chung Feng also asked curiously, "Who could be strong enough to injure the headmistress so severely?" The headmistress frowned and said in a low voice, "An enemy. He's close to the god level." The vice-headmaster heard this and was startled. Just as the elders left, someone near the god level infiltrated the academy? Who could be so patient? Does he know the academy's movements? Or did he just happen to break in at this critical time? He pondered deeply. Could it be that the academy has a traitor? The headmistress used what little strength she had left to command. "Quickly, go to the spirit summoning tower and call the tower keeper." Chung Feng, standing in the center of the magic circle, turned his head and instructed, "Yana, I'm leaving this to you. I'm going to the tower." She immediately replied. On the other side, Gu Huang was holding a sword full of spiritual energy, slowly approaching the golden-haired Lion King. He swung his sword forcefully, coldly uttering 2 words, "You die." Unexpectedly, just as the sword was about to send the old man to his grave, it struck something golden with a clang. It turned out his weapon had been blocked by a gleaming golden staff. Xiao Yun frowned, urgently pressing, "Wake up, nephew." She appeared like an angel with black wings. Xiao Yun assessed the situation. He's being controlled by someone. Gu Huang was knocked back by Xiao Yun, stumbling for a moment to regain his balance. She floated in the air, spreading her arms wide. She used her spiritual power to lift her staff while chanting, "Divine art, blessing of the gifted." Instantly, a brilliant golden magic circle enveloped him. The power was so intense that even Gu Huang had to shield his face. Before long, his entire body collapsed under the dazzling light. Gu Huang's eyes were tightly shut. Just then, the chains on his forehead suddenly shattered into pieces. Xiaoyan saw this and smiled gently. "Go on and sleep peacefully. You must be very tired, my dear nephew. When my son comes back later, he'll be so happy. He has a new nephew, hee." Suddenly, someone clapped, a series of crisp sounds. Uriel was laughing as he applauded the scene. "Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Haha. I searched the southern wasteland for 15 years, and now I've finally found you." She suddenly realized. "Uriel, the angel of wisdom," she said aloud. He tilted his head and laughed in confirmation. "Haha, that's right. It is I, Uriel. No, I should call you Lucifer, the fallen angel." Uriel looked at the person before him with sharp eyes. His wicked, scheming voice was resolute. "You won't escape this time. After breaking the seal, the angel's gate has already locked onto you." Shiku, supporting Lu Jun, muttered, "That Xiao He is a fast one. He hid as soon as we got to the academy, afraid of being recognized. He wasn't this scared when we were running away. There's blood on the ground and broken things from a fight. The Bone Fiend really did come to the academy." Inside the academy, Sei-nin was holding a flag and leading a group of students. "Everyone, the school has a special mission for us today. We've been asked to go to the outskirts together to complete it. Please follow me closely and be careful not to step on the red spots on the ground." They cheered happily. "Yes, yes." Shika saw this and frowned. "That's Teacher Sei-nan. They're evacuating the students." He was still smiling and waving. "Good student." Xiaoxi heard this and was a little annoyed. He clenched his fists and let out a frustrated grunt. Only then did Sei-nin notice the student's condition. He asked worriedly, "Student Yu Xiaoxi, why are you carrying Lu Jun back?" Shika leaned his classmate against the wall. He urgently entrusted Lu Jun to him. "Don't worry about that, Teacher Chrysanthemum. Please use your chrysanthemum magic to save him. I have something urgent to do. I'm leaving first. Sorry to trouble you." Xiaoxi was anxious, thinking to himself, "The feeling of unease in my heart is getting stronger and stronger." The man looked bewildered, pointing to the flower on his head and asking blankly, "Teacher Chrysanthemum? Oh, you mean use plant system healing magic, right?" A moment later, Sei-nin performed his chrysanthemum magic, causing flowers to sprout all over Lu Jun's body. He gave a thumbs up and encouraged, "Student Yu Xiaoxi, go do what you need to do. You can do it." He immediately picked up his classmate and turned to say, "I've used plant magic to stabilize his wounds. We'll treat him once we find a safe place." Over at the battle, Xiao Yun greeted in a low voice, "Uriel, long time no see." He gave a wicked smile. "Haha, long time no see indeed. It's been 10 years since our last conflict." Uriel raised his staff high and called out her name, "Big Sister Lucifer." She also flew into the air, her tone sharp as she asked, "Are you here to take me back?" He shook his head in denial. "Not at all, Big Sister Lucifer. Actually, all the angels are hunting for you. But I'm different. I don't want to take you back. I'm here to make a deal with you." Xiaoyan brandished her staff defensively. She said defiantly, "I can't trust you." "A deal? What do I have to trade with you? My seal is completely broken now, and I don't have much time left. I'll be summoned away soon. If you want to fight, then let's fight." Uriel calmly recounted, "Don't be so hasty. I was just curious. It took me 5 years of inquiries to find out you were hiding at the Magic Academy. Then, from the organization Sin Mausoleum, I dug up a sinner's corpse, turned it into a bone fiend, all for the purpose of finding you to deal with something exactly like it." She immediately retorted, "He's not some bone fiend. He's the grandnephew I just met. What do you really want?" He sneered, "Heh, it's good that you like this nephew of yours." Uriel got straight to the point. He made his offer. "I want the ancient demon god core inside your body." Xiao Yun was startled. "How do you know I have a god core?" Uriel said cryptically, I know far more than you can imagine. Let me tell you a secret, as a show of my sincerity. Perhaps after hearing it, you'll change your mind." He pointed down at Gu Huang. "That bone fiend lying on the ground. He truly shares a bloodline with you." Uriel began his threat. He is the relative you loved most. No, I should say, he is the relative of Huang Ying, your previous incarnation. His battle soul was ignited by you. His techniques were taught by you. His wife was introduced by you. And you even helped deliver his daughter. But then, as one of the 9 great elders of the Saint tribe, you suddenly died. Your Huang family, the most powerful family in the Saint tribe, was ultimately framed for treason, and the entire clan was executed. He raised his staff, summoning a golden orb, and said, "If you want to know more, don't resist. Inside here is everything I know about what you went through. Take your time and watch." Uriel directed the orb towards her, his voice cold. "Trust me, you'll be surprised." Instantly, the orb pierced into Xiao Yun's mind. Her head suddenly throbbed, as if struck by a hammer. Xiao Yun clutched her head, screaming in agonizing pain. She recalled a time when she was playing with Gu Huang. Xiao Yun leaned against a rock, instructing him, "Maiming, relax your body and mind. Feel the breath of nature's elemental power moving." Not long after, Gu Huang dropped the flower he was holding and threw a tantrum on the ground. Why can't I marry you? I won't accept it. I won't. In this life, I'll only marry you." When he grew up, she officiated his wedding. Xiao Yun announced solemnly, "From this day forward, you are husband and wife. Love each other without doubt." At the end of the ceremony, she smiled, happy for Gu Huang. Xiao Yun praised him endlessly. "Maiming, you're finally married. Heh, behind the #1 war general of the Saint tribe, there must be a virtuous homemaker." At that moment, even while standing with his wife, he still glanced at Xiao Yun with an infatuated gaze. Back in the present, she clutched her chest, heartbroken, sobbing as she asked herself, "How can this be? My body had another past life? How is this possible?" Uriel continued, "Everything I said is the truth. Not just you. The entire angel race was created from the flesh and blood of the dead. It's hard to accept this truth, isn't it? I was the same at first. I truly couldn't imagine that I had a past life." He recounted, "For the past tens of thousands of years, the seed of consciousness hidden in this body has been constantly recovering and growing. Finally, one day, I awakened and learned everything." Uriel's eyes widened. He put on a cruel face and tempted her. "Huang Ying, you and I, and all the other angels, are all puppets created by the organization. We're not angels at all. What Lucifer, what Uriel, they are all false identities fabricated by the organization based on the beliefs of those who came before, for their convenience." He roared in a frenzy. "Our true identity is that of the destroyed Saint tribe, not the current damned angel race." Uriel glanced towards Gu Huang, who was asleep in the circle, and said loudly, "Even that corpse over there was a test subject's body that I carefully selected from the Sin Mausoleum. I then turned it into a bone fiend to make a deal with you. But I didn't expect him to awaken a part of his will and become a sentient bone fiend. But it seems he's forgotten me. That's fine. He couldn't remember me anyway." "Huh." He held out his hand, his voice laced with venom. "Only I know this. Those foolish, loyal angels, they won't believe me. But Huang Ying, you're different. You are a traitor. You betrayed the will of the organization by falling in love with a human. This was your death sentence. You betrayed the organization long ago. Therefore, only you can understand me." Xiao Yun, still finding it hard to believe, asked, "Uriel, what you're saying is truly unimaginable. I can't fully trust you. Also, what does this have to do with the God core you want from me?" Uriel quickly explained, "It's simple. The God core in your body is the key for us puppets to break free from their control, to escape the eternal enslavement of the organization." Recalling a purple spirit stone, he said in a low voice, "We must fuse with at least one dark God core that has reached the peak of the God level to nullify the light power in our bodies." Uriel raised his chin and pointed out, "Otherwise, did you think the organization couldn't find you just because you sealed yourself? That they couldn't use the Angel's Gate to forcibly summon you? It's because you have the dark God core. Your wings are tainted black. A breath of freedom, but a heavy price. Your black wings were a gift from the God core, weren't they?" She thought to herself, "He brought Maiming here today to trade with me, but he hasn't mentioned Xiaoxi at all. It seems he doesn't know about Xiaoxi's existence." Then she spoke up, "Uriel, it seems you are determined to have this God core. Nothing I say will matter. I have only one request. Swear a soul contract and spare every single person by my side. He smiled persuasively. Huang Ying, I still prefer it when you call me Mujia. The name Uriel, to me, is like a slave's brand. As long as you agree to the deal, I will agree to swear the oath. I will absolutely not harm anyone by your side. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, his jaw dropped and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Several bone shards had pierced Uriel's body without him noticing. Gu Huang sprang up, roaring, "You despicable coward! Go to hell!" He controlled his sharp weapons to charge forward. Although Uriel was gradually disintegrating, he still laughed provocatively. "You fool, you still don't get it." Only a quarter of Uriel's body remained, but he refused to give up. "Your efforts are in vain. How could the arrangements of fate be so easily avoided by you?" A moment later, Uriel's entire body vanished, leaving only a few specks of light in the air. Suddenly, he stepped out of a dimensional gate. Uriel arrogantly asserted, "It's useless. I told you, you can't kill me." Uriel's voice remained sharp, continuing his relentless taunts. "This was all arranged by fate. If you could kill me, I would be eternally grateful." Suddenly, a shout echoed. "The space is collapsing." Uriel glanced over at Gu Huang, who was straining to break the barrier, and exclaimed in panic, "How did he revive?" "The power of a spatial rift." Xiaoyan took the opportunity to fly up and block the way. She raised her staff high, summoning a golden energy. Holy barrier. In an instant, Xiaoyan was enveloped by a shield. In its center was a cross shape with a turquoise gem. Who would have thought that just a few minutes later, the shield would begin to crack and pieces would fall to the ground? Uriel gloated smugly. "Huang Ying, your power has weakened considerably. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have needed to call that corpse over." A scheming smile spread across his face. "I was showing you some respect before, but now I must discipline this disobedient head of yours." Uriel held the staff in his hand, spread his legs and palms wide, and shouted, "Spatial collapse." With a series of booms, Xiaoyan's shield instantly exploded into pieces. The shards of rock shot out, striking her and knocking her back. Gu Huang was also thrown out of the chaos. He tumbled with the momentum, his body rolling across the ground, carving a long trail in the dirt. After a moment, Gu Huang's entire body lay collapsed on the spot, smoke rising from him as if he had just survived a life-or-death battle. The vicious Uriel was determined not to let up. His voice was filled with hatred. "Such high defense. Then try this." He used his technique, spatial suppression, causing Gu Huang to scream in pain. Uriel growled, "Don't worry. This move is aimed only at you. There's no excess power. Enjoy the suppression of this dimension." Before long, Gu Huang's entire body was covered in injuries. Bruises mottled his skin everywhere. His bones had also been broken by the impact. Xiaoyan frowned, her brow furrowed as she reminded him. "Uriel, you promised me you would spare the people by my side." Uriel once again pointed his staff forward. He demanded, "Don't worry, I'm just teaching him a lesson. He won't die. Hand over the god core now, or I'll change my mind." Gu Huang used what little strength he had left to groan, "Great-grandad, the god core, you can't. Give it to him. I have no regrets." She raised a finger and forced a reassuring smile. "Nephew, we are family. What's a little sacrifice for family?" Xiaoyan placed a hand on her chest, thinking, "This boy, Maiming, I can't let him suffer anymore. Son, forgive your mother for being selfish." Xiaoyan took out the purple stone and introduced it. "This is the god core you want. Although I've partially fused with it, I still can't fully comprehend chaos." Uriel's eyes lit up when he saw it. "Is this a chaos light-dark fusion god core?" As he reached out his hand, he exclaimed, "The color of perfection and freedom." Out of nowhere, someone rushed over at the speed of light. He shouted loudly, "Stop!" Xiaoxi stood in front of his mother, his arm outstretched to protect her. Full of bravado, he declared, "Mom, you don't have to be afraid of him. We have reinforcements." Xiaoyan's jaw dropped. She was still in the mood to think about grocery shopping at a time like this. She muttered, "Son, why are you here? I forgot to go buy vegetables with you." He pointed directly at Uriel and challenged him. "You slit-eyed monster in the sky. You want to meet your maker? You dare bully my mom. Watch how I deal with you." He assessed the situation internally. Looks like this bastard is no good. A slit-eyed monster is definitely a wicked, evil person. Shika glanced over to check on Gu Huang's condition and hesitated. That bone fiend was so strong, yet he was beaten to this state. Are our reinforcements going to be enough? In this dangerous situation, he turned and gave his mother a thumbs up, complimenting her. Mom, you look so beautiful right now. If only there was a figure of you, I'd definitely put it on display and not dare to play with it. It turned out Xiaoxi had a plan. I have to stay calm. Even if I'm panicking, I can't show it. I'll bluff him first, so he can't figure out my true strength. Xiaoyun blushed and asked, Son, do I look pretty like this? Then her face turned puzzled. But what's a fig? Can you eat it? Is it fun to play with? From a distance, Uriel's eyes widened. He finally understood. I see now. No wonder. No wonder Huang Ying's power is only at half strength. No wonder the organization strictly forbids us from falling in love. He paused for a second and whispered, So it turns out that childbirth causes half of the power in one's body to be split off. Xiaoxi quickly pointed into the distance, introducing, The reinforcements are here. On the way, I met the vice headmaster, and he even invited a very powerful figure. However, he felt a bit uneasy. This old man can barely walk. I'm really worried about him. This is all so messed up. The Venerable One looked at the situation and sighed. Those 3 restless old men from our school. They've fallen so quickly, but their lives aren't in danger. I'll have to make them train later. He saw Xiaoyun and his eyes lit up as he asked loudly, Miss, are you all right, beautiful lady over there? Chung Feng patted the Venerable One's shoulder and reminded him, Venerable One, please be careful. Shiku heard this, glanced over, and cursed under his breath, You old lecher. Her mouth formed an O as she gaped and greeted him. Hello, old sir. Are you all right? He waved his bandaged hand, looking embarrassed. What a polite young lady. I'm F. From ogling the girl, the Venerable One's arm bone cracked again. Xiaoyun froze on the spot when she heard the sound. Xiaoxi's jaw also dropped as he stared. Holy crap. The vice headmaster was equally horrified. Venerable One. Uriel, realizing he was being ignored, said irritably, That's enough. First one, then another. Are you people messing with me? He gritted his teeth and roared, I've had enough of you. Uriel raised his staff high and commanded, Grand spatial collapse. His entire body began to radiate a deathly aura. The Venerable One coughed a few times and muttered, It's heterospace magic. I thought it was authentic space magic. Got my hopes up for nothing. He cleared his throat and said, If this is all you've got, then prepare for your next life, you otherworldly angel. Shika saw the cracks in the air and compared them. Whoa, it's cracking like glass. It's just like the rifts in DNF. The Venerable One raised his broom and drew a magic circle. Let me show you what real space magic is. He commanded, Cease, you shattered space. As he saw the cracks vanish, Xiaoxi let out a gasp. Holy cow, that's badass. Xiaoyun was also in awe. The spatial rifts were repaired in an instant. Uriel couldn't believe what he was seeing. He asked in shock, What? Even Huang Ying at her peak couldn't repair my heterospace rifts. Who in the world are you? Aren't all the old elders gone? How is there still a powerful god-level being like you? Chung Feng's eyes reflected the light of the magic circle. He deduced, as expected, there's a problem at the academy. Either an insider leaked information, or someone in the upper ranks is colluding with the godly temple. The Venerable One closed his eyes and lectured, I have long since withdrawn from worldly affairs. Now, I am but a sinner, but you are also guilty. Even if you are from the godly temple, you must die for trespassing at the academy. His entire body seemed to lose control. Uriel cursed, You old bastard. He was pulled backward, crying out in alarm. What's happening? Just when it seemed to be over, Uriel appeared again through a dimensional gate. He sneered contemptuously, Old man, you can't kill me. The old man let out an, Oh, and said, Interesting. Heterospace magic that creates a clone body, which means the substitute body can't die. However, in front of me, it's useless. The Venerable One spun the broom in his hand in a beautiful arc and taunted, I have the orthodox space attribute, which just so happens to counter your heterospace. You fake 6-winged angel, do you have any last words? If you do, keep them to yourself. He swept the ground in a circle, raised his broom high, and unleashed his technique. Wind rises, sweeping fallen leaves. A single leaf shot out, shattering the spatial structure and causing scratches to appear in the air. The golden leaf pierced straight through Uriel, splitting him into two distinct pieces. Then, a series of purple circles spread out all around, and golden leaves pierced through them. Xiaoxi saw his real body fall out of a large hole and gasped. That's his real body. No wonder we couldn't kill him before. Xiao Yun was equally surprised. Uriel leveled up. I remember he was only a four-winged angel. How strange. Uriel crashed to the ground, his body collapsing as if all his fighting strength was gone. Xiaoxi held two sticks and cheered. Is that the old monk sweeping technique? So cool. Xiao He explained. This Uriel was originally a six-winged angel, but was always pretending to be weak. What a fake. As for this old man, he's probably just a tiny bit stronger than my true form. Those two sticks were taken after attending the Brotherly Love concert by the Firefly Brothers. His clothes were in tatters, but he still managed to stand up and curse. Damn it. You damned old bastard from the Magic Academy. The Venerable One calmly rested his broom on the ground and said mockingly, a powerful god-level angel. The godly temple's reach is getting a bit long, isn't it? He narrowed his eyes and snorted. Trying to leave? He said confidently. Our Magic Academy is not a place you can just come and go as you please. I will send you into your next life. The Venerable One used his technique, Dimensionless Shift. Purple streams of spiritual energy relentlessly attacked Uriel. He cursed bitterly. I was so close to succeeding. Damn it. Huang Ying, and your whole family. Damn you all. Uriel's body was gradually fading away, but he didn't forget to leave a warning. Don't celebrate too soon, Huang Ying. You can't escape. The Angel's Gate has already locked onto you. Only half of Uriel's face remained, yet he still had the presence of mind to utter venomous words. With you for company on the road, I won't feel lonely at all. He created a cross-shaped gate protected by a pair of pristine white wings. Uriel laughed like a madman. The feeling of death, which I haven't felt for so long, is just as unpleasant as when I was in my Saint Tribe form. Huang Ying, follow me. Shika heard this and couldn't help but panic. What's happening to Mom? Xiao Yun gently grasped her own arm and said her last words. Son, I have to go too. You have to be strong from now on. She cried as she instructed him. Hurry and find a daughter-in-law for me, okay? That way, you won't be lonely in the future. Xiao Yun couldn't hold back and cried even harder, her voice trembling. And you won't have to eat the awful dishes I make anymore. He reached out his hand and roared. I'll eat them. I'll eat whatever you cook. Mom, don't go. Shika leaped up as if to hold on, calling out. Wait. Wait for me. Tears streamed down his face as he screamed in pain. The Venerable One said in a low voice, Kid, unless you reach the legendary creator level, you can't stop this Angel's Gate. Your mother. Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke. Xiao He, you've lived for so long. Do you know a way? I've heard that all angels are under the control of the Angel's Gate. They can't resist. Your mother was able to hold on until now thanks to the Dark God Core. He frowned and shook his head. Unfortunately, your mother couldn't fully merge with the God Core. Otherwise, she could have escaped its control. You don't have enough time to break the Angel's Gate. The power level of the Angel's Gate surpasses everything here. Xiao Yun's figure grew faint in the illusion. She forced a smile, each word breaking through her tears. This has been the happiest and most worthwhile memory of my life. I have no regrets. Watching her leave, Shika broke down in heart-wrenching sobs. He roared, I want to go shopping with you. I want you to see me get married. I still want to show you the earth. I just want you to stay. His eyes suddenly changed, one becoming black, the other gold. He trembled. I just want you to stay. The Venerable One used his spiritual power to lift his broom high. He decided to intervene. I can't believe at my age, I still can't bear to see life and death partings. It seems I still have more cultivating to do. Kid, I can't break the Angel's Gate, but I can sacrifice some of my life force to buy you some time. The broom spun several times in the air. The Venerable One urged, Go, kid. Let us old folks use what little strength we have left. He commanded urgently, Kid, I'm helping you temporarily lock the Angel's Gate. If you have anything you want to say to your mother, say it now. Suddenly, A spirit beast appeared out of nowhere and roared. It opened its mouth as if to swallow the broom. Several rings of purple energy immediately wrapped tightly around the cross-shaped gate. The Venerable One collapsed to the ground because of it. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Cheng Feng's brow furrowed in worry as he called out, "Venerable One." Suddenly, a foot rose from the pool of red blood. Gu Huang struggled to his feet. Each word was forced out. "Great-Grandaunt, I can still fight. Don't give up." Xiaoxi gradually transformed into a different person. Two wings sprouted from his back, one white, one black. He growled, "Don't give up." A moment later, Xiaoxi began to glow. His wings beat relentlessly, making a rustling sound. Shika now had long hair, just like his mother. He held a staff, his aura blazing as he said loudly, "A power that surpasses the mortal world." Shika's face was grim, his voice filled with killing intent. "A power that surpasses the mortal world. I have it." Bone spears slowly grew, twisting together into a giant vortex. A series of deafening explosions tore through space. The bone spears spun in a furious rage, as if wanting to swallow everything. It slammed directly into the angel's gate in the sky. The tip of the bone spear touched the gate, causing a resounding boom. It attacked fiercely, but it seemed to have no effect on the gate. Xiaoxi frowned at the scene before him. He muttered, "This damned angel's gate. It won't break, will it?" Xiaoyan still had a bit of consciousness left. She let out an "Oh." "The power I passed on to my son, has it awakened?" He charged forward resolutely, shouting, "Let's go, Xiaohe." Xiaohe, in his original form, held a green stone with chains wrapped around his palm. His voice echoed through the space, "I'm ready. It's just unsealing a corner of Goddess Shi's power, right?" Xiaohe shouted defiantly, "This master ain't scared of anything." Xiaohe used his strength to tear apart the chains binding the stone. Instantly, a terrifying spiritual power erupted violently, shaking the entire space. In the moment he reached the final limit of his energy, Xiaohe's roar tore through the space. "This is my peak of cruelty." A brilliant golden light erupted violently from the green stone. Suddenly, a stream of white energy wrapped tightly around Xiaohe's entire body. He yelped in alarm, "Hey, don't mess around." Xiaohe's jaw dropped as he looked at the hellish lightning punishment aura radiating from the stone. Damn it, it wasn't this exciting last time. Xiaoxi's face was grim. "Thanks, Xiaohe. Just as I predicted, a small amount of creator-level power has indeed escaped." He charged straight ahead, his voice resolute. "Goddess Shi, this time, I'll have to rely on you." Xiaoxi threw his staff. He commanded, "Augmented by my and my mother's great power, go." Suddenly, Xiaoxi paused for a second and wondered, "What's this? Why do I suddenly have a feeling of death?" He could feel a strange aura somewhere around here. This feeling is so unsettling. The Venerable One, who was receiving spiritual energy from Cheng Feng, also spoke up. "That power, it's very strong, but I can feel the rejection of space itself." The staff flew towards its designated target. A moment later, it struck the center of the angel symbol with a thud. But the symbol remained exactly as it was, without the slightest movement. Xiao Yun was now just a faint golden light. She painfully said her farewell. "Goodbye, Xiaoxi. My good son." After that last attack, Xiaoxi fell through the air. He trembled as he asked himself, "Did I fail?" But then, a glimmer of hope appeared. The angel symbol began to crackle, and several long fissures appeared. Xiaohe was ecstatic as he watched the gate spin like a top, as if it were retracting its energy. He said, amazed and overjoyed, "It actually worked. The angel's gate is disappearing." Xiaohe looked at the purple stone floating in the air and shouted to wake Xiaoxi up. "Kid, look to your left. It's your mother's god core. The angel's gate broke. It couldn't take your mother completely." Hearing this, his eyes widened. Xiaoxi woke up and uttered two words. "What?" He reached out his hand to receive the stone. He called out softly. Shika clenched it in his palm, feeling his mother's warmth within it. A few seconds later, the stone suddenly vanished, causing him to panic. "Hey!" It disappeared. Xiaohe, in the sea of consciousness, was surprised to see both stones there. He crossed his arms and asked irritably, "Hey, God Core, why did you run into the sea of consciousness?" Gu Huang, covered in wounds, finally struggled to his feet. He shot up into the air, looking extremely rushed. Gu Huang held Xiaoxi in his arms, his voice worried as he assessed the situation. Granduncle just released a very strange power. Moreover, his body can't hold on any longer. We can't stay here. The Venerable One, with blood at the corner of his mouth, was even more anxious. I'm very sorry, but you two can't leave. Someone wants to keep you here. Cheng Feng's eyes widened. He asked in shock, Venerable One, what are you doing? He waved his broom, creating a stream of purple energy. The Venerable One sent a message, Old Man Mu, come on out. Don't be too rough. Cheng Feng saw the space around the other two shaking violently. He shouted, This is... Old Man Mu appeared, roaring majestically. Cheng Feng quickly reached out his hand. He grabbed the Venerable One's arm, which was holding the broom. Cheng Feng was determined to stop him. Venerable One, this is a student of our academy. The Venerable One's face contorted as he tried to persuade him. This old man is just a sinner. A sinner can only do as he's told. Let go, kid. If you don't, you'll die. Because the vice headmaster was trying to stop him, he was also hit by the spiritual power. Blood slowly trickled from the corners of his eyes, nose, and mouth. He could only listen to what the Venerable One said. I know exactly why the higher-ups of the academy want to keep you Xiaoxi. That's why I'm stopping you. You Xiaoxi is my student. If I can't even protect him, then what's the point of me being the vice headmaster? Gu Huang still held him tightly. Violent blood escape. I offer my flesh and blood to open the gate of spatial transfer. In an instant, Gu Huang's flesh and blood enveloped the two of them. A brilliant red magic formation was drawn beneath them. With a boom, the two of them seemed to vanish from the spot, leaving only a blood-red sky. The Venerable One put one hand behind his back, wanting to dismiss everything here. This ancient blood escape grand art is truly formidable. Even with my understanding of dimensions, I can't track them. Cheng Feng, you saw it yourself. I tried, but I couldn't stop them. You have to be my witness, okay? It's better in the tower. There are flowers and grass. This old man has done what he should. I'm leaving. Not long after, Xiaoxi gradually opened his eyes. He saw Xiao Yin leaning in and calling, Xiaoxi, wake up. Xiaoxi, are you okay? Worry churned inside her like a burning fire. She quickly turned and asked, Xiao Gu, is Xiaoxi really okay? He nodded and replied, Yes, great-grandaunt. Granduncle just overused his elemental power. He'll wake up soon. Xiao He reassured her. Wifey, I think he'll wake up soon. This brat is a cockroach. The wicked live long. After being beaten up by Gu Huang, he cried out for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Big brother Gu Huang, go easy on me. On the second day at the Magic Academy, a voice echoed. I'm breaking down the door. The person clenched his fist, and flames erupted fiercely. Yang Bai charged forward and smashed the gate to pieces. A second later, the place was a pile of rubble. The sign was also completely destroyed. He grumpily adjusted his sleeves, snorted, and said, This trash academy dares to bully our goddess. I'm here to get justice. The captain of the guard team saw this, and his blood boiled. He shouted, Damn you! What are you doing? I just became the captain of the guard team. I haven't even officially started yet, and you come and break the gate. What do you want? He chased after Yang Bai with 2 axes in his hands. I'll chop you into mincemeat. Seeing this, the old man ran for his life while making excuses. Eli, be civilized, don't chase me. I don't want to lose to you. After that, 2 more wanted posters were added on the Shuiyuan continent. Wanted, Augustine Yang Bai. Crime, molesting an old woman. Reward, 100,000 essence stones. Dead or alive. Can be beaten at will. Wanted, Tong Ding was sure. Crime, murdering academy personnel. Reward, god-level weapon or multi-level item. Providing clues will be rewarded with a saint-level weapon. Dead or alive. The body must be preserved. On the 3rd day, Yana ran as fast as she could, shouting, You bastard Cheng Feng. You left without even telling me. You dare to sneak away while I was arranging things for my brother. Stop. She gently took off her outer coat, revealing a shockingly large bust. Yana let her coat fall to her feet. She bent down, took off her high heels, and tied the straps to her legs to continue the chase. Yana gritted her teeth and muttered, Don't let me catch you, or you're in for it. On the 4th day, the Magic Academy announced, due to health reasons, The current headmistress will be temporarily recuperating. The new headmaster will be an elder from the nursing home, serving temporarily. Effective today. It was said that the incoming elder was a world-renowned magic user from several hundred years ago, causing a flood of students to register at the Magic Academy for a period of time. Wealthy families used large amounts of gold and silver to get their children into the school. She sat on the roof of the clock tower and sighed several times. She rested her chin on her hand, dejectedly wondering, where in the world did Xiaoxi go? He left without even telling me. Will I ever be able to see him again? My only friend. Over here. Xiaoyan gently tugged on her son's clothes and called, Xiaoxi, wake up. Wake up now. Xiaogu, how much longer is my son going to sleep? He furrowed his brow and groaned in discomfort. Suddenly, Xiaoxi's eyes shot open. He cried out, Mom. He sat up in a panic, only to find his body tightly bound by ropes, unable to move. Xiaoxi looked around in a daze, confusedly asking, where is this? He looked at the ravine where a river of red-hot lava was churning, and a strange sense of confusion rose in his heart. Where is this? Was that just an illusion? Xiaoxi looked back and forth, repeatedly calling out, Mom. The only reply he got was the gurgling sound of the lava flowing on either side of the path. Xiaoyan's spirit form appeared. She put on a cute expression, pointing 2 fingers at her own face. Don't even think about it. The crystals in the lava are all trash. They're not worth any money. She couldn't know whether to laugh or cry, unable to believe who was in front of him. Mom? I'm not dreaming, am I? This isn't a dream, right? Xiaoyan quickly pressed her cheek against his and comforted him. Don't cry, don't cry. Xiaoxi, don't cry. Gu Huang, with half of his face mutated, brought a bowl of food full of insects and said, Granduncle, you're awake. Back then, I was lucky enough to learn some cooking skills from my great-granddad. I've done some research since then. Now, I've made you one of my specialty dishes. Please eat it while it's hot. Shika flinched, then put on the dignified air of a gentleman and spoke up. I don't want it. A ghost. A ghost holding terrifying food. Mom, don't be scared. I'll protect you. I'll eat it all. She pointed at him and reassured her son. Xiaoxi, don't be afraid. Uncle Xiao Gu is a good person. He's the one who saved us. Gu Huang politely introduced himself, reporting to my great-granddad. I am your nephew. He thought to himself, great-granddad's current condition is not good. Only a remnant of her soul remains in the god core. Moreover, her memory loss is severe. She's forgotten her past and her son. He let out a sigh of relief and asked quietly, what exactly happened? Why am I tied up? And why has my mom become like this? He quickly recounted, reporting to granduncle, while you were unconscious, you were kicking and thrashing about. I was afraid you would get hurt, so I had to take the liberty of restraining you. Please forgive me. Gu Huang said in a low voice. That's what happened. Shika's jaw dropped as he questioned him endlessly. What? My mom is just a remnant soul now? And she has amnesia? As if that's not enough, she's also become my elemental spirit? Can an angel become an elemental spirit? And without a contract, right? And I've also randomly gained a nephew in you. He also found it hard to understand, and could only recount what he knew. I don't know the specific details. It's probably because the god core preserved a part of her remnant soul, which caused a series of changes. Moreover, the great-granddad's remnant soul was about to dissipate quickly. At that moment, the god core was stimulated, and then you formed an elemental contract with a light attribute spirit. Just then, Xiaohei appeared with a bag of food in his mouth, singing as he walked. Come on, life. The days are long anyway. Come on, love. We're all reckless anyway. He put on a smug face and said, I've brought back some supplements for you. Perfect for a remnant soul like you and me. Xiaoyan happily exclaimed, Hubby's back. And with delicious food. She introduced him. Xiaoxi, look, this is your dad. Lord Tazuan told me so, but I don't remember anything. Gu Huang clenched his fists and cursed. You abomination. Xiaoxi was equally furious. Prepare to die, you damn dog, daring to take advantage of my mother. After being beaten black and blue, with bumps and bruises all over his face, he knelt down to admit his mistake. I'm sorry. I repent. Shika rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Great Lord Gu Huang, so what should we do now? My mom's situation, do you know anything? He bowed his head and insisted. There is an order to things, big and small. Please, granduncle, call me nephew. Otherwise, I will kneel here and never get up. Xiaoxi was still hesitant. You're so strong. If I really call you that, what if you get upset one day and just finish me off? No, that's not right. Maybe he's just a pervert. He likes being a nephew. Yes, that must be it. I don't believe you're my real nephew. Showing up out of nowhere and saying you're my nephew from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Whatever, I'll just pity myself first. Although Xiaoxi was a bit reluctant, he still forced a bright smile and said, Good nephew. Good nephew. Hurry up and tell me. Gu Huang stood up and said, I can tell you, granduncle, but I have an idea. I wonder if granduncle would like to hear it. He stood in front of Xiao Yun, crossed his arms, and suggested, Let's hear it. Xiao He could only poke the ground with a stick and sing softly. The magic of love spins round and round. He stood up straight, his voice resonant and clear. Granduncle's body has never undergone the tempering of the sacred arts. Allow this untalented one to help granduncle train. Once your strength has increased, I will tell granduncle everything I know. Xiaoxi pointed to his own face and whispered apprehensively, Is this a subtle way of calling me out? Is my strength too pathetic? He nodded in agreement. You train me. No matter how difficult or tiring it is, I can take it. Gu Huang complied. Yes, granduncle. Please follow me. Shiku was a bit panicked and made an excuse. This is lava. You want me to stand here and feel the heat of the lava? Let's take it slow. We have to be scientific about this. He refused to listen and pushed him straight down into the lava. No, sir. You have to go down there. Go, granduncle. Condense all the elemental power in your body. Pushed unexpectedly, he flailed his arms and legs in panic, his face pale, his mouth open in fear. In a state of extreme panic, he thrashed about wildly, his limbs flailing aimlessly. His face was ashen, drained of all color. His scream tore through the space. You're murdering your own uncle. With a splash, Xiaoxi's entire body fell into the boiling lava. His slipper went flying. Xiao Yun's eyes filled with tears as she watched her son in the sea of fire. Xiao He, on the other hand, pulled down his lower eyelids, looking smug after the beating he had just received. Gu Huang's flesh was gradually regenerating. He reassured her, Please don't worry, great-granddad. Granduncle is no ordinary person. He'll be fine. I will also go down there to help him train. Gu Huang then jumped down into the lava. Humph. Before my body gives out, I must help granduncle become stronger. Shiku lay sprawled in the sea of lava, tears streaming down his face. He was spouting nonsense. I've had a driver's license and a house. My mom knows how to swim. It was hard for her to raise me. It doesn't matter what happens to the kids. Gu Huang landed and analyzed the situation. Granduncle, your physique is too weak. You can't inherit the powerful physique of the Saint tribe at all. Back in our day, whether we were magic cultivators or body cultivators, we all had to go through the Saint tribe's training. This is an ancient tradition, and one of the reasons the Saint tribe was so powerful. Xiaoxi listened blankly. Is that so? Then let's do it. I can start any time. He frowned and reminded him. Granduncle, I must remind you, this is not a game. Back when my great-grandaunt helped me train, I was only 6 years old. I almost lost my life. He felt his heart pound, his face drained of color. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought. Nephew, why didn't you say so earlier? I think I'm too tired. He finally groaned. All right. Gu Huang clenched his fists, gathering his spiritual power. He warned, Granduncle, I'm going to have to get rough. Please focus your energy and distribute it throughout your body. Don't let up for a single second, or you will die. Shiku quickly got into a cultivation stance. Streams of energy radiated from around him. He said grimly, I'm ready. Do it. As he charged, he said, the first crucial point of body tempering is. Gu Huang swung his arm and punched him straight in the body. The impact was so strong it made a loud thud. He growled, to destroy the body. The force was so great that he was knocked backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yun clutched her chest in pain and called out, Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi bent over, his voice low as he commanded. Xiaohe, quickly take my mom outside to play. I don't want to be distracted. He suddenly raised his head and gave a thumbs up, cheerfully reassuring her. Don't worry, Mom. A little injury like this is nothing to me. Xiaoxi thought to himself. Compared to the pain in my heart, this physical pain feels like nothing. And there's still my mom on earth. I will do my best. He let out a snort, holding back tears as he thought. This ancient training method. Each punch not only carries immense force, but also injects a portion of his elemental power into my body, destroying and reorganizing it, turning my body from ordinary steel into something indestructible. If I succeed, that's great. This kid will become as tough as iron. If I fail, I'll suffer internal injuries for the rest of my life. Xiaoyan sat on his back, but still looked back longingly at her son. Xiaohei advised, "Let's go, Xiaoxi's mom. I'll give you a ride today. We'll be in the way of Xiaoxi's training if we stay here." Shiku regained his focus and said loudly, "Let's continue." Gu Huang praised him, "Very good." Granduncle's gaze is more determined now. As expected of great-grandaunt Huang Ying's son, your mental fortitude is much stronger than mine. A deathly aura arose from his entire body. Gu Huang raised both hands, not forgetting to apologize first. "Granduncle, please forgive me." He put all his strength into a charge, attacking him with a terrifying punch. Outside, at this moment, Xiaohei suddenly felt uneasy. This is big trouble. Suddenly, Xiaohei was wrapped by a snake. He screamed in panic. "A cute dog like me. How dare you, you big-headed snake, hurt me?" A moment later, the snake released Xiaohei. Xiao Yun, sitting on its head, explained, "Lord Ta Zuan, don't be afraid." Xiao Shasha said, "It's full. It won't harm us." He jumped back and scolded, "Xiaoxi's mom, how do you know what this beast is thinking? I'm an elemental spirit, and I can't even communicate with it. Tell it to retract its tongue. I don't want to get bitten by it." Legend has it that beasts are the descendants of elemental spirits and animals. They are ruled by their animal instincts and cannot form contracts. However, sometimes beasts can cultivate a beast core inside their bodies, which is very valuable. She rubbed her chin seriously and muttered, "I don't know either. I can just somehow tell what Xiao Sha Sha is thinking, and I can even talk to it." When he turned around, Xiaohei was already in Xiao Sha's mouth. He waved his arms and shouted, "Never mind that. Tell it to spit me out first. Didn't it just say it was full?" Xiaoyan looked at the snake's expression and burst out laughing. "It says it really likes you. This is how it shows its affection." After playing for a while, Xiao Sha left. She even waved goodbye. "Goodbye, Xiao Sha Sha. I'll miss you a lot." Xiaohei was covered in its saliva. He curled up and whispered, "I hate snakes." Xiaohei dove straight into the river to wash himself. Once he was done, he climbed onto the bank and shook himself, sending water flying everywhere. "Ah, that's much better after a bath. I'm never dealing with snakes again." Suddenly, he froze. His face showed clear astonishment. Xiao Yun was sitting between two lions, calmly chatting. "Little lions, you said you had something to ask me? You want me to go to your home?" Xiaohei's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of his head. He tried to persuade her. "Those are high-level beasts, saber-toothed lion dragons. Don't agree." Who would have thought she would immediately give a thumbs up and agree? "Let's go to your territory." Outside the saber-toothed lion dragon's cave, Xiao Yun asked blankly, "Is this where the little lions live?" Xiaohei whispered, "I'm telling you, Xiaoxi's mom. Let's not go in there, okay? I feel like this cave is really deep." She asserted, "Lord Ta Zuan, don't worry. It said it just ate, so it won't harm us." He retorted, "Yeah, right. Look at its mouth, it's covered in blood." In the dark cave, several pairs of eyes were watching them. Xiaohei transformed into a spirit and warned, "Don't you dare try to harm Xiaoxi's mom. You think I'm an easy target." Xiaoyan patted his head to calm his anger. "Lord Ta Zuan, don't get excited. They don't have any bad intentions." She looked at a saber-toothed lion dragon that was turning its head back and urged, "Let's go, Lord Ta Zuan. They're telling us to go inside." Deep inside the cave, a saber-toothed lion dragon was lying on the ground with a wound on its body. It was groaning incessantly. Xiaohei quickly recognized it. This is a pack animal, like that disgusting toad from the first floor of the Tower of Tribulation. But with this aura, it's probably close to the Saint Spirit level. For a beast's strength to reach this level is already quite impressive. To still be alive with such a severe injury. Legend has it that the Tower of Tribulation also seals ferocious beasts. After a beast dies, it leaves behind a corpse. After an elemental spirit dies, it disappears completely. The Tower of Tribulation is currently under repair. Xiaoyan scratched her cheek and said, "Oh, you all want me to save your king? I don't know if I can. I don't remember anything right now. I only remember my son, Xiaoxi. I've forgotten everything else." She flew closer to the injured one and asked, "Little lion, you said you're in a lot of pain, right?" Xiaoyan reached out her hand and gently stroked its body. "Let me give you a massage. Does this feel better?" She placed her hand gently on its eye and then turned to ask Xiaohei, "Lord Tazuan, some very strange, glowing images have suddenly appeared in my head. It feels very comfortable. What should I do now?" He was a bit surprised. Could it be that the memories hidden in her remnant soul have been partially restored? "Try to describe the image for me." Xiaoyan quickly summoned a stream of golden energy that enveloped it. She looked at Xiaohei innocently and said, "Like this." He was once again wide-eyed. "I'll be damned. It's really like that? If I'm not mistaken, this is the pattern of the saint healing art." Not long after, she held the green core and flew back to Xiaoxi's side. "Son, we're back, and we brought you a present." Xiaohei snorted, looking displeased. "I wanted something that precious too." Who knew that saber-toothed lion dragon had just killed a saint-level thunder ape? If it weren't for the attribute incompatibility, I would have swallowed it myself. Xiaoxi's clothes were in tatters. He leaned against the wall, his voice weak. "You're back. Did you have fun outside?" She replied cheerfully, "It was a lot of fun. Mom made a lot of new friends." Gu Huang, who was sitting with his legs crossed in quiet cultivation, also spoke up. "A thunder attribute beast core happens to be compatible with Granduncle's attribute. Using it will be a great supplement for your training. It's perfect." He opened his eyes and asked hesitantly, "Granduncle, can your body still take it? You didn't do a good job with your training before." Sheikah leaned his head against the cliff face. He said in a low voice, "Don't talk about whether I can take it or not. I just feel that this is what I have to do." His expression and words reminded Gu Huang of his old kin from long ago, who had said, "Maiming, you don't need to persuade me. It's not about whether I can take it or not. I just feel that this is what I have to do." For a moment, he froze, his mind filled with happy memories of that day. Finally, a faint smile appeared on Gu Huang's face. He looked incredibly gentle at that moment. Half a year later, in a large cave, Xiaoxi was sitting in deep thought amidst the boiling lava. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, his brow furrowed as he said loudly, "All right." Gu Huang stepped forward and extended a hand. "Granduncle, the first step of body tempering is complete. Please, follow me to another place." With that, he began to draw strange symbols on the ground. As soon as he finished, a blazing red magic array appeared. Gu Huang spoke, "All right, the formation is drawn. Next, we're going to the Five Hells Forbidden Land." At his words, Xiaoxi couldn't hide his excitement and guessed, "If you have to draw the formation by hand, it must be for long-distance travel, right? Goddess, she taught me about this." Before he could finish, Xiao Hilda cut in, "Humph, I knew this trick back in my day. I'd borrow people's things and use this to make a run for it. So satisfying." In contrast, Xiao Yun just smiled brightly. "To the Five Hells. We get to go somewhere new to play." Hearing this, Xiaoxi was momentarily speechless. Losing all your memories isn't so bad after all. No more worries. Xiaohei could only laugh helplessly. "I think your mom is the happiest one here." Gu Huang, standing nearby, could only lower his voice and say, "Great-grandmother's state of mind has always been on another level, both then and now." A short while later, the scene shifted to a desolate, empty land. He announced in a loud voice, "We're here." Without a moment's hesitation, he introduced the place with a serious expression, "And this is the Fire Hell, one of the Five Hells. Even I can't enter its deepest parts. Granduncle, you just need to stay in the outer region for 3 days. Absolutely do not go any deeper. The Fire Hell is very strange now, not like it used to be." Despite the warning, Sushi was unfazed and insisted, "Don't worry. I may look 10, but on the inside, I'm as mature as a 39-year-old. Hearing this, Xiao Yun, standing beside him, blushed and praised, "My son is so amazing." This earned a scornful look from Xiaohei. "Yeah, right. A crude, 39-year-old geezer." In a flash, Gu Huang picked up Xiao Yun and said his goodbyes. "Granduncle, there's a place nearby that's perfect for great-grandmother to nourish her soul. I'm going to take her there. Great-grandmother, and I will be back for you in 3 days. As he finished, Xiao Yun waved excitedly. Son, Mom will bring back some yummy food. With that, he felt a sense of ease and turned his back, calling out, Okay, have fun, Mom. Remember to be safe, and don't talk to strangers, you hear me? Xiao He shamelessly cut in. Wifey, don't forget to bring me back some dark attribute supplements. Feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, Sushi let out a sigh of relief. Let's go, Xiao He. So relaxing. But in response, Xiao He, covered in bruises, was too indignant to speak. I just want to ask you, does your hand hurt? Does your heart? He and Xiao Shi had walked a long way together. As they walked, Xiao He panted, sweating as he asked, This is weird, kid. Aren't you hot? Without hesitation, the boy grinned teasingly. A little, but it's bearable. Hearing this, Xiao He asked in confusion, Kid, you just finished training. And you're as tough as a demonic beast. When did you change clothes? Sushi immediately perked up and continued. You forgot about the power of my right arm, didn't you? Good thing this thing grows back. As he spoke, a bizarre scene suddenly flashed through his mind. A completely naked man was frantically trying to explain himself. Officer, let me explain. Don't use the cuffs. My clothes just vanished. You have to believe me. Don't drag me to the station. But the police officer replied firmly. I'll cuff a pervert like you first, then we'll hear what you have to say. Anything you say can be used as evidence in the future. In contrast to the two of them, a little girl standing in the distance sobbed. Where's my balloon? Back in the present, Sushi seemed to realize something was off. He immediately pressed, Wait a minute, Xiao He. What did you just say? Instantly, he replied in a serious tone. I think I said, when did you change clothes? But at this, the boy shook his head. No, the sentence before that. Seeing this, Xiao He had no choice but to frown and reply. I think I said, don't you feel it getting hotter and hotter here? Hearing this, Xiao Shi was immediately startled and asked in bewilderment. That's the one. Don't you find that strange? At this, he just pouted and continued with a dismissive look. What's so strange? Other than seeing you change your clothes, what's so weird? Without a moment's hesitation, the boy's face darkened as he retorted, No, aren't you in a soul state right now? How can you feel that it's hot here? Does temperature affect a soul body? That makes no sense. This statement was too absurd. Xiao He grew more and more panicked. It does. This caused Xiao Shi to jump in shock, falling flat on the ground. Holy crap. It does. In response, he immediately adopted a serious tone to reassure him. Don't freak out. It really does have a slight effect, but not like this. For even me to feel this hot. Unless. Xiao Shi also put on a bizarre, threatening face. Unless what? Xiao He, can you finish your sentences? Don't think that'll get you more views. Is the script so bad you have to drag it out? At the same time, from a distance, a giant demonic beast suddenly charged toward them. Seeing it, Xiao He's eyes immediately bulged in shock. He exclaimed in horror, What the hell? Kid, stop talking and look over there. But in contrast, the boy remained completely calm, scratching his head. I'm telling you, Xiao He, you've been with me for so long. Why haven't you learned any of my calm and maturity? What? But in response, he was now a nervous wreck, trembling all over. SS Snake. And with that, the giant demonic beast was now right upon them, a hair's breadth from life and death. Xiao Shi couldn't hide his frustration and scrambled to run away, not forgetting to shout back a curse. Damn you, Xiao He. Next time you don't finish a sentence, I'll kill you. This made him stare wide-eyed and declare, In this life, I hate snakes the most. After running for a bit, the boy suddenly realized, Wait a minute. Why are we running? Did you forget how strong we are now? Hurry up and turn into the great sword. At these words, he too was startled into realization. He replied sheepishly, Oh, my bad. I forgot. I just hate snakes more than anything in the world. My words are just a reflex. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao He immediately entered a state of transformation, hovering in the air as special mutations quickly occurred on his body. Just like that, a sharp sword blade appeared in a flash. Su He momentarily appeared in a new, miraculously gleaming form. Holding the sword in his hand, Su Shi at this moment had a puzzled look on his face. Xiao He, last time you absorbed my soul stone, Didn't you say you could turn into a greatsword? This is a Tang Dynasty dagger. He heard this and immediately got defensive, shouting back, "Shut your trap. I may be an elemental spirit sword, and I may be small, but I'm incredibly sharp. I can cut through iron and gold as easily as that mushroom over there." Hearing this, the boy had no choice but to point directly at the demonic beast's face and issue a challenge. "Hey, snake monster. Let me take a swing at you, okay? Just one." In response, the giant demonic beast didn't waste words and immediately smashed the ground with its tail, lunging forward. But Xiaoxi managed to block it in time, saying with a serious face, "My right arm is strong enough. Thanks to my grandnephew's help during this time." "You beast." I wasn't even done talking. "Are you in such a hurry to become my dinner? My hometown is in Guangdong. The moment I saw you, I already knew several ways to cook you." As soon as the words were out, the boy, in a flash, confidently and decisively unleashed his move. "Stir fry, braise, steam, or stew. Pick one at your majesty's pleasure." Seeing this, Xiaohei, standing to the side, suddenly spoke up with a reminder. "Kid, cut its head open and see if there's a demon core." Usually, the stronger the beast, the higher the chance of a demon core appearing. A while later, sitting on the ground, holding the demon core in his hand, the boy was a bit curious and asked, "Xiaohei, is this demon core the same type as the one inside you?" Without a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Generally speaking, it's just that the level required for a god core is higher. A demonic beast has to reach the god realm to turn its solid demon core into a god core. Demonic beasts cultivate very slowly, and not all of them even have a demon core. So now you know how precious that peak-level god core in your body is, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohei, in a flash, clamped down hard on Xiaoxi's hand, causing the boy's face to turn pale with shock. He cried out without stopping, "You damn dog! Let go of my hand." In contrast, Xiaohei at this moment seemed content, saying, "This has a dark attribute. It suits me." At this, Sushi was at a loss for words. His face contorted as he waved his hand and said, "If you wanted it, you could have just told me. Don't you think this is gross? And what were you saying before? It's so hot here, unless what?" Without wasting words, he quickly began to explain. "Good question. After fighting that crazy, stinky snake, I can confirm it. This place definitely has a flame that can burn souls. And since this place is called the Fire Hell, I deduce it has the legendary Hellfire. It's said this flame can burn souls, not only burning human souls, but also driving all living beings who enter it mad. Moreover, nothing can resist it. You can only rely on your own willpower. Back when I went to the Demon Phoenix's lair to borrow something, I was burned by a flame like this for a whole year. Just thinking about it now gives me chills." At these words, Xiaoxi's face paled in fear. "Suhei, you said that flame drives all creatures who enter it mad? Look at those heads. Are they mad enough for you? My grandnephew told us to stay for 3 days. I don't think we'll last 3 hours before we're goners." Seeing this, he too suddenly realized and was at a loss for words. "Oh crap. This Gu Huang wants us to resist the Hellfire's attack while fighting these monsters." At that moment, the monsters began to appear one by one, starting with a giant bird that let out a piercing screech. Next came a 3-headed dragon, roaring aggressively. Finally, a green minotaur bared its fangs and let out a loud roar. In a flash, the 3 monstrous pillars of the sky were in position, ready to attack. Triple the pain. Next came the torch-eyed eagle, forever in love with the joy of flying high. Adding to the mix was the minotaur with a slightly greenish head, preparing to attack. Instantly, the 3 monsters had gathered. And facing Su Shi's weary expression, "The weather today is really nice." Indeed, Xiaohei could only agree helplessly. Yeah, just beautiful. Standing to one side, the boy at this moment was excitedly impressed. Much stronger than that snake earlier. Especially the green minotaur. He looks just like my neighbor, Old Wong, after taking Viagra. Good thing they're in a frenzy. If they focused on us, we'd be done for. At these words, Xiaohei's face darkened as he continued. "Kid, this flagrant jinxing habit of yours is exactly like mine. When did you learn it?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sushi firmly asserted. "This is called being rational and mature." "How is that jinxing?" This statement drove Xiaohei mad, and he insisted stubbornly. Right. You're so right. On this side, a massive battle had erupted among the beasts. In a flash, the green minotaur suddenly attacked the three-pillared sky-shaking beast. The torch-eyed eagle seized the opportunity and directly snatched the three-headed dragon, soaring far away. Just like that, it quickly flapped its wings and flew off. Suddenly, the monster unexpectedly opened its talons, hastily dropping the three-headed dragon in midair. The dragon lost its balance and plummeted toward the ground. In a flash, it landed, shattering the earth. Its body was also torn to shreds. Standing to one side, the green minotaur, seeing this, couldn't hide its rage and immediately charged forward aggressively. Seeing this, Xiaoxi looked at Xiaohei with concern. That eagle is so strong. I wonder if the minotaur can beat it. But it's best if they both get seriously injured. That's the only way we'll be safe. At these words, Xiaohei wholeheartedly agreed. Right. Should we back up a bit first? As soon as the words were out, the boy, in a flash, shot backward and declared, Exactly. That's a great idea. Let them fight it out. Just like that, the two of them retreated further and further away. At that moment, the torch-eyed eagle suddenly swooped down, its beak clamping onto the club, and unexpectedly snatched the minotaur. In a flash, it carried the minotaur and soared far away. Seeing this, Xiaoxi's face filled with panic. The minotaur is done for. The three-headed monster from before died the same way. Xiaohei could only nod helplessly. Falling from that high, he'll be smashed to a pulp for sure. What a tragedy. But just then, the situation suddenly took a turn as the minotaur unexpectedly grabbed both of the bird's legs. Without any difficulty, it easily snapped both legs in an instant. To finish it off, the minotaur directly dealt the torch-eyed eagle a blow so painful it twisted its beak. Just like that, it gripped the torch-eyed eagle's wings tightly, gaining momentum as it plummeted through the air. Standing to one side, Xiaoxi at this moment hugged Xiaohei tightly and yelled, Oh crap, it's falling towards us. This made him turn pale and wonder, what? As luck would have it, the minotaur landed right next to the two of them. But then, the club, carried by inertia, suddenly spun wildly in the air. It slammed into the ground, causing the boy to jump in surprise. Throwing it from that high? That's cheating. Indeed, Xiaohei's face was also pale at the same time. I think this minotaur is at least a great origin spirit master, a whole realm above us. But from the looks of it, he's definitely going down with that bird. Hearing this, Su Shi, in the next second, furiously cursed, Damn it, didn't I tell you not to jinx us last time? But just then, the minotaur suddenly appeared behind Xiaohei, while he was clutching his head in pain and retorting, Ouch! You damn brat, using that trick again. How does that tongue twister work every single time? I don't believe it. Before Xiaohei could even finish his sentence, a devastating attack suddenly struck. Luckily, Xiaoxi managed to kick him out of the way, shouting, Xiaohei, watch out. Just like that, he lost his balance and was sent flying through the air. Xiaohei, fuming, accused, Kid, you did that on purpose, didn't you? The boy calmly replied, Sorry, I accidentally used a bit too much force. I'll avenge you. This made Xiaohei even more furious. Like hell I believe you. Immediately after, Xiaoxi quickly took the initiative, gripping the giant club and saying loudly, The minotaur just fought the eagle and fell from the sky. He must be badly injured. He's bleeding a lot right now, which means he's a humanoid monster. If not, I wouldn't be so polite. Beef has always been my favorite. As soon as the words were out, he immediately and suddenly brought the club down on the green minotaur's head with a painful blow, shouting, In your next life, don't be a minotaur. You'll break the hearts of too many husbands. You'll cause too many nerds to have an unbalanced diet. With just one blow, the green minotaur was beaten to a pulp, collapsing flat on the ground. Seeing this, Xiaoxi was triumphant and laughed heartily. The saint's training method is truly amazing. These past few days of training have been tough, but the payoff is worth it. My body is incredibly strong now, and using my origin power is much smoother. But then, in the next second, Xiaoxi suddenly froze, his face pale as he wondered, What's happening? Why is my whole body getting hot? My heart is pounding faster. Is this the hellfire? By the time he realized it, it was already too late. In an instant, his entire body was engulfed in blazing flames. Standing to one side, Xiaohei was so intimidated by the sight that he quickly retreated. After that fight, this kid's origin power circulated too fast, allowing the hellfire to invade. It's also triggering his inner demon. If this continues, he'll definitely go berserk and then self-immolate. Moreover, after what happened with his mother, he has a fire of rage in his heart. Now that the hellfire has ignited it, that flame will surely blaze. In an instant, he was caught in a fierce internal struggle. What should I do? I've got it, he momentarily guessed, looking at the green minotaur. If the hellfire is terrifying, then I might be one of the few beings in this world to be burned by it and survive. For now, I'll borrow this minotaur to help the kid cool off first. As soon as the words were out, Xiaohei immediately moved to lift the 1,000-pound body of the minotaur, groaning. This bull's body is so heavy. I can't control it. Good thing he's unconscious. Just like that, in a flash, he had taken control of the minotaur's entire body. My old wolf form was way more handsome. And so charming. This minotaur is so clumsy. Not agile at all. Xiao Shi, standing to the side, suddenly burst out, shouting, Uriel, it's you. Xiaohei heard this and was immediately bewildered and confused. Uriel? Crap. He's too deep in the demonic state. He's starting to hallucinate. Indeed, in Xiao Shi's eyes at that moment, the minotaur was in the form of another bizarre monster. In his daze, Xiao Shi immediately roared, You dared to harm my mother. I'll kill you. This made Xiaohei wonder in confusion. Is that Gu Huang guy trying to hand his training job over to me? Whatever. Who told me I need this kid's help with something? I guess I'll help you train your hands. At this moment, Su Shi's soul was a wreck, his killing intent blazing as he shouted, Uriel. Hearing this, Xiaohei just smiled smugly and said, If this minotaur hadn't been knocked out just now, you probably couldn't beat him, kid. This bull is an early-stage Great Origin Spirit Master, a whole 2 realms above you. More than enough to handle you. Come on, kid. I'm just controlling the body. Even if I take one of your punches, it won't matter. At his boast, Xiao Shi suddenly charged forward, directly launching an attack. Just like that, a soul-piercing blow was delivered. Xiaohei, in pain, spat out blood. He immediately clutched his chest in agony, his whole body trembling. His face pale, he cried out, Damn. After his training, the power of this punch is so strong. This bull has a few broken bones. The force of the punch went straight through to my soul. Even I felt a little pain. If I hadn't condensed all my origin power into the muscles from the start, this minotaur would be dead. The power left by Goddess, she is so strong. This body is also a Great Origin Spirit Master, and he still overpowered it by 2 major levels. But then, in the next second, Xiaohei quickly recovered, charging forward aggressively and shouting, I was holding back just now. Now I'll use my real strength. Can't have others saying I'm a higher realm, but can't beat a kid. That would be humiliating. As soon as the words were out, he immediately glared with red eyes. Just like that, a minotaur fist was directly unleashed, instantly shattering the ground. However, Xiao Shi very easily dodged the blow. This made Xiaohei hesitate for a moment, gritting his teeth. That speed. In a flash, Xiao Shi's eyes suddenly turned a blazing red. He was filled with killing intent, moving like a thunderbolt through the air. Seeing this, Xiaohei couldn't help but feel afraid, his brow furrowed in panic. This kid is too fast. After his training, his speed has increased dramatically. Just as he was caught off guard, Xiao Shi suddenly lunged forward with a blow. Faced with this situation, Xiaohei had no choice but to dodge immediately. I'll dodge. At the same time, he thought in panic. So fast. This heavy body almost couldn't dodge in time. He said with a determined voice, This bull has a hardening constitution, just like that cat girl in the Spirit Treasury Tower. I'm not playing with you anymore, you brat. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaohei immediately got into a stance, preparing to unleash his move. Hardened Beast Man. In a flash, a series of sparkling lights appeared faintly. It hovered in the air with the graceful and delicate posture of the minotaur. Very quickly, Xiaohei appeared with a new, more explosive look. He let out an excited sigh of relief. Instantly, Xiaohei put on a plump appearance and said, I have awakened the hardened state. My combat power has also increased tenfold. Faced with this situation, Xiao Shi just stared with a cold, angry expression. Xiaohei, not to be outdone, met his gaze head-on. In a flash, a series of attacks erupted. The two sides clashed relentlessly. Unconsciously, Xiaoxi suddenly spun around, unleashing a fatal blow. Luckily, Xiaohei managed to block it in time, but he had to grit his teeth and frown. While blocking a series of blows, he couldn't stop complaining in frustration. Damn it. This kid is already as strong as a complete cultivator. No, stronger. Suddenly, the boy unexpectedly gathered his strength and shot forward. He decisively landed a painful blow on Xiaohei. As soon as the blow landed, Xiaoxi immediately froze, panting for breath. In contrast, Xiaohei was covered in wounds, trembling and hesitating. You brat, see how strong I am now? Damn it, I was holding back on you. But you? Every punch was meant to kill me. With that, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger and glare. Good. The more he resists the hellfire, the deeper it penetrates. Now, the kid's resentment is almost completely vented. This is the best chance to extinguish the hellfire. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaohei suddenly dropped to his knees on the ground, a strange smile on his face. Just like that, his soul left his body, suddenly shooting forward. Kid, I'm coming in. As soon as the words were out, in a flash, Xiaohei had merged with Xiaoxi's body. At the same time, in Xiaoxi's sea of consciousness, his soul was curled up, completely enveloped by hellfire. Seeing this, Xiaohei burst into tears, sobbing and calling out softly, "Good boy, wake up. Look at me. This is breaking my heart. Regain your consciousness, good boy." But in response, there was only the silent stillness of Xiaoxi. Being completely ignored like that, Su Hei was at a loss for words, standing frozen like a statue. He told himself, this isn't fun at all. With no other choice, Xiaohei had to resort to his ultimate move. He thought smugly, calling this kid is so hard. The best way to get him out of the hellfire is to knock him on the head and tell him to wake up. Then he said, "Hey kid, look, it's your mom." Xiaoxi's mother was simulated by Xiaohei in the sea of consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaohei revealed a perverted face and directly threatened, "If you don't wake up, I'll..." Without another word, he puckered his lips and, turning towards Xiao Yun, berated himself. Damn it. Even though it's just an illusion, this is too intense. Hey kid, if you don't wake up soon, I'm gonna get fresh with your mom. In response, Xiaoxi at this moment remained stubbornly silent, while Xiaohei, not to be outdone, stubbornly puckered his lips. After a long while, Sushi suddenly opened his eyes, startled awake. He decisively unleashed his move, unexpectedly launching one of the 10 great hidden weapons, the finger. The attack came too suddenly. Xiaohei couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the blow under Xiaoxi's scolding, "Pervert." Instantly, Xiaohei collapsed, lying paralyzed on the ground, his face pale, gasping for air. "You brat. You hit so hard. I was just trying to wake you up." At this moment, Xiaoxi, now fully awake, frowned and asked, "Xiaohei, was I affected by the hellfire just now? I don't remember anything at all." Indeed. Hearing this, he complained angrily, "You brat. I just saved your life. From now on, you'll be immune to hellfire. But you repay my kindness with violence." This made Xiaoxi shamelessly shout, "You deserved it." At this, Xiaohei took the opportunity to directly suggest, "Now that you've passed the hellfire's soul training, and your soul is a level stronger, how about we go deeper and take a look?" But in response, Xiaoxi decisively refused. "No way. I promised my grandnephew I wouldn't go deeper. I'm a man of my word. I wouldn't break it even if you beat me to death." At these words, Xiaohei stubbornly insisted, "Listen to me. In a forbidden land like this, there are usually treasures. Let's just go in and grab one or two, okay?" Unable to resist the temptation, Xiaoxi at this moment shamelessly turned his back and walked away. "Let's go. And just so you know, I'm not going in for treasure. I just want to face the hellfire more deeply to make my soul stronger." With no other choice, Xiaohei could only agree with a bored expression. Right. Stop wasting words. When the eagle and the three-headed monster died, we got 2 demon cores in total. Hand them over. That minotaur is a beast man, or we would have dealt with him too. Hearing this, Sushi was instantly lost in thought, his mouth mumbling indecisively. "I can't give them to you. These demon cores are compatible with our attributes. I want to keep them." The one-eyed eagle, the three-pillared sky-shaking beast. They might be useful in the near future. This made Xiao He immediately furious, and he scolded him. You stingy bastard. What are you being so secretive about? Are you planning to take my demon core too? At the same time, on this side, the giant minotaur suddenly woke up. He struggled to his feet, his face glaring with killing intent as he let out a sharp breath. On this side, the deeper they went, the more she complained. Are these flames the hellfire? It feels like it's getting hotter. Although my body temperature isn't rising, I feel stuffy inside. In contrast, Xiao He immediately warned in a stern voice, don't underestimate the hellfire. You saw what happened earlier. We're still far from the central area. At these words, the boy asked with a hint of fear, Hey Xiao He, we seem to have been walking for a long time. Is your treasure-finding sense reliable? Without a moment's hesitation, he replied with absolute certainty, don't doubt my abilities. I can feel a treasure waiting for us somewhere. Hearing this, Sushi had no choice but to widen his eyes and frown. Really? Suddenly, the boy gasped in surprise, his eyes wide, his mouth forming a silent huh. At that moment, the scene before him gradually revealed a strange figure that had been worn away by time. Holding a fragment from that body in his hand, Sushi couldn't help but wonder with suspicion, who's that? Could he have also come here looking for treasure like us? The piece of clothing I just held turned to dust. Instantly, Xiao He speculated with a serious expression. It's possible he was looking for treasure, or maybe he came here to temper his will with the hellfire like us. Either way, he ended up being burned to death. With that, he directly and decisively suggested, let's go, kid. But Sushi at this moment hesitated and stopped him. Wait, I want to bury him. A lonely soul dying in a foreign land. It's too tragic. At least burying him will let him rest in peace. Hearing this, Xiao He was at a loss for words and expressed, you humans are so troublesome. He's already dead. Burying him won't bring him back. Live in the present, you know? Then, Xiao He suddenly recalled, I'm very curious. Your mom said that last time you saw Gu Huang bringing you food, you screamed in fear. Why aren't you scared of this skeleton now? At these words, Sushi explained with an awkward expression, it's not the same. I've been afraid of ghosts since I was a kid. They're ethereal, a psychological fear. Like hanging ghosts, hungry ghosts, drowning ghosts, laughing ghosts, tree shadow ghosts, long-tongued ghosts. Just mentioning them gives me goosebumps. But I'm not afraid of normal corpses, because they're also considered normal objects. They don't carry the self-inflicted fear of ethereal ghosts. This statement was too hard to understand. Xiao He's face grew more and more puzzled as he asked, according to you, isn't your mom a ghost now? One of the types of soul spirits. Hearing this, Sushi couldn't help but get angry, directly waving his hand and asserting, how is that the same? She's a goddess. Besides, she's living just fine. Shut your dog mouth. This made him cry out in pain and immediately threaten, you throw his bones around like that, he might just come find you tonight. Suddenly, Xiaoxi at this moment jumped in surprise and cried out, huh? He stared blankly at the strange bone in front of him for a long time. Xiaoxi's face turned pale in a flash, his stomach churning as he thought to himself, even if it became a fossil, it wouldn't be half white bone, half mud like this. Strange. But then, very quickly after that, he had built a mound of earth, creating a respectable resting place for the other person. As he flicked his lighter, Xiaoxi smiled with satisfaction. Brother, have a Chinese cigarette. My dad quit smoking a long time ago, so it might be a bit stale. Rest in peace. A while later, the scene shifted to another place. Sushi at this moment was walking while constantly asking, Suhei, have you been in the fire hell before? It seems like we've gone very deep, but there's no treasure. Maybe we should just give up. The deeper we go, the more uneasy I feel. My intuition is usually spot on. Seeing this, Xiaohei immediately continued, I've never been inside. I've passed by nearby before, but never entered. After that, I was sealed in the spirit treasury tower by that crazy woman. I can't believe you're scared, kid. How are you going to do big things with me in the future? But then, as soon as his words were out, Xiaohei, in a flash, was stunned into realization. This is a demon or a beast man, a stone statue or a living creature. Indeed, Sushi on this side also said loudly, there's one here too. As soon as the words were out, He immediately fixed his gaze on the strange statue. The more he looked, the more Shi couldn't help but wonder to himself. This expression is so vivid. I don't think it's a stone statue. With that, he immediately grabbed one of the statue's fingers and tried to twist it. Let me just squeeze this and see. But then, in the next second, the statue unexpectedly shattered with a crack. Sushi's face immediately turned pale, his whole body trembling as he blamed himself. Sorry, I didn't know you were so brittle. Looks like it really is a stone statue. At the same time, the stone statue on the opposite side still stood motionless with a lovely smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Sushi decisively threw the finger away, turning his back in confusion and saying loudly, "Xiaohei, let's move forward. I also feel a treasure calling to me up ahead." This made him misunderstand and excitedly continue. "Let's go, kid. You have a special sense for treasure just like me now." Following their shadows, the statue on the other side still had a sad expression. The further they went, the more strange statues they encountered. Sushi constantly exclaimed, "There's one here too. This one looks rich just by looking at it. This place is so full of these." Suddenly, Xiaoxi was startled and froze, hugging his companion tightly and saying, "Xiaohei, look, there's a statue of an old man over there. So weird." This startled him as well, and his face wrinkled up. Hey, what's with you now? Why are you picking me up?" He momentarily recalled a series of painful, unforgettable memories. "In my experience, this posture never leads to anything good. But that statue is just too weird." The more Sushi and Xiaohei looked, the more they were blinded by its aura. An old man with a shiny bald head gradually appeared with a hideous demeanor. He and Xiaoxi stared, their eyes wide, standing there for a long time, at a loss for words. After a long while, Xiaohei finally came to his senses and, grabbing Xiaoxi's hand, his face dark, urged, "Kid, let's run. This place is unclean." The boy at this moment had a strange smile and said, "Seriously, this old guy is a pervy ghost. Just looking at him is uncomfortable. Is he really some kind of dirty thing?" Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaohei had already pulled him away in a hurry. "All right, we've gone far enough. Although my soul has been tempered a lot, we should be more careful as we get closer to the center of the hellfire. We can't act too rashly." Yeah, you're right. Let's stop. The hellfire is getting denser here. We have to be more careful." But then, in the next second, Xiaohei once again had to freeze, his face blank. "Damn it, there's one here too." The pervy old ghost appeared with a majestic demeanor, speaking in a delicate voice. "Gentlemen, please don't be alarmed. This old man may be a bit creepy, but I mean no harm." At these words, the boy immediately became wary and held out a large cup containing a strange yellow liquid. Could it be a real ghost? "This is a pervy old ghost. Don't be scared, Xiaohei. My grandma used to say that unclean things are very afraid of this." This made Xiaohei ask with wide-eyed curiosity, "What is that?" "Ruga wine." Hearing this, Xiaoxi blushed and continued, "A virgin boy's urine. Freshly made. I've been training hard lately, so the color is a bit dark." Seeing this, the pervy old ghost once again spoke gently to reassure them. "Don't be afraid, you two. I don't mean any harm. I'm not a ghost or anything, and I'm not a statue. I'm just a poor old man who fell down. Can you kind young men help me up? I'll thank you properly." But in response, Xiaoxi at this moment decisively threw the cup of urine. "Die, you filthy, pervy ghost." This made Xiaohei, standing to the side, stare in disbelief. Without a moment's hesitation, the boy put his arm around his shoulder and urged him to leave. "Xiaohei, this hell is no place for us. There's even a pervy old ghost named whatever. Let's find the treasure and then leave. We'll wash off the bad luck with pomelo leaves when we get home." Indeed, Xiaohei wholeheartedly agreed. Good idea." Witnessing this scene, the pervy old ghost finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Sushi, evil sovereign, you cannot continue to go forward." Hearing this, both of them, in an instant, froze and stared wide-eyed. The pervy old ghost, gaining confidence, directly provoked them. Strange, isn't it? Surprising? Shocking. But in response, Xiaohei and Xiaoxi unexpectedly broke into a strange smile, affirming in unison with certainty, "Let's be friends." In contrast, the pervy old ghost immediately sat down on the ground in confusion, asking in fear, "What are you doing? Has life finally decided to come for a little turtle like me? Please be gentle." But in response, the two of them, without any hesitation, bluntly said, "Talk. How do you know our names?" Looking at the scene before him, Xiaoxi immediately judged in his heart with a serious expression. This pervy black turtle has been strange from the moment he appeared. First, both Xiaohei and I passed the Hellfire's trial to get here. He looks so casual, he can't be an ordinary person. Second, there are those stone statues from before. Although they're fossils, I still feel they're not that simple. Moreover, I was able to break the statue from before. It's highly likely those statues were formed from living beings. Finally, how does he know my and Xiaohei's names? I've never met him, and I've never been through the fire hell. This is the point I'm most concerned about. But contrary to his worries, the pervy old ghost at this moment said in confusion, Aren't you supposed to be shocked and surprised, and then speculate all sorts of things about me? For example, this handsome turtle is so amazing. So handsome. I can't control myself. Why is there such a handsome old turtle living in this godforsaken place? And the weirdest thing is, he knows my name. So weird. I must spend my life taking care of him. This statement was too horrifying. The two of them grew more and more impatient and directly threatened him, causing the pervy old ghost to cry out in agony. "Are you guys demons? Can't we talk this out? Why did you throw urine at me? Now you want to roast me? I've been burned enough in this life. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I can explain to you." As soon as he was released, the old man immediately stood up straight and explained with a sigh. "I haven't introduced myself yet. You can call me Elder Xian. I don't know if you've heard of shamanism, but my clan is a member of this art. Our greatest strength is divination. I am a prominent figure in the Eastern divination world, but we also have some limitations. We cannot divine for ourselves or for matters related to our serpent turtle clan." Hearing this, Xiaoxi immediately burst out laughing and whispered, "Xiaohei, is he an elemental spirit or a demonic beast? Doesn't it hurt his but to sit on a rock like that?" Seeing this, Xiaohei immediately whispered back, "If we sat like that, it would probably hurt a lot. His but must be big. Also, you're wrong. This guy is probably a variant species, because variant species have divination abilities. They're pretty good at it too." At the same time, on this side, the pervy old ghost once again spoke with a serious expression, but occasionally there are exceptions. Before a member of my clan is about to pass on, they gain a miraculous divination ability, able to foresee the future of our clan. 3 years ago, one of our clan's old ancestors, before he passed away, foresaw the future. Our serpent turtle clan would face a calamity. He momentarily recalled with a sigh, and continued hesitantly. Before the old ancestor passed away, he was barely conscious, but one day he suddenly woke up and gathered the entire clan. In that painful memory, the old ancestor had slowly leaned on his staff, using his last bit of strength to call out weakly, "Xian, gather the entire clan for me. Something terrible is about to happen." Without a moment's hesitation, the old man, in a flash, announced in a loud voice, "The entire clan, listen to my command. Through the mystic passage, I have glimpsed a heavenly secret. The Serpent Turtle clan will face a world-ending calamity in the future. If we want to have a chance of survival, we must immediately disband the entire clan. Everyone, quickly scatter and run. I, in the name of the clan leader, order you all to never return. Right now? Immediately." This caused the crowd below to erupt in chaos. "Let's go? Let's go? This is it. Our clan peaked at heavenly secrets, and the calamity has finally come. The ancestor has used the mystic passage. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future." Just like that, they ran in chaos, constantly urging each other on. "Let's go this way. I'm not going to do divination anymore. Hurry, hurry. Listen to the ancestor. Take your wife and kids and go into hiding. This is retribution. We've revealed too many heavenly secrets, haven't we?" At that moment, the old ancestor suddenly called out, "Xian, wait." This made Xian, who was about to leave, immediately hesitate and jump in surprise. He looked at him with confusion and asked, "What is it, ancestor?" At these words, the old ancestor replied with a grim and serious expression, "Xian, are you willing to sacrifice everything for the clan? And by everything, I mean your dignity, freedom, and life. Through the mystic passage, I saw that our clan has one last chance of survival. You are the hope of our entire village. Or rather, 30,000 years from now, you will meet a special person. Hearing this, Xian was momentarily stunned and asked himself, Ancestor, that the hope of the entire village? He immediately fell into a mental struggle, his face dark as he gritted his teeth. In the next second, Xian spoke loudly, affirming with unwavering determination, Ancestor, I am willing. If my sacrifice can win hope for the entire clan, then I am willing to give up everything. Hearing this, the ancestor was somewhat relieved and nodded with satisfaction. Good. You are indeed my direct descendant, with courage just like me in my youth. That's right. You are the hope of our entire village. With a single word, the old ancestor, in a flash, lowered his voice and spoke gently. I, your ancestor, am about to face my tribulation. Revealing heavenly secrets has brought down heavenly punishment. The art of divination has sustained our clan, but it has also destroyed it. I cannot tell you the specifics now, or it will cause a series of variables. Just wait. Soon, the time will come. And then, a series of lightning bolts gathered with a roar. They all gathered together, simultaneously striking down on the old ancestor. He said helplessly, It's here. This made Xian, standing to the side, call out helplessly, Ancestor. In a flash, the lightning had swallowed the old ancestor's body. He said firmly, The punishment has arrived. Now is the time. Xian, listen carefully. You must remember this even in death. Soon, a group of people will come to capture our clan, but only you will be left here. Don't ask any questions. Just go with them. You will have to endure 30,000 years of torment and suffering. On this day, 30,000 years from now, you will meet a young man whose future you cannot predict. Help him. Place what I left in the ancestral hall into his sea of knowledge. Let him decide the future. We will escape this variant species curse. Our clan will prosper. Our clan will prosper. Our clan will prosper. As the last words were spoken, it was also the moment the old ancestor completely merged with the dust, but he still didn't forget to smile with satisfaction. I see it. I see it again. At these words, Xian knelt down with utmost reverence, affirming with certainty, Ancestor, I will remember. Rest in peace. Just like that, 2 hours quickly passed. A crowd of black-robed figures rushed in, exclaiming, Misa, it's all your fault for playing around on the way. Now we're a step too late. Damn it. These variant species are pretty good, huh? That old turtle must have used the mystic passage to predict our arrival and ran ahead. There's still one over there. With the few black turtles we caught on the way, it should be barely enough, right? One of them couldn't hold back and stepped forward. As he walked, he sneered, What a pity. I recently acquired a treasure and urgently need a large number of samples. There are no spare variant species here. What a shame. Very soon after, Xian was spotted by the group. Misa approached eagerly, caressing him and saying, I never thought the serpent turtle clan, with their shells on their backs, could have someone so handsome. This made Xian's face contort in disgust, and he retorted, You temptress, don't even think about disturbing my mind. Even if you get my body, you'll never have my soul. I have absolutely no interest in you. In contrast, Misa grew more and more excited. She momentarily licked Xian's face, causing him to turn pale with disgust. Let's go. If it weren't for the higher-ups' orders to capture you alive, I'd really want to taste you. The taste of a defiant man is so wonderful. With that, she turned away with a hint of regret, giving the order, He's the only one left, but taking him is barely enough to meet the quota. We'll slowly recapture the escaped serpent turtle clan members. We have other business to attend to. In response to this restraint, Xian directly waved his hand and said firmly, If I wanted to escape, I wouldn't have waited here for you. No need for those stinky cuffs. This look is too childish. Just like that, a long period of time quickly passed. Xian at this moment sighed helplessly, and that's how it was. After that, they locked us here for 30,000 years. Even the lifespan of the demon clan couldn't withstand it. The other clan members who were imprisoned died long ago. Only I remain, the one who possesses the old ancestor's secret treasure with half a life left. Back in the present, Xian, now old and frail, hesitated. Poor me. Xian, who was dashing and handsome my whole life. Although I'm still handsome now, I've declined a lot. But contrary to his expectations, Xiao He and Xiao Shi were indifferent, which made Xian wonder in disbelief. Are you even listening to me? On this side, Xiao Shi had a scornful look on his face and said, Su He, let me tell you, I don't trust this weirdo. Elder Xian, what a joke. In a minute, he'll definitely say I'm the one he's been waiting for and ask me to help him. I suspect he's the type to fake an injury to extort people. At these words, he also agreed with a disdainful look. I'm even older than his ancestor. Elder what? I'm his grandfather's grandfather. With that, Xiao Shi decisively pushed Xiao He's back and left. Let's go. Let's go. We've run into a scammer. Ignore him. Stay far away. Absolutely don't help him up. Let me tell you, Xiao He, when I was a kid, I liked to do good deeds like helping the elderly up. Now I don't dare to do it anymore. I'm scared. He momentarily had a thoughtful look on his face and recounted. Someone told me that this proves you've grown from a child into an adult. Perhaps this is the cold but realistic world of adults. That's right. I never thought that one day I would also. But before Xiao Shi could finish his sentence, Xiao He directly and loudly retorted, Need to be taught? I am the evil sovereign, the king of the endless night. I've never known what a good deed is. Let's go? The treasure is calling us. But then, in the next second, Xian couldn't hold back and tearfully stopped them. Kind sirs, please wait. Please listen to a few of my words. This old turtle, truly mean no harm. Seeing this, Xiao Shi just continued indifferently. Go on. Without a moment's hesitation, Xian hugged his leg tightly and burst into tears. Young man. You are the young man whose future I cannot predict that the old ancestor spoke of. This made Xiao He, standing to the side, jump in surprise, his face pale and his neck stiff. The old man was right about you, kid. He really said you're the one. In response, Sushi just frowned, his face cold with disdain. Hey, old man. You still haven't told me how you know my and Xiao He's names. Don't think we'll believe you just because of that. At this point, Xian had no choice but to play his trump card. Kid, you're very cautious. Good. This old turtle, have been talking for half a day, but I haven't swayed you at all. Witnessing the scene before them, Xiao He and Xiao Shi were immediately scared out of their wits and wondered, damn it, what kind of martial art is this? When tricking people doesn't work, you just kidnap them? Xiao He quickly climbed onto Xiao Shi's shoulder, and together they tried to figure it out. This stinky old man. It's a magic formation. When did the symbols on the ground spread out? We were clearly on guard against him. How did this happen? In contrast to their panic, Xian on this side just stared calmly as Xiao Shi and Xiao He lay sprawled on a lush green lawn. He woke up with a start and wondered, Are we out of the fire hell? He sat up, rubbing his still spinning head, and said worriedly, Oh no, this time we really got played. We were clearly on guard against that old turtle, but we still ended up like this. Sushi panicked and screamed, Oh crap. He jumped up, pulled down his pants to check his goods, and sighed in relief. The front is fine. My butt doesn't hurt too much either. At least I wasn't hurt in a critical spot. Suhei cried out, Hey, you're worried about the weirdest things. You should be worried about where that old turtle's coins are. Sushi sat down with a plop, crossed his legs, and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But then again, is what that old turtle said in the sea of knowledge trustworthy? He judged. Although he played a trick on us, if he wanted to harm us, it wouldn't have taken this long. He showed his sharp claws, turned his head, and said, No need to worry. That old turtle was definitely telling the truth, because he pulled us into his consciousness just now. What we saw was a fragment of his soul. There's nothing more real than that. But I don't like being ambushed. And he used a magic formation to bind us, then dragged us into his sea of consciousness. Inside the old turtle Xian's sea of consciousness, Xiaoxi raised his hands in a defensive stance and asked loudly, We fell for the old turtle's trick. Where are we? Xiao He also prepared for battle and judged. This seems to be the old turtle's sea of consciousness. We were dragged here by his strange magic formation. If our consciousness isn't strong enough, he can do whatever he wants. Xian suddenly appeared from behind a strange white cloud. He nodded and said, How miraculous. That kid's body carries a soul that doesn't match his age. He's indeed no ordinary person. Xiaoxi was stunned and exclaimed, "Huh?" He asked in confusion, "Is that the old turtle talking?" Xian said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, this old turtle, have no ill intentions. Please don't be hasty. Let me explain." Sushi's eyes widened as he pointed forward and called out, "Xiaohei, look. So scary. It's so long." He glanced over and asked curiously, "What's so long?" He slowly appeared with a giant turtle shell. Xian slowly explained, "What the hell are you talking about, giant? This is my beast form, the serpent turtle clan. In the sea of consciousness, we all look like this. I had no choice but to bring you two into my sea of consciousness. If you don't believe me, I can open my soul and let you freely explore my memories. After you've seen them, whether you believe me or not is up to you. I will give you the great gift that the old ancestor passed down to me." Xiaohei put his hands on his hips, looking skeptical, and raised a series of questions. "Open your soul for us to see? Are you really that generous? Putting your soul in our hands means we can kill you at will. Are you sure? Moreover, through your soul's memories, we can see your secrets and private matters." He narrowed his eyes and replied helplessly, "King of the dark elemental spirits, the evil sovereign. When I was young, I heard of your great name. This old turtle, had no choice but to do this. Things have come to this point, I must show some sincerity. I have nothing to be proud of anyway, so letting you see my memories is no big deal." Xian bowed his head in respectful submission. "Please, feel free to look at my memories. Please be gentle. This is my first time." The boy put his hands in his pockets, suspicious. "The closer we get, the heavier the pressure. Although I don't like you scheming against me, since you're letting us check your soul, I'll trust you this once." He chimed in, "Believe it or not, the great gift is definitely not small." The two of them, one big and one small, gently touched his head, creating two small, bright circles. Sushi frowned and analyzed. "Xiaohei, let's look from 30,000 years ago. We just need to know the information we need. Otherwise, with so many memories, how long will it take to watch them all?" He chuckled and said, "Why are you so well-behaved, kid? It won't hurt to watch a little more. It's a waste not to. I was originally planning to snoop on this clan's secrets. This is a divination clan, you know." A round hole slowly opened. The boy was curious. 30,000 years ago. It must be here, right? Xiaohei nodded and said, "Probably. Even if it's not, it can't be far off." A beautiful woman appeared in revealing clothes that showed off her seductive figure. Her voice was enchanting. "Elder Xian, am I beautiful? You have to work hard, okay? Otherwise, my little fist will punch you in the chest." The boy's nose and mouth started bleeding. He licked his lips and pretended to be innocent. "I didn't see anything, okay? I'm a pure 10-year-old blank slate." Xiaohei, seeing the beautiful woman, also couldn't help but bleed in praise. "Oh my, oh my." Xian's face turned red and he shouted, "Don't misunderstand. I was just working." Xiaoxi had a mischievous smile. Right. This old turtle you." He, true to his master, added a sarcastic comment, "So naughty." He remembered the scene of him painting the woman's portrait and defended himself. "At that time, I was just helping the beautiful woman paint. My hobby in my spare time is painting. Don't misunderstand. I'm a pure artist." The boy waved his hand sarcastically. Right. I'm also a pure artist. I understand you." Xiaohei laughed. "Trying to trick me into learning to paint again, are you? In this kid's dream, I've seen what you artists do. It's just like the style of my time." Xian, embarrassed and angry, quickly changed the subject. "Let's skip this part. I remember what I said will happen in a few days. Please don't mind the details." The two of them once again touched his head, and he agreed. All right. Let's get to the main point quickly." A few days have passed. Who would have thought that the next scene would leave the two of them stunned, exclaiming in unison, "Oh my God!" Xian was behind, hugging a man in a somewhat flamboyant outfit. The person even blushed and praised. "You're so good. I feel like I'm about to fly to the sky." He panicked and looked for an excuse. "Don't misunderstand. I was working. At that time, I was helping him with his health. My hobby in my spare time is massage." Xiaoxi covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Hei Lang, Don't learn. The world of artists is full of mud like this." He urged with a weary tone. "Do you need to be so far away? I told you it's not what you think. Come here and do the main thing. You too, uncles. The boy was still whispering in Xiao Hei's ear. Let me tell you, Xiao Hei, not all artists are like that. At least I'm not. After a few successful attempts, the two of them finally finished watching what Xian had told them about his memories from 30,000 years ago. I can't believe the old turtle was telling the truth. If it were me, I wouldn't know what to choose either. This place hides such a big secret. You've been here for 30,000 years. Do you know anything? Tell me. Sushi took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears, his face covered in blood as he exclaimed, I can't believe the old turtle was telling the truth. If it were me, I wouldn't know what to choose either. He also acted the same way and asked, This place hides such a big secret. You've been here for 30,000 years. Do you know anything? Tell me. Xian bowed his head and recounted. If it weren't for the fact that before he died, the old ancestor transferred the clan's secret treasure into me, I'm afraid my flesh and blood in this fire hell would have been turned into the statues you saw. Even my soul would have been locked up, unable to leave, suffering the burning of the hellfire for all eternity. Sushi frowned and exclaimed, As expected, those statues were formed from living beings. If that's the case, do all the sharp spikes on the rocks in the fire hell represent an imprisoned soul? He continued, Think about it. The stronger or larger the living being, the larger the mountain will be. In the deepest part of the fire hell, what kind of living being is imprisoned in that mountain whose peak cannot be seen? But he also said that the fire hell is not the same as before, so he can't go deep either. Does he know something? The water in the fire hell is very deep. I can't fall into it now. Xian got straight to the point, begging for help. Benefactors, the hope of our serpent turtle clan is not me, but you. Don't feel pressured. The old ancestor never said you had to give up anything. He only asked me to give the treasure to you, so that in the future, you can resolve your great calamity. I and the old ancestor only ask that on the day you command the wind and rain on the continent, you can conveniently help our wandering clan. You don't need to bear the heavy responsibility for my clan, nor do you need to pay any price. That's all. Xiao Hei whispered, I've heard of the old turtle's mystic passage before. It's incredibly mysterious. If it's a life-saving treasure left by him, it must be very formidable. Its value is immeasurable. This deal is not a loss. The boy had already planned it in his head and said, I understand. You want to force the treasure into my hands, right? Your old ancestor has good taste. He even saw through 30,000 years that I am an outstanding person. You want to bribe me? Send a gift to me. Xiaoxi held out his palm and agreed. In that case, we agree with you. On the day we command the wind and rain on this origin continent, we will do our best to help your clan have a new life. He suggested, Take out the treasure, the life-saving one from your ancestor, and let's see it. I'm so excited. He quickly spat out a treasure in midair. Xian entrusted it to him and said, Benefactor Su Shi, this is the instruction my old ancestor left for you. You must remember it. The box is engraved with a name, Yu Shi. He suddenly panicked and said very quickly, Oh no, Benefactor, don't open the treasure box. Remember not to open it on your own. Put it into your sea of consciousness. On the day when the time is right, it will open by itself. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoxi had already completed the action. The box was opened, and inside was a piece of paper with the content. Hello, friend. I am Xian's old ancestor. I had already guessed that you would open it immediately, so I used this piece of paper to cover the ancient secret. Please don't open it anymore. Sushi turned his head, coughed, and admitted his mistake. Sorry. This personality is probably due to my past life. Next time, you should speak faster. Xiao Hei followed. Me too. I've been receiving treasures my whole life, so this habit can't be changed. I heard your ancestor also left a gift for me, right? Xian sighed in relief and continued to instruct. Fortunately, the ancestor predicted it like a god. Soon, the treasure box will enter your sea of consciousness. The ancestor said the treasure box can also conceal your consciousness, so in the future, others won't be able to see the secrets in your soul. In addition, yes, there is also a part for the evil sovereign. I know your names because of the words on the box. Another green box was brought out, with 2 words engraved on it. Evil sovereign. He jumped up and shouted. So it was you who kept calling me outside the fire hell, right? Then he bent over and opened the box, leaving Xiaoxi standing behind, his mouth agape in admiration. So you really have a sense for treasures? Wait, why can't I read these words normally? It has to have music and animation, so magical. Inside the box were 2 soul stones with a message. Dear thieving evil sovereign, remember to return my clan's mystic heaven mirror in the future. Xiaohei picked up the 2 spirit stones and bit them to see if they were real. He wrinkled his nose and complained. Could this be that old fool Xian's doing? What a grudge holder. He still remembers something from so many years ago. He was wrong, but he still acts like he's right. Seeing that you left this soul stone, I'll forgive you. But speaking of the mystic heaven mirror in my treasure vault, it should still be there, right? I can use it to set up a net that catches everything. Everything was settled. He shot up to the surface of the water and laughed. That's great. 30,000 years. My mission is finally complete. Gentlemen, I will take your bodies out of the fire hell. Don't go inside anymore. This is not a good place. Seeing that you 2 are so insistent on going inside, it seems you want to train, right? The goal has been achieved. There's no happiness in forcing it. The boy waved his hand in farewell. Old turtle, you can go in peace. He also waved goodbye. Go rest, you stinky old turtle. Hearing those words, he waved his arms and legs and said, I'm not dying. I have the secret treasure passed down by the old ancestor. I can't die even if I want to. It's just that my primordial spirit has been away from my body for too long, so I have to go back. Sushi smiled awkwardly, sorry. After we get stronger, we'll come back and save you. After that, he turned to ask Xiaohei, it's only been 1 day. Didn't Xiaogu tell us to hold on for 3 days? He snorted coldly and said, the holding on, that Gu Huang meant was if you didn't enter the central area. The hellfire outside has no effect on you. Look who helped you overcome the hellfire. His goal has been perfectly achieved. The boy looked at Xian's figure and realized, this treasure box is real. After putting it into my sea of consciousness, Xiaohei and I can easily change our appearance. Goodbye, old turtle. I hope the next time we meet, I can help you escape. Xiaohei stood beside him and said proudly, my essence is that of a god. It's too easy to change my appearance. But instead of saving the old turtle, I think it's easier to save my intact body. He suddenly remembered and expressed his attitude. Oh right, kid. I left a few coins in your pocket. Carry them with you in the future. They might be very useful. The butt of a young boy is so firm. And it's so elastic. This old turtle, really like you. After getting out, Xiaoxi looked down and checked his pants. He hesitated. He left me 4 coins. Are they as he said? Just then, Xiao Yun flew over, crying and calling out worriedly. Son, it's so good that you're here. Xiaogu was taken by bad guys. The boy's face turned pale. He exclaimed in confusion. What? The scene changes. Somewhere else. Ming Ji brought a hand to her lips, smiling sinisterly. I'm so lucky. I was just planning to nourish my corpse in this place of extreme een, but I never expected to find a sentient skeleton. Oh, my spirit, after the ritual is over, you will be my exclusive treasure. She opened her eyes wide in admiration. Why are you so beautiful? Why are you so much more handsome than the ugly skeletons I've found everywhere? It's a good thing he's destroyed now. It saves me the trouble. The first time I saw you, I couldn't control myself. Moreover, before you died, your strength had surpassed the Saint Spirit realm. If it weren't for your recent severe injuries that lowered your strength, and if it weren't for our Yin-Si sect's divine artifact, we really wouldn't have been able to capture you. Is this fate? Ming Ji reached out her palms to touch Gu Huang's eye sockets and murmured, Yin-Si sect. I think I heard that name in the Saint clan back then. They form pacts with corpses, with roots in the 8 colors of the East. But there are too many grave robbers allied in all 4 directions. No wonder you have a special restraining scepter to deal with me, and a divine spell that makes me unable to resist. Little girl, please let me go. I still have things to do. I can't be your life-bound corpse spirit. She pulled her hand back, clutching her chest and plotting. I can let you go. As soon as the life-bound spirit corpse ritual is done, I'll let you go. Or maybe, in the future, I'll be your bride. Just the 2 of us. No one can disturb our lives. You're so fake. You must be a very ancient sentient corpse. That's great. You want me to let you go, right? Ming Ji's cheeks flushed. She said softly, when I grow up, I can dual cultivate with you. The Yin-Si sect's traditions also have this method. Gu Huang, tied up and covered in talismans, was speechless at this woman. On Xiao Shi's side, he entered a dark room and asked, Xiao He, can you smell his scent? He must be here, right? But hey, do you feel that? The Yin wind is so strong here. Are there ghosts? He Lang stood before the Yin Si sect and confirmed, this is the place. My keen nose is sensitive here. Moreover, this is probably a plundered place of the Yin Si sect. There might still be remnants. They're the ones who captured Gu Huang. Xiao Shi picked up Xiao He to use as a shield, adding a reminder. All right, then I can only overcome my psychological barrier. You go first. Xiao Yin stood beside them, crying and blaming herself. It's all my fault. If Gu Huang hadn't brought me to this place of extreme Yin to nourish my soul, he wouldn't have been captured. She sobbed as she recounted the battle scene. We were nourishing our souls near a place with extreme Yin, but suddenly, a group of monsters appeared. Xiao Gu carried me and fought for a long time. It wasn't a big deal at first, but then suddenly a girl appeared. After she approached Xiao Gu with a strange object, he couldn't move. Xiao Yin raised her hands to wipe her tears, her heart aching. In the end, Xiao Gu even ignored himself to send me away. Xiao Shi, Lord Evil Sovereign, you too must save Xiao Gu. Xiao He recalled Gu Huang's injuries and analyzed the situation. Definitely, Gu Huang was seriously injured before. If it weren't for protecting Xiao Shi's family, he wouldn't have forced himself to resist. He should have found a way to cultivate and heal his injuries long ago. His strength was depleted, and he ran into people from the Yin Si sect. It's just one bad thing after another. I'm afraid the chances of him being refined into a life-bound spirit corpse are very high. That's why many powerful beings would rather die and return to the void, turning to dust, than leave their bodies behind. Otherwise, who knows what kind of monstrous form their bodies will be turned into. The boy stroked his mother's head to comfort her. Don't worry, Mom. We'll save Xiao Gu. I think this method of cultivating a life-bound spirit corpse is not simple. The person who captured Xiao Gu hasn't succeeded yet. We still have time. Let's go. He Lang crossed his arms and said to himself, that's right. This kind of corpse refining requires preparation time. Let's go quickly. But Xiao Yin had already flown off, asking worriedly, Xiao Shi, are you scared? The boy ran after her and replied, this is not the time to be scared. Xiao He realized he had been left behind and shouted, wait for me. On Ming Ji's side, Gu Huang's face was wrinkled in refusal. Little girl, stop messing around. I know you don't have any ill intentions, but I will absolutely not become your life-bound spirit corpse. She paid him no mind and hugged a pile of things, muttering, what other ingredients do I need? He raised his voice and shouted, stop playing around. Didn't I make myself clear? Suddenly, Ming Ji's eyes widened, and she let out a pained sound. The things in her hands unexpectedly fell to the ground with a clatter. Ming Ji's face turned pale, and she clutched her neck, repeating two words over and over, I'm sorry. She bit her lip tightly, her pupils turning completely white. Ming Ji screamed, I was wrong. I was wrong. Then she looked down at her arm, which was covered in deep cuts. She once again picked up the dagger, as if wanting to make a few more cuts. Gu Huang saw the imminent danger and shouted to stop her. Ming Ji seemed not to hear. She opened her eyes wide as if controlled by someone, and said in a daze, I won't save you next time. Punishment. He watched this action with worry. Gu Huang blamed himself. Could it be because I raised my voice that she's hurting herself? How much has this child been hurt? She's clearly the same age as my daughter back then, but her mind is so twisted. What should I do? I have no ability to solve this problem. How do you coax this little girl? It's because I only knew how to fight in all directions back then and never took proper care of my daughter. If Granduncle were here, it would be great. If it were you, you would definitely have a way. Although Granduncle is not strong, he has a heart that is good at empathizing. He kept thinking, this is so hard to deal with. What should I do? If she were a bad person, I could just die with her. At worst, I could just self-destruct. But I can feel that she is a pitiful girl. I'm not afraid of a fight, but I don't dare to deal with a situation like this. My mind is a blank slate. What should I do? Suddenly, a voice called out, Grandnephew, it's me, Granduncle. Can you hear me? Xiao Shi, Xiao He, and Xiao Yin peeked out from behind the wall. She waved her hand and called, Grandnephew, we've come to save you. Gu Huang saw a familiar face and whined, Granduncle. The boy shivered and then his eyes widened. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Don't make that pitiful face. Don't be scared. I see it. We'll communicate with our consciousness. No need for any reckless actions. Watch me teach you how to do it." He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, granduncle. Don't hurt the little girl. I feel that she has no ill intentions." He looked back at Ming-ji, who was still slumped on the ground. She was still talking to herself. "I won't dare again. I'll listen. I'll be obedient. Or should I kill you? Then I'll end myself with you. Don't do that. Let's die together. Everyone is dead anyway. Let's die too." Xiaoxi called out worriedly. "Hello, hello, grandnephew. Can your consciousness hear me clearly?" She's starting to have an episode. "This situation is too dangerous." He quickly replied, "The sound is clear. Sorry to trouble you, granduncle. Let's begin." The boy used Gu Huang's body to speak with his own voice. "Hey, little girl. You're not only hurting yourself, but you're also hurting me. My heart hurts so much. It hurts more than you do. 1,000 times, 10,000 times more." Xiaoxi grinned as he forced him to say these romantic lines. "Maybe no one has ever cared about you before. Maybe someone even hurt you, making you like this. But now you have me. I will protect you. I will take care of you." Hearing this, Ming-ji couldn't help but cover her face in embarrassment and wonder, "What the hell? Am I dreaming?" Gu Huang was sweating bullets and could only say softly to the boy, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have raised my voice at you. I should have pampered and loved you. And another thing, you're so silly. Let me tell you, I'm not your exclusive treasure." Sushi shouted, "You are my exclusive treasure. You silly girl." This made his face turn pale. She was moved by these words. Out of nowhere, a love arrow shot straight into Ming-ji. Thousands of love arrows were aimed at her. Ming-ji tilted her head back and imagined, "No one has ever said that to me before. No one has ever cared about me like this. Is it real? Does it really hurt 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than me? Is it true? Will he protect me? Am I his exclusive treasure?" The boy behind him stroked his hair arrogantly and whispered, "Good thing I went through the dark 80s, so I know how to deal with this kind of illness. But this method wouldn't work for anyone else. She's infatuated with my grandnephew now. Even if his words are nonsense, they're more effective than 10,000 words from someone else." Xiaoxi put one hand on his hip, pointed to the sky, and enthusiastically instructed, "Grandnephew, now is the time for the fatal blow. Granduncle will teach you my ultimate skill, the great art of seduction, retreat to advance." Gu Huang continued to follow his instructions. "Little girl, just keep me tied up like this. Never let me go. I won't blame you. I really won't blame you. After all, you're not me, so you don't understand how I feel right now. Just like I don't understand your pain. I just want you to be happy." He raised his face and acted as if it were real. "Even if the whole world is against you, I will still stand in front of you. If there's someone in this world who would die for you, it would be me, my treasure. Right now, I just want to hold you tight, so you won't be hurt anymore." Ming-ji's face was as red as a tomato. She let out a sound. Immediately, Ming-ji picked up her arrow and transferred some energy into it. Her heart began to beat faster. Ming-ji placed the weapon on her chest and said worriedly, "I've released your barrier. I don't want you to hug me. I also don't believe your sweet words." Instantly, the ropes and talismans disappeared. Gu Huang was freed. He shot towards her. Gu Huang hugged Ming-ji and said softly, "I'm sorry, little girl. I can't be your life-bound spirit corpse. Sleep well." The boy closed his eyes and stroked his head, announcing with excitement, "Success." Xiaoxi put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud with confidence. "I can't believe it worked. Lucky. So lucky. My old, shy heart is about to explode." Xiao Yun flew beside him, wanting to learn. "What was that just now? I want to learn too. I want to learn too." But Xiao He could only stare at the mother and son with his mouth agape. He picked her up, looked at her face thoughtfully, and asked softly, "Now, where should I put this little girl?" Xiao Shi and Xiao He sat by the fire, smiling mischievously. Xiao Yun sat among the cute animals, looking at the two of them with wide eyes, looking confused. Gu Huang was silent, sweat pouring down his face. He just sat there in a daze, his breathing becoming more and more rapid. It turned out that Gu Huang was cultivating, revealing his six-pack abs, but beside him was Ming-ji, hugging his arm tightly and not letting go. The two of them saw the love-filled scene and just laughed. He looked at the boy who was happily eating fish and silently begged for help. "Granduncle, help me." The boy frowned and snorted, saying with an air of superiority, "You want me to step in again? What a headache. Who told you to be my grandnephew? Let me help you out of this." Xiaoxi threw the fish behind him, stroked his head, and put on a handsome look, saying, "Miss, may I ask your name?" Mingji bluntly replied to his words with a single cold word. Xiaoxi was shocked on the spot. He hugged his mother and cried, "Mom, she's so fierce." She caressed his cheek and comforted him. "It's okay. It's okay. Mom loves you." The boy's face was pale as he said to himself, "I forgot. I'm not her grandnephew. Nothing I say will work. Only what he says will work. But I'm also curious. This girl is only in her teens. Why is she so twisted?" Xiaoxi thought of the scene of her with a teddy bear in her hand, a sharp knife in the other, and blood splattered below, and judged. People with this kind of clingy illness often have intense emotions and obsessions with a certain phenomenon that normal people can't understand and identify. They also have extreme actions to express love, possessiveness, self-harm, and hurting others. With no other choice, he turned to suggest, "Let's talk with our consciousness. I'll tell you what to do." Gu Huang nodded in agreement. "Sorry to trouble you, granduncle," he said, following Xiaoxi's words. "Miss, can you introduce yourself? We don't know anything about you right now." Mingji's eyes lit up as she understood and asked, "You want to get to know me better? I'll tell you, my treasure." She quickly introduced herself. "My name is Mingji. I grew up in the Yinsi sect. But I don't like this ghostly place at all. And the father who loved me the most was killed by the people from the temple long ago." Mingji recalled her grandfather's teachings. "Stand up. Continue to recite the cultivation method I taught you. Who told you you're a girl? I have to make you strong. So strong that the other elders will be afraid. Only then, even if you're not a boy, can you take your father's place as the sect master." Then she said softly, "My grandfather is the sect master of the Yinsi sect. But that doesn't mean I was loved. On the contrary, I was hated for not being a boy." That night, Mingji was just a child, crying and screaming. "It hurts so much, Grandpa. This place is so scary." But all he could do was shout, "Stand up. Do you want to end up like your parents, killed by the so-called righteous path?" Her grandfather tightened his grip on the cane in his hand. He didn't think about their blood relationship and ruthlessly hit Mingji with a painful blow. The cane hit Mingji so hard that it broke in two. Her body was covered in wounds, and she could only lean against a pillar and listen to her grandfather's harsh words. "I've been teaching you the Yinsi sect's cultivation method for so long, and you still haven't memorized it. I'll beat you to death." Mingji's voice grew softer and softer. After every beating, he would be very troubled and regretful, crying his eyes out. She continued in pain, but the next day, he would still teach me strictly and beat me half to death. He was a demon. Then, when I was 14, threw me into the Yinsi sect's corpse room. No matter how much I screamed, he showed no mercy. He locked the door and left. At that time, Mingji was terrified, lying among the corpses. That was no place for a 14-year-old. Even a slight movement would make her touch a skull. Mingji screamed incessantly inside that demonic room. She recounted with a voice full of hatred, but that demon never appeared again. It was during that time that I learned that there are things in this world more terrifying than demons. In comparison, I hoped the demon would come. I hoped that one day, that demon would open the gate for me. Inside, time is the cheapest thing. You will feel like you have an eternal life. You will feel the slowness of time. This is the place that makes people suffer the most. It's better to die than to live. Mingji blamed herself. But I don't have the guts to end it myself. Deep down, there's still a pitiful voice telling me, I want to live. I don't want to die. Am I an abused person? A pervert? I'm so weak that I don't dare to die. Just like that, I stayed in there for 2 years. Xiaoxi was stunned and repeated the 2 words, 2 years. At this moment, Gu Huang was also terrified and unhappy to have a woman who had gone through so many scary things by his side. He couldn't help but cover his mouth to stop the urge to vomit. She continued, "Although the door didn't open after 2 years, it was okay. I was used to it anyway." One day, the door creaked open. Mingji cleared her throat. Just as I was getting used to that place, he appeared. A man in white clothes walked in. She exclaimed, "White Knight." The small dragon on his shoulder announced, Jean Long, report to the temple that White Knight Philip has completed the mission of wiping out the remnants of the Ensi sect. This made the White Knight a little surprised, and he exclaimed, "Huh?" He looked thoughtfully at the child sitting in front of him, covering her eyes. Ming Ji said grimly, "I will never forget the look in his eyes at that time. It was a feeling of disgust and discrimination. Just continue to live your filthy, disgusting life." The White Knight's eyes seemed to be saying that. That look kept replaying in my head. She chuckled and continued her story, "But I never thought he wouldn't kill me. He killed my grandfather and all the people of the Ensi sect, but he rescued me. From then on, I was free." At this point, Xiaoxi held up a grilled fish to comfort her. "It's good that you're okay now. Have some fish. My cooking skills are superb." He enthusiastically offered the fish. "Here." Mingji nodded and took it. "Thank you." She slowly brought the fish to her mouth and took a small bite. Then, Mingji held the fish skewer and praised it. Suddenly, Xiao Yun frowned as if she had discovered something was wrong. She thought of that demonic room and the creepy talismans. Behind the slightly ajar door was a belt and a torn holy book. Under the quiet moonlight, Ming Ji said shyly, "I'm sorry. Please continue eating. I need to use the restroom for a moment." She turned and walked away, her footsteps sounding hurried. Ming Ji ran forward quickly. She burst into tears. Ming Ji gritted her teeth and whimpered a few times. She couldn't take it anymore and clung to a tree trunk, throwing up everything she had just eaten. Ming Ji's whole body trembled. She covered her mouth and told herself, "Don't throw up. Swallow it down. I want to be a normal person." Ming Ji dug her fingernails into the back of her other hand, making them bleed, to regain her composure. After a while of tormenting herself, she slowly stood up. Ming Ji's eyes turned red again, as if she were being controlled by someone. She smiled and said to herself, "That's right. I just need to kill everyone else." Ming Ji ran back excitedly and announced, "I'm back." Suddenly, a surge of power rushed towards her. Xiao He also transformed into a mysterious spirit, ready to fight at any moment. Gu Huang was no less prepared, his brow furrowed in determination. She saw this scene and froze, covering her mouth in shock and asking, "What are you doing? Why are you attacking me first?" 10 minutes earlier, Xiao Yun analyzed with a serious face, "Ming Ji is lying. I can feel that her emotions are full of hatred and anger. Those are not her true words. Deep in her soul, there is a hidden killing intent, so faint that it's almost imperceptible. This killing intent is only aimed at me, my son, and the evil sovereign. Or rather, it's aimed at everyone except for Xiaogu. A destructive mood always follows her." Sushi finished eating the fish and exclaimed in admiration, "Since when did you have this ability, Mom? So amazing. Is this the legendary telepathy?" Xiao He poked his head in and praised, "So amazing, Xiaoxi's mom. Can you feel my thoughts right now?" She hugged the rabbit in her arms, cowering and saying softly, "I only got it after coming to the land of extreme Een. But I can only feel everyone's emotions, not their specific thoughts deep down. For example, right now." Xiao Yun pointed directly at the boy and said, "My son's emotions right now are love and joy, and a little bit of worry." The next victim to be pointed out was Hei Lang. She continued, "The evil sovereign's emotions are always nostalgia and vagueness. Now it's become surprise." Xiao Yun turned to Gu Huang. She was a little curious. "Xiao Gu is very worried right now. What's wrong, Xiao Gu?" The boy thought of a plan and negotiated, "I know what you're worried about right now, grandnephew. I'm sure Ming Ji is not just using the restroom. She's definitely up to no good. If you can't bring yourself to do it later, leave it to me and Xiao He. We've already taken a big risk by letting her be. Instead of waiting for Ming Ji to make a move and things become irreversible, it's better to stop it before it happens. What do you think?" Gu Huang thought deeply. "Ming Ji is the same age as my daughter. Now she's become like this. What is this world coming to? I've killed countless enemies and have no humanity left for women. I never thought that after so many years, I would be resurrected with hatred but be so indecisive with a little girl." The image of his daughter flashed in his mind for a moment, followed by Ming Ji in a very demonic form. Xiao He lay sprawled by the fire, yawning and complaining. "You humans are so troublesome. You catch and release and catch. If we followed the ways of my dark elementals, it would be either submit or die. It wouldn't be this troublesome. I can't understand a bunch of people who look for trouble for themselves. Xiaoxi hit him and added a harsh word. Grandnephew, this damn dog. I feel that this emotion is what's most precious about us humans. Hei Lang, with a bump on his head, muttered softly, You're the dog. I'm the king of the dark attribute, the evil sovereign. The boy continued, Perhaps this is a chance for you to be a person again, and not the former Saint Clan War General, Huang Ming. He calculated, Although my mom has warned me, I think we should prepare some kind of binding formation. Otherwise, if Ming Ji releases some kind of zombie or ghost later, I'll be scared. No, we'll be in big trouble. Ziyan laughed and teased, Son, don't lie. I can feel that you're scared. It's okay. Mom will protect you. The boy turned sideways and said, Later, you can hide in my sea of consciousness. You're in a remnant soul state right now. You can't move around recklessly. It wouldn't be good to damage the plants and trees here. Am I right, Mom? She nodded and said, That's right. Back in the present, Xiaoxi and Xiaohei were charging to attack Mingji. She hurriedly called out, Gu Huang, my treasure. He raised his bone sword, covering half of his face, his eyes showing determination. Gu Huang swung his bone sword sideways and ordered in a loud voice, Tell the hidden zombies to come out. The aura on them is exactly like mine. I can feel it even from a distance. She quickly made an excuse. I just want what's best for you. If you continue, the boy said with a serious face, Xiaohei, be careful. Don't be too harsh. Hei Lang slowly approached with a mysterious spiritual power. He said 2 words, Got it. Ming Ji glanced back and cursed, Troublesome. Everyone go die. The zombies, following her command, flew towards them. Xiaoxi was scared to death. He ran for his life, screaming, Mom. So many ghosts. Goodbye, everyone. Xiaohei, be harsher. The boy turned around and saw Hei Lang screaming even louder. Oh my God. Suhei, why are you here too? He ran for his life and explained, These are not normal zombies. Look at their clothes. These are the followers of the Insi sect. They were exposed to too many corpses when they were alive, so their bodies are also infected with corpse chi. After they died and were refined into zombies, they became even more powerful. Suhei turned around and touched his butt, where 2 red bite marks were still visible, and complained, And they bit my butt and sucked my negative origin power. Damn it. Gu Huang stood opposite Ming Ji and provoked her in a low voice. There's still one more. Call it out. She held up a small box to her mouth and said mockingly, As expected of my beloved Gu Huang. Even though your strength is damaged, not even 1/10,000th of what it used to be, your intuition is still as sharp as ever. You must have been at least a high-level god when you were alive, right? Aren't you afraid of the Insi sect's sex-suppressing magic weapon, the 10,000 Demon Scepter? And the strongest zombie in here. You only have the strength of a great origin spirit master now. You can't stop me from killing them. Ming Ji slowly opened the box, and spiritual energy immediately poured out. It gathered together to form the White Knight. She held the weapon in her hand, one finger pointing at him. Ming Ji loudly recounted what was hidden before. The White Knight never intended to spare me before, but he was too careless. He didn't expect that I had already controlled all the corpses in the room. In the end, he was stabbed in the back and died. Although I lost an eye, I survived. Haha, he is my strongest zombie right now. He has the strength of an early-stage saint spirit. He alone can almost kill all the zombies I have. He's no match for someone who is injured like you. Gu Huang pursed his lips and listened to her hateful words. I want to help you kill them all, as long as you continue to be with them. She cried and screamed, You will die again. Your soul will be scattered. Xiaoxi looked back, his eyes wide in surprise, and muttered, What? My grandnephew will die? What's going on? It's too far. I can't hear clearly. He still calmly replied, Ridiculous. Why would I die? Granduncle and great-grandmother are my only relatives left. Even if I die in front of them, I think it's worth it. Ming Ji became more and more agitated. She pointed directly at him. That's why you died before. Your body can't hold on any longer. Ming Ji shouted and advised him. As long as they are by your side, you will not recover from the continuous injuries on your body. What is it that has been preventing you from resting, constantly pushing yourself to the limit? Xiaoxi was sitting on a treetop looking down at the zombies and cried out in fear. Damn it. They're really after him. Are you done yet, Xiaohei? He threw rocks at them and reassured. Almost, almost. Just hold on a little longer. She's face darkened as she pointed at them and blamed. It's them. To protect those weak people, you never go into seclusion to cultivate. You keep consuming your origin power. You're just like my foolish father. He said something about being willing to give up everything for the people around him. Gu Huang turned his face away, showing his cool demeanor. He said in a teaching tone, actually, you're the selfish one. You don't know how much pain the people who are left behind will suffer. At this point, one of Mingji's lost eyes started to bleed. She trembled and ordered, White Knight, ignore me. Kill all those people. Leave no one alive. He heard this and obeyed, quickly going to attack all of them. Gu Huang bravely charged forward, his tone extremely sharp. Granduncle and great-grandmother are my only relatives left in this world. I will absolutely not allow you to harm them. Mingji stood in the encirclement, summoning countless purple spiritual energies. She said smugly, Now you're even weaker and can't stop me. Just watch obediently. Soon it will be just the two of us. Then she unleashed her ultimate move. 10,000 Demon Scepter. On this side, Sushi's face turned pale. He raised his spiritual, energy-filled foot and declared in a loud voice, I'll kick you to death. Come on. I'll show you what I'm made of. He used all his strength to kick the zombie in the face, making it freeze for a moment. Sushi complained endlessly. Can't you draw these zombies a little better? They're so disgusting, I don't even want to touch them. He suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Then he summoned a sword. Suhei turned his head, his eyes shining like stars when he saw it. He exclaimed with his mouth agape. This design, could it be an epic weapon? So powerful. The boy held the sword in front of him and muttered. The light is shining. This is the sword from the past of the warriors who died on the battlefield. Xiaoxi jumped into the air, performed a beautiful move, and said, leaving behind a noble ideal and a silent white tragedy. Xiaohei was startled and exclaimed, That's not sword chi on that sword, is it? He's already managed to concentrate a sliver of sword chi in the first step. The kid has never learned it before. How can he do that? The zombie's eyes were wide and its mouth was agape as it stared intently. The boy held the sword up to the sky, swirled it a few times, and chanted a spell. With this noble will as glory, with this absolute faith as wisdom. Sushi swung the sword sideways and said with a raised chin, The ever-victorious king is now famous in the world of miracle masters. The sword of victory. He quickly slashed, sending the zombie flying instantly. It fell backward due to inertia, making the others a little hesitant. In a flash, its body fell to the ground with a loud thud. At the same time, Xiaoxi's sword made a cracking sound and broke in two. The boy stared at the hilt in his hand with his mouth agape and muttered, I put a lot of thunder origin power into it this time, and it still broke. Damn it, this thing is expensive. He muttered with a weary tone, so it's a fake. In this kid's world, fakes are made so well, they look real. So the sword chi just now was also fake. The zombie now sat up as if nothing had happened. It turned its head back and forth, looking down at its intact body. Who would have thought that in the next second, its whole body would be split in two? The zombie could only scream in pain in a shower of red blood. The boy stood on high and turned to ask, Xiaohei, is it done? He nodded and replied, Yes, reel in the net. You make the move, Xiaoxi said with determination. Sushi put one foot down, one hand on the tree trunk, creating a blazing red magic formation and summoning. Teleportation formation, activate. Xiaohei stood by and muttered, If you're going to activate it, just activate it. Why say it? The boy immediately retorted, It sounds cooler when I say it. In the center of the formation, the two of them quickly disappeared before the astonished eyes of the zombies. They appeared far behind the strange creatures. The boy held out his hand and drew another circle, whispering, Let's try the new move I've been researching. Star Transformation Divine Thunder, miniature version. First, I painstakingly drew 2 magic formations on each side. Then, I just need to lure everyone to gather on one side. Xiaoxi said smugly. Then I can get them all at once. Immediately, a magic circle appeared above the zombies' heads. From it, several bolts of lightning shot down on them. Several loud cracks and sizzles echoed through the sky. Hei Lang gave a thumbs up and praised. Well done, kid. You combined light and lightning to create an attack aimed directly at undead creatures. The boy stroked his head and smiled awkwardly. You're too kind. I just got a feeling after seeing Goddess Shi's star transformation Divine Thunder before. This time, I was lucky to use it to deal with them. But he didn't know that the White Knight was behind him. He, with his face covered in wounds and his eyes bandaged, still exuded a murderous aura. The White Knight threw his weapon straight at Xiao Shi. Luckily, with his quick reflexes, the boy was able to swing his own weapon to block this dangerous blow. Xiao He looked at Xiao Shi clenching his weapon and cursed. Damn it! Isn't that the White Knight's outfit? He's so strong. I'm scared. He was at least a Saint Spirit level body cultivator when he was alive. He gritted his teeth and added, We can't beat him. He's 3 whole realms stronger. But I want to say this. You kid can't meet a normal opponent, can you? Why do you always run into big bosses? Are you a reincarnated comet? The boy looked at the White Knight in front of him helplessly, then regained his composure and said, I'm also desperate. Stop complaining. If we survive, we'll have a chance to show off later. Hei Lang questioned. As expected, Ming Ji was lying. But how did the White Knight die? Is Ming Ji strong enough to kill a living Saint Spirit White Knight? Gu Huang saw the imminent danger and turned his head to call out loudly, Grand Uncle. At this point, Ming Ji was creating a magic circle between her and him. Ming Ji said, The 10,000 Demon Scepters barrier is for the Yin-Si sect to specifically capture high-level spirit corpses. You can't escape. She slowly took a step forward. Ming Ji hugged Gu Huang and whispered, Unless I voluntarily release the spell, this barrier will not disappear. But there is another way to break it, and that is to kill me. He grabbed her arm and said in a deep voice, You want to use the 10,000 Demon Scepter to suppress me like last time? But this time, you don't have the zombies to help you. Gu Huang glanced back coldly and shouted, Or do you want me to kill you? You've reached my limit. Ming Ji held back her tears, her voice trembling. To be able to die at your hands, I think it's very good. Bones immediately grew out of his body. At the same time, she let go and threw the 10,000 Demon Scepter to the ground. Because Gu Huang's strength was too great, Ming Ji's whole body was thrown backward. She lay on the ground, struggling to get up and screaming, Kill me. Otherwise, the White Knight will beat you to a pulp. No matter how powerful your grandnephew is, he can't beat a Saint Spirit level White Knight, who is 3 levels stronger. On the other side, Xiaoxi was still struggling to fight him. His breathing became more and more rapid. Is this the body of a Saint Spirit? I feel like all my internal organs are shattered, and I can't even tear his clothes. Are you okay, Xiaohe? Hei Lang was still demanding at this time. I'm fine. I just got a little bruised. You don't have to worry. Just give me more supplements later. Gu Huang held the bone sword in his hand and tried to persuade her. Ming Ji, you're wrong. Just live and feel the pain. One day, you will be happy. The feeling of happiness and joy, you can't imagine it. He smiled as if he were talking about himself. Ming Ji was moved by those words. She was stunned, her eyes wide. Gu Huang's veins gradually bulged on his arm. He raised his sword to the sky, emitting a sharp spiritual energy. His voice was full of anger. There is no unbreakable barrier in this world, only those who are not strong enough. A sword slash was made in the air, followed by another, creating 2 cuts in space. Gu Huang stood silently and watched as her talisman was broken. Ming Ji cried out in pain. Gu Huang, don't waste your origin power anymore. You'll die? White Knight, listen to my command. Stop resisting. He used a teleportation technique and said in a deep voice, During this time with Granduncle and Great-Grandmother. Gu Huang charged straight at the White Knight. I've discovered that when a person has faith, they emit a kind of light. Gu Huang struggled to slash at him. He thought of his relatives and exclaimed, I was lucky to see it on Great-Grandmother and Granduncle. Gu Huang continued to fight the White Knight, determined in his heart, to protect that light. What does it matter if I die again? After a fierce battle, Gu Huang's whole body was covered in serious wounds. He coughed and stammered, My origin power is finally depleted. Gu Huang slowly fell, saying his last words, Daughter, are you all here? This time, I won't be so focused on fighting. He held back his tears, a satisfied smile on his face as he asked softly, "Is that okay?" Witnessing the tragic scene before him, Xiaoxi couldn't help but be stunned and call out loudly, "Grandnephew!" At the same time, on this side, Ming-Ji was startled awake. 1,000 questions of why raced through her mind. Why? Like this. In her daze, the figures of Xiaoxi's group were frantically running after Gu Huang, calling out loudly, "Xiao Gu! Grandnephew! Gu Huang!" In contrast to them, Ming-Ji at this moment just sank deeper, her eyes wide open as she blamed herself. "I killed Gu Huang. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Unconsciously, just as she was about to close her eyes and give up, a voice suddenly called out from a distance, "Ming-Ji, wake up." A hand suddenly reached out from a strange dimension. The blond man said with certainty, his voice kind and encouraging, "Ming-Ji, try again. I will watch you do it." Ming-Ji heard this and immediately called out in a choked voice. She burst into tears, sobbing and saying hastily, "Sushi, everyone. I know I'm a sinner. I'm not asking for your forgiveness now, but I beg you to believe me this time. I have a way to save Gu Huang. Please bring him with me back to the Ensi sect." A while later, the scene shifted to inside the Ensi sect. Here, Little Black looked at the heavily injured Bone Emperor with an aching heart. Bone Emperor has always suppressed his injuries. Now he finally couldn't hold on anymore, and it erupted. Ming-Ji was extremely serious at this moment, frowning as she recalled, "I remember my father saying that there are many corpses in the Enhai sect, but they weren't stolen. They are our ancestors who voluntarily left their bodies behind to protect their descendants. But with the endless wars over the years, the corpses of our predecessors have been severely damaged. Therefore, our predecessors created a heaven-defying method to restore the origin of the corpses. And that devil once taught me the incantation and formation for this method. It should be like this." After drawing the formation, Ming-Ji's face darkened and she burst into tears. "To think I'd actually use what that devil taught me now. How ridiculous." Hearing this, Little Black immediately questioned in confusion, "Kid, why do you believe her?" Bone Emperor ended up like this because he trusted her. Xiaoxi stood to the side, helplessly replying, "We have no choice but to trust her. Do you know how to heal a corpse? Should I have my mom use holy healing art on him? I'm afraid that would only make it worse." Meanwhile, Ming-Ji kept explaining, "The Enhai sect is located near a land of extreme En. When repairing the main hall of the Enhai sect, our ancestors discovered a mysterious ancient well. The well contained a massive amount of Xianming Qi. After researching it, they found that Xianming Qi can help corpses restore their origin and return to the world of the living." She suddenly looked flustered and full of regret. "I'm sorry, I was too selfish. I thought I could help you, but I ended up hurting you instead. The incantation is drawn. Now, only the final step remains." As if remembering something, Ming-Ji suddenly rummaged through her bag. Holding a sparkling ring in her hand, she smiled bitterly. "Oh right. I used Bone Emperor's bone and my heart's blood to forge this ring. It can sense his condition and also store items. You Xiaoxi, take it. Someday in the future, when he wakes up, you'll know immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, Ming-Ji handed the ring to Xiaoxi. Seeing this, Xiaoxi seemed to understand something and guessed with a serious face, "You didn't fall for our boy at first sight, did you? You made a wedding ring yourself, right? If I'm not mistaken, there's probably another one you made with your heart's blood, right? So you can sense each other." Hearing this, Ming-Ji was instantly flustered. She blushed and waved her hands. "How did you know? It's not like that." Saying that, she quickly got into position and lowered her voice. "Let's get this over with. Origin preserving 6 seals." Just like that, a magic formation quickly appeared, enveloping Bone Emperor's entire body in an instant. Right after, the Xianming altar was opened in a flash. A stream of pitch-black liquid surged up, engulfing the coffin in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the scene, Little Black said in confusion, "Humans are truly complicated. This venerable one can't see through them. But the next time we meet, Bone Emperor might have recovered his strength and become the #1 war general of the eternal nether royal bloodline of the holy race." Unlike him, Xiaoxi had his own questions. The altar turned into a water surface. "Is that black water from the ancient well? It's so magical." Through the ring, I can feel Little Bone's aura getting stronger, even though it's still very weak. But that proves it's working. Standing nearby, Xiao Yun also hesitated. Ming-Ji isn't lying. I can feel her emotions. Then, very quickly, what was bound to happen happened. Ming-Ji stated firmly, the final step. She was in pain, yet smiled a helpless but content smile. Sacrificing the caster's heart blood to activate the formation and the incantation of the entire ritual. Without hesitation, Ming-Ji decisively drove the sharp spike in her hand straight through her own body, taking the initiative to end it all. Witnessing that scene, Xiao Shi and Xiao Yun immediately shouted in unison to stop her. But their words were too late. A drop of blood suddenly appeared and dripped down, falling with a drip onto the coffin containing Bone Emperor's body. In an instant, a magical light suddenly radiated brilliantly all around. Seeing this, Little Black couldn't help but feel confused. Why is it so complicated again? Aren't humans selfish, self-serving creatures who only care about themselves and ignore the life and death of others? Over countless years, this venerable one has seen too many such examples. Humans are not only greedy but also predatory. But after meeting this kid, why is this venerable one seeing such a different scene? Meanwhile, Ming-Ji had exhausted all her strength. Using her last dying breath, she formed a content smile on her lips. I think I understand Father a little bit now. Right at this moment, the coffin suddenly showed signs of activity, rattling and shaking nonstop. Ming-Ji was completely exhausted. She let go of herself and fell through the air, face to face, heading straight down toward the coffin containing Bone Emperor's body. Standing to the side, Xiao Shi couldn't hold back and rushed over. Mom, can you still use the holy healing art? This made Xiao Yun flustered as she flew swiftly after him. I don't know. It might work. Xiao Shi, what do we do? But their arrival was too late. Ming-Ji was already close to the coffin. The barrier gradually opened, catching Ming-Ji's entire body. Then it directly swallowed her whole in the blink of an eye. Right now, the coffin was completely covered in a black liquid. But then, the coffin suddenly vanished, leaving Xiao Yun visibly confused as she muttered, just now, I think I felt Little Bone's emotions. Did Little Bone do something to make Ming-Ji disappear? Indeed, Xiao Shi agreed with an aching heart. They both disappeared. Through the ring, I can feel Little Bone's strength gradually recovering. But what just happened? Where did Ming-Ji go? In response, Xiao Yun suddenly spoke up with a guess. If I'm not mistaken, Little Bone probably did something. There's still hope for Ming-Ji. Hearing this, he could only helplessly look up into the void. What's done is done. We can't change anything. Let's go. We have to live well and not waste the efforts that our boy and Ming-Ji put in. Saying that, he quickly turned his back. Let's go. Where's our next stop? Seeing this, Xiao Yun immediately said cheerfully, wherever my son goes, Mom goes. Little Black, standing nearby, smugly interrupted, that old turtle's matter reminded this venerable one that I have a lot of treasures. Let's visit this venerable one's treasure vault first. Hearing this, Xiao Shi's face lit up with joy and he quickly praised. That works. This is the first time I've loved you, Little Black. At these words, Little Black immediately gritted his teeth in annoyance. These are the fruits of this venerable one's labor. When the time comes, I'll just give you a dozen of the trashiest leftovers to mess with you. But in response, Xiao Shi continued to flatter him gleefully. Oh, wise and mighty. An obvious truth is that the gears of fate are always turning. Everything operates according to a predetermined trajectory. Or perhaps, those connections from afar are simply destiny. Or maybe the author is just drawing nonsense. Actually, the editor forced it. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another location. Here, Lin Shi was exhausted and panting heavily. Show yourselves, you mongrels. I already heard you. Hiding to the side, a group of wicked men gradually emerged from behind the small rocks. They quickly surrounded Lin Shi, directly shouting threats. Ah, you demi-human. You're dead meat. Trying to fight us alone? We've been lying in ambush here for a while. Just obediently accept your punishment. From afar, Wu Feng walked over step by step, her heels clicking. She quickly caught the crowd's attention with her calm, carefree, and seductive demeanor. Immediately, Wu Feng frowned and mocked. Little sister, don't think we'll show mercy just because you have the Magic Academy backing you. This is the southern wasteland border. We don't care about all that. If you mess with us, you'll be captured too. The subordinates around her jeered. Let's just catch her to be a bed-warming maid. Just sell a few of them. I've been really short on cash lately. Meanwhile, shifting back to the other side, Little Black kept reminding them, Kid, once we leave this town, it'll be the intersection between the Central Plains continent and the southern wasteland. We have to be careful here. Border towns are always chaotic. Everyone, be careful. Seeing this, Xiaoxi immediately agreed. Let's keep a low profile. But as soon as they stepped inside, the people there couldn't stop whispering and gossiping. Look at those weirdos. That kid walking in the middle is dressed so strangely. Where did these foreigners come from? Yeah, why does that little girl have wings? Is she a demi-human? A bird demi-human. But she's so cute. I want to what? I forgot what I was going to say halfway through. And that dog. I've never seen a breed that walks on 2 legs. I wonder if it tastes good. I think it's pretty cool. I really want to keep one as a pet. These words instantly triggered Little Black. He furiously yelled, Who are you calling a dog? Keep looking, and this venerable one will slaughter you. At this point, Xiaoxi was completely helpless, his face darkening in exasperation. I told you to keep a low profile. Hearing this, Little Black's pride was hurt, and he sternly reminded, Kid, come over here and change your gear first. You're drawing too much attention. That's a huge taboo when traveling. A while later, they accidentally bumped into Brittany Williams. She immediately greeted them cheerfully. Handsome, are you an adventurer? Do you want to visit the Ancient Era store to buy some gear? We are a continent-wide chain store with a long history and guaranteed quality. Discounts from 10 to 90% off. As she spoke, Brittany Williams kept winking and flattering him. Come on in and take a look, handsome. At these words, Xiaoxi was instantly captivated, his mind turning to mush as he blankly replied, I didn't expect such a desolate place to have such a huge gear shop. And with such an attractive lady, too. Right now, I feel like the most handsome guy on this street. This made Xiao Yun, standing nearby, stare blankly as well. Handsome. As soon as they approached, Brittany Williams smiled brightly and welcomed them. Handsome, you really have a good eye? You absolutely won't regret choosing our store. Without hesitation, Xiaoxi playfully and decisively said, Let's go. Show me around, miss. I want to buy some clothes and gear. Just like that, the door to the store suddenly opened. Taking the opportunity, Brittany Williams unexpectedly hugged Xiaoxi and provocatively said, Please come in and pick your gear. This made his whole body jolt in an instant. His face flushed red as he hurriedly backed away. Can you be a little more civilized? Don't go bumping your balloons into people. Hearing this, she couldn't help but chuckle. Handsome wants to look at clothes and gear first, right? Right this way. In his daze, Xiaoxi lost control and accidentally let go of Xiao Yun's hand. She was left behind, her face blank for a moment, not knowing what to do. Xiao Yun immediately pouted, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. On the other side, Brittany Williams, oblivious to this, cheerfully pulled Xiaoxi's hand and introduced, Please look over here. This is our store's ultimate treasure, the ancient desolate relic gold armor. It has many functions. At this moment, he realized something and looked awkward. That. He was instantly speechless when Xiao Yun suddenly hugged one of his arms. I was careless just now and let go. I was wrong. I'll pay attention next time. In response, she didn't say anything, but just looked touched, blushing and sniffing. This suddenly reminded Xiaoxi of the past, and he couldn't help but ponder in his heart. So weird. I clearly remember Mom saying that back then. It's really strange. I don't get it. Hurry up and find a daughter-in-law for Mom. That way, you won't be lonely in the future. Returning to reality, Brittany Williams was still smiling, continuing her sales pitch. How does the customer feel about this set? We have a promotion going on right now. Gear like this is very rare nowadays. Especially with your sturdy physique. Sir, normal stores wouldn't have the right size for you. As soon as she finished speaking, Brittany Williams directly brought out a magnificent, fashionable outfit. This is the last set in our store. Once it's sold, who knows when we'll restock. If you like it, sir, you should buy it now before you miss out. Seeing it, Xiaoxi's eyes immediately widened in admiration. Not bad. This store has great taste. Xiao Yun also stared in awe. Sensing an opportunity, Brittany Williams' eyes lit up. She smiled wickedly and thought to herself, perfect. I'm going to rip this kid off big time later. Business has been terrible lately, so I can't even let a kid go. Dressing so weirdly. He's probably not an ordinary person either. Without hesitation, she shamelessly smiled and quoted a price. Dear valued customer, after the discount, this outfit is only 99,998 top-grade prime stones. Isn't it super cheap and practical? In response, Xiaoxi turned around without hesitation. Let's go. It's too expensive, I can't afford it. I think this outfit is only worth 1,000 prime stones. Let's go look somewhere else. By the way, where's Little Black? Xiao Yun, innocently unaware, pointed around and quickly replied, I don't know. I haven't seen Lord Venerable since just now. Realizing the fat sheep was slipping away, Brittany Williams blurted out loudly. Handsome, wait. I miscalculated just now. It should be right. It's 6,666 top-grade prime stones. As soon as the words left her mouth, her face froze as she thought to herself, oh crap. I reacted too fast and just quoted the cost price. My dad is going to scold me to death this time. Standing to the side, Xiaoxi saw this and instantly turned around in excitement. I see. All right, I'll buy it. This made Brittany Williams panic and look visibly shocked. What is going on? Could he have read my mind all along? He just pretended to leave and still got the item. Isn't he just a kid? It seems I'm still too green and naive. Thinking about it, a terrible scenario unjustly appeared in her mind. Brittany Williams sobbed and blamed herself inwardly. Sure enough, Dad had his reasons for making me start as a low-level employee. For Dad to reach the position of guild master, he must have gone through many hardships and overcome them all. I still have a lot to learn. Returning to reality, Xiaoxi pushed his luck, smiling as he suggested, this price still isn't quite right. If it could be a little cheaper, that'd be great. But in response, Brittany Williams immediately shot him down loudly. Absolutely no cheaper. Any cheaper, and we'll be taking a loss. My dad will scold me to death. Hearing this, Xiaoxi had no choice but to nod. All right then. Oh, right, miss. Is there a pawn shop around here? I brought too few prime stones, so I want to exchange some things. At this, she proudly introduced without hesitation. Yes. Our store purchases all kinds of valuable items like monster cores, gemstones, forging materials, spiritual plants, etc. And I'm actually a first-class appraiser. Being a salesperson is just a little training exercise my dad gave me. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Brittany Williams. It's a pleasure to serve you. Today is also my first day on the job, so please forgive me if there's anything unsatisfactory. This was just too perfect. Taking the opportunity, Xiaoxi immediately struck up a conversation. Hello, miss. My name is Xiaoxi. You as in bright moon, and Xiaoxi as in a little stream that doesn't flow underneath. It's great that you're an appraiser. Please take a look at this for me. Saying that, he opened his palm, and a small pouch instantly appeared. Looking at the small pouch, Brittany Williams smiled in admiration. Such a high-level spatial item. It seems you are truly not simple, sir. In response, he just kept a straight face and shook his head modestly. Not at all. Someone gave it to me. I wouldn't be able to afford it myself. Seeing this, Brittany Williams became even more delighted and smiled. You're too modest. No matter what, an ordinary person couldn't possess this kind of ring. I can see your ring has a large capacity. Either it was made by a highly skilled refiner, or your physical constitution is excellent. Neither is simple. A while later, she respectfully bowed and handed over a larger bag, cheerfully introducing, Hello, Mr. Yu. Half of the monster cores you provided exchanged for a total of 10,000 top-grade prime stones. As per your request, they've been converted into 10 times the amount of mid-grade prime stones, which means 200,000 mid-grade prime stones. I don't know why you didn't exchange them all at once. I could have given you a better rate. Also, since today is my first day on the job, you've helped me learn a lot. Therefore, I'm gifting you this VIP Golden Black card. From now on, at our ancient desolate chain stores, whether you're buying or selling, you'll enjoy VIP treatment. Receiving such a huge bargain, Xiaoxi looked visibly smug. VIP Golden Black card. Just the name sounds cool enough. Thanks, miss. If I run out of prime stones, I can earn more, but if I run out of monster cores, it's hard to say. After all, monster cores aren't easy to come by. Don't you agree, Mom? In response to his words, Xiaoyun didn't care in the slightest and just exclaimed in excitement. Xiaoxi looks so handsome in this outfit. Hearing this, he felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly scratched his head. Actually, I have other plans for the remaining half of the monster course. It's not convenient to say right now. At these words, Brittany Williams tactfully didn't press further and agreed in a lowered voice. Everyone has their secrets. It's fine. It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked. A while later, the scene shifted to the southern wasteland border. Here, Lin she had already taken down most of the group. Looking at the miserable scene before them, the two lackeys couldn't help but feel terrified, whispering to each other, "Why is this demi-human so strong? She's not a normal spirit-guiding cultivator. Boss, you run first. We'll hold her off here." Hearing this, Wu Feng, standing to the side, clicked her tongue without hesitation. I didn't expect to lose so many men even with an ambush. This girl must not be a nobody in the fledgling Eagle Guild. We're clearly in the same realm, yet the gap is this huge. Saying that, she immediately turned her back and left, leaving the two lackeys staring blankly in shock. The boss is still the boss. We haven't even finished talking, and she's already run that far. She didn't even say goodbye. "We love you so much, boss." Standing to the side, Lin she couldn't hold back. In a flash, she dashed forward and launched an attack. "None of you are getting away." In the blink of an eye, she decisively sliced the two foolish lackeys in half. The girl was instantly furious, glaring and shouting, "You bandits who traffic demi-humans. Go to hell." Saying that, in the very next second, she dashed straight ahead. A while later, as night fell, the scene shifted to the border region between the southern wasteland and the central area. Here, while sitting by the campfire, Xiaoxi suddenly proposed, "Little Black, I'm planning to form a mercenary squad." This made Little Black jump in surprise, his face freezing. Why so flashy all of a sudden? Hearing this, he looked at Xiaoyun in his arms and lowered his voice. "My mom's body and most of her soul have been dragged away by the Angel's Gate to who knows where. And right now, our strength isn't great, nor do we have any faction backing us. That's why I want to use the name of a mercenary to gather information across the continent and see if I can find any news about her." He then emphasized grimly, "From now on, if anyone sees Mom's wings, just say she's a bird demi-human. We absolutely cannot reveal that she's a fallen angel, or we'll be in huge trouble. Of course, normally when there are a lot of people, we have to use the magic you taught me to temporarily hide her wings. We can't just let Mom hide in my sea of consciousness forever." At these words, Little Black couldn't help but smile in admiration. "You're quite thoughtful, kid. Let's do as you say." This venerable one doesn't understand this divine temple organization very well either, yet we've been surrounded by them several times. "You're smart. You're not stupid enough to demand charging straight into the divine temple. This organization runs deep, so blending into a mercenary squad is a better idea." Very soon, the next day arrived. Wading through a small stream, Xueqing walked while constantly worrying. "Their demon beasts probably won't be able to track my scent if I walk in the water like this." Covered in severe injuries, she gritted her teeth and said, "I must hold on and get back to report the news. Otherwise, my siblings will have no hope." Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaoyun couldn't hide her excitement, her eyes wide with praise. "Lord Venerable is so right. My wings can be hidden now." Hearing this, Little Black smiled smugly and replied, "As long as one reaches the Holy Spirit realm, anyone can transform their body. It's a good thing Xiaoxi's mom used to be a deity. Otherwise, she'd be treated as a demi-human the whole way, making things inconvenient." In contrast to Little Black's seriousness, Xiaoxi on the opposite side excitedly held up a drawing and laughed loudly. "Mom, you're amazing. You even transformed into the swimsuit I drew. Let me summon a floatai for you to play with." Instantly, a yellow duck floatai appeared in a flash. Immersed in the cool water, Xiaoyun was instantly thrilled, smiling brightly. "So fun. The little duck is so cute." Suddenly remembering something, Xiaoxi called out, "Oh, right, Little Black." With a sleazy look on his face, he hugged Little Black tightly and questioned endlessly, "Where did you run off to earlier? Don't tell me you went to the bathroom. Did you go rob the rich to feed the poor?" This made Little Black feel guilty, only able to laugh and curse. "How did you know?" Without hesitation, Xiaoxi firmly asserted, "Of course. Who are we to each other? Split half with me, Lord Evil Venerable." But right at this moment, Xiao Yun on the other side suddenly pointed and called out loudly, "Xiaoxi, Lord Venerable, look at this." In the distance, Xueqing was floating on the water under Xiao Yun's doubtful gaze. This rabbit girl fainted. Very quickly, all three of them gathered around Xueqing, wondering aloud, "This girl's rabbit ears. She's probably a demi-human. Looks like she's still alive." A while later, Xueqing, completely naked, was gradually waking up from her stupor. Standing to the side, Xiao Yun and Little Black were constantly drying her clothes over the crackling fire. Xiao Yun cheered excitedly. "You can do it, Lord Venerable. It's almost dry." This made Little Black feel aggrieved. He frowned and complained, "For better or worse, I am the king of dark elemental spirits. Now I've been turned into your clothes drying rack. How despairing." Right at this moment, Xueqing stirred and woke up, wondering, "What happened? Why am I here?" Standing to the side, Xiaoxi was instantly delighted, drooling as he asked, "You're awake?" Seeing him, Xueqing instantly threw her hands up, jolting in shock. In the blink of an eye, she flew into a rage, cursing endlessly, "You pervert! What did you do to me? I'll kill you to avenge my purity." At these words, although Xiaoxi's nose was bleeding, he remained completely clear-headed and bluntly cleared his name. "You misunderstood. I swear on my own purity that I didn't see anything. My mom helped you change. Your injuries were treated by my mom." Indeed, at the same time on the other side, Xiao Yun walked over with wide, excited eyes, hugging the clothes. "The clothes are dry." Little Black, standing nearby, directly sneered and provoked, "This kid pissed that girl off so fast." A while later, after getting dressed properly, Xueqing respectfully bowed and thanked them. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. I have something very important to do, so I must leave immediately. Thank you so much for saving me." Hearing this, Xiao Yin felt a bit concerned and guessed, "Xiaoxi, this rabbit girl's emotions are full of sorrow and tension right now. Something must have happened, right? Can we help her?" Without hesitation, he immediately agreed. "Yes, of course." This made Little Black, standing nearby, sick of hearing it. "Not again. You guys are exactly like Goddess She with her habit of meddling in other people's business." Instead, Xueqing felt a pang of heartache and firmly refused. "Thank you for your kindness, but you don't understand my current situation. I'm facing a group of bandits who are both strong and cold-blooded. They captured my younger siblings. I have to go back and find reinforcements. Besides, you're just two kids and a dog. The bandits will capture you and sell you. You guys need to leave quickly. They're very close to here." In response to her, Little Black aggressively yelled, "What dog? This venerable one is a wolf. A lone wolf from the north." Xiaoxi on the opposite side put on an act and said, "What are you saying, you rude rabbit girl? We are a team consisting of a brave warrior, a black swan lowly, and a black wolf god." Without hesitation, a comical formation was immediately presented before Xueqing's eyes. Xiaoxi firmly declared, "Last night, after racking our brains, we decided to form a mercenary squad called the Fearless Slaughter Mercenary Squad. Don't be fooled by our kind faces. As long as you pay enough, we'll solve your problems for you. We even offer discounts for cute girls." Hearing this, Little Black suddenly froze, his face darkening in embarrassment as he groaned, "Oh my God. This name. If anyone else said it, it'd sound so lame. And this pose. This venerable one feels so ashamed." But contrary to him, Xueqing was instantly excited and hesitated. "You guys are mercenaries?" But, not letting her finish, Xiaoxi directly interrupted, "Stop blabbering, girl. Trust in our abilities. Saving people is what's important. Let's head out quickly." A while later, the scene shifted to a quiet and peaceful place. Here, Xueqing spoke gently, "It's just up ahead." In contrast, Xiaoxi hesitated a bit, looking around blankly. "Your house is really far out here, but the surrounding environment is pretty nice." At these words, Xueqing could only helplessly lower her head and reply, "We have no choice. We demi-humans are heavily discriminated against. Very few people are willing to help us. Living here isn't so bad." Very quickly, they moved inside. Seeing them, an old man proactively asked, "Why did you come back alone? Where are your siblings?" At the same time, the woman next to him also spoke cheerfully. Xueqing, are you back from buying things in town? In response to them, Xueqing couldn't hold back and burst into tears. We ran into bandits. They took the kids. I was the only one who escaped. I'm sorry. I'm so useless. This news was too sudden. Hearing this, the old woman immediately fainted, causing the old man to panic and shout, "Dear, are you okay?" Just then, from afar, Jin Jiang heard the news and furiously questioned, "What? Our siblings were taken." This made Xiaoxi's eyes widen in an instant. Jin Jiang. His face twitched, unable to utter a word. I feel like he could destroy this world all by himself. Does he even need our help? Returning to reality, Jin Jiang was extremely determined and loudly suggested, "Saving them is what matters. We'll talk on the way." Immediately, he took the initiative to carry the group on his back and jumped away, firmly stating, "Leave it to me. Everyone get on. I jump really fast. Let me carry you all." This made Xiaoxi a bit anxious for a moment, lowering his voice to remind, "Mom, maybe you should go rest in my sea of consciousness." Very quickly after that, a series of massive footprints appeared one after another on the ground. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a bustling camp. Here, Lin Shi carefully hid behind a rock, frowning as she muttered to herself, "That female bandit went in too. Their main base must be here. I've left marks all along the way. I hope they see them." Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind. Lin Shi was startled and gasped, "Huh?" A young master suddenly appeared. It was Yi Han. He mocked her. "A cute little demi-human girl delivering herself right to our door, huh?" Yi Han didn't hold back, directly praising her in excitement. A high-level spirit guiding cultivator with strong power. This is definitely a hot commodity. It can satisfy someone's desire to conquer. I'll sell you for a high price to a good master. These words were too outrageous. Hearing this, Lin Shi couldn't tolerate it and immediately shouted, "Origin Spirit Master." She looked at him with a wary gaze. A long while later, while escorting Lin Shi, the lackeys couldn't help but excitedly gossip. "I heard this girl fought the boss for a long time before getting caught. She's really strong. So what? Hasn't she become our prisoner anyway? She's even wearing origin power shackles." An ignorant white-haired lackey got lustful and mocked. "But this demi-human is so beautiful. If the boss hadn't ordered us not to touch her, I wouldn't be holding back right now." His accomplice saw this and gleefully agreed. "Just a little touch, the boss won't know." In response to them, Lin Shi instantly flew into a rage, glaring and threatening. "Dare to touch me, and I'll cut off your fingers one by one." At these words, the lackeys were instantly terrified, gulping nervously one after another. With just a cold snort, they immediately knelt before Lin Shi and respectfully said, "Boss lady, please step this way. Watch out for the small rocks on the road, don't trip." At the same time, they thought in confusion, "What's going on?" When she glared just now, it felt like being prey stared down by a wild beast. It sent shivers down my spine. Why did I feel like I was facing an army of thousands just now? One wrong move, and I'd lose my life. Left with no choice, the two lackeys could only helplessly say, "Boss lady, please go in. This is the holding cell." The cell door was quickly opened. Lin Shi stepped in slowly. Going deeper inside, Lin Shi immediately ordered with a stern face, "You two lackeys, back off." This terrified them, and they hastily obeyed. "Yes, boss lady. Boss lady." Just like that, the door gradually closed in the blink of an eye. Lin Shi now walked alone in silence. In an instant, a loud bang echoed from the door, making one's heart ache just hearing it. Taking the opportunity, Lin Shi actively looked around, searching for the children. At this moment, from behind the large jars, the children gradually peeked out. Every single one of them looked up with wide eyes. The more she looked around, the more Lin Shi's resentment showed on her face. The children were the same, looking at her blankly and confusedly. Unconsciously, Lin Shi formed an affectionate smile and gently said, "I finally found you guys." Meanwhile, on this side, Jin Jiang and Xueqing's group were flying swiftly through the air. As they traveled, Xiaoxi asked, "Little Black, can your dog nose sniff out the scent of Xueqing's siblings?" In response, Little Black angrily scolded, "You brat. This venerable one's nose is top-notch. If you keep complaining, I won't sniff for them anymore." Hearing this, Jin Jiang was immediately startled, hurriedly turning his head and gasping, "Huh." Little Black didn't say much. Taking the opportunity, he quickly sniffed around, using his ultimate move. This quickly caught Jin Jiang's attention, who excitedly turned his head and laughed in gratitude. "I'm counting on you." A while later, the scene shifted to the camp of those wicked men. Dehua angrily frowned and cursed. "Damn it. Hold it steady. Place our goods down carefully. Safety comes from vigilance. Accidents come from numb hands." At these words, the skinny lackey immediately obeyed strictly. "Understood. Whatever the boss says is right. We absolutely obey." But in the very next second, the jar was disturbed and shook violently. Seeing this, Dehua was instantly enraged. Radiating killing intent, he loudly cursed, "Bastards! You forgot to drug this one." Furious, he grabbed the lackey by the collar and gritted his teeth, questioning, "What is our slogan?" The lackey was terrified, stammering, "Safety comes from vigilance." Hearing that, Dehua decisively slammed his head into the ground, angrily saying, "That's right." But your hands went numb. Standing to the side, Yihan saw this and suddenly smiled in amusement. "All right, Dehua, let him go. Our business has been too good lately. We're really short on manpower." Without hesitation, Dehua's eyes lit up and he cheerfully accepted the order. "Boss." Just like that, Yihan amusedly placed a hand on the shoulder of a guy standing nearby and ordered, "Xiaoyu, we're shipping quite a lot of goods this time. You lead the team." At these words, Xiaoyu yawned repeatedly and said in boredom, "Boss, let it go. Even if I don't want to, I have to go." Very quickly, a while later, he was leading the convoy in a daze. Encountering Xiaoyu, Xiaoxi immediately frowned and shouted, "There's a convoy ahead." Beside him, Xueqing also chimed in with a serious face. "Lately, there have been merchant caravans from the Central Plains trading goods into the southern wasteland." Hearing this, Little Black lost his patience and immediately yelled, "Ignore them. We need to hurry. The scent is getting stronger." This made Jin Jiang accelerate in a flash, dashing forward under Xiaoyu's bewildered gaze. Just like that, the group swiftly rushed forward. But in the very next second, Little Black suddenly jolted and widened his eyes. He sniffed frantically, his face scrunching up. Instantly, Little Black suddenly pointed and shouted, "This venerable one smells a scent similar to yours in those merchant carts." Hearing this, Jin Jiang immediately stopped in his tracks without hesitation. "What?" He aggressively turned his head as fast as lightning. Very quickly after that, Jin Jiang brandished his fists and claws, leaping into the air. As soon as he landed, he smashed the cover of a cart under the astonished gazes of the lackeys. "What's going on?" Jin Jiang glared into the hole without any hesitation, decisively reaching out to open the lid of a jar. Instantly, a familiar figure of his kin gradually appeared before Jin Jiang's eyes. In a flash, he flew into a rage, his eyes glaring and his teeth gritted tightly. Xiaoxi's group also peeked in, their eyes wide with shock. In an instant, Jin Jiang couldn't hold back his fury and grabbed a lackey by the throat, making him beg endlessly, "Let me go." But without answering him, Jin Jiang directly slammed him repeatedly, making the lackey spit blood. Seeing this, the surrounding lackeys nosily poked their heads out. "Enemy attack. Brothers, grab him. What's going on back there? You dare mess with our Blackwater gang? Are you tired of living? Straighten up, quick." In contrast to their eager attitude, Xiaoyu sat to the side, just sighing and yawning. "The killing intent coming from behind is so heavy. It's scaring me to death. Can't you just let me rest in peace? Why do you always make me get off my ass?" As soon as he finished speaking, it was also the moment Jin Jiang's rage reached its peak. He shouted furiously, "I've let him down. Now show me what you've got." In his fury, Jin Jiang erupted with power, radiating dark aura and roaring, "You guys call yourselves bandits, but what do you see us as? Just because we're demi-humans, you can traffic us as you please? Demi-humans are supposed to be your slaves." Seeing the situation going south, Xiaoyu actively stepped forward, placing his hands on the shoulders of two lackeys and suggesting with a serious face, "This demi-human is giving off a very strong killing intent. You two go up first and test his strength. The Blackwater gang won't forget you. Good luck." This made both of them turn pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Brother Xiao Yu that. They were instantly terrified, looking at him with fearful eyes. Brother Xiao Yui. Facing this plea, Xiao Yu immediately and shamelessly shouted, "Go. We won't short you on your pension." This plunged the two lackeys into deep thought for a moment. If I die, I should send my pension to old Wang next door to hold on to it for me. Can't let my wife spend it recklessly. But wait, I'm an orphan. Then, without further hesitation, the two lackeys actively dashed forward to challenge him directly. You big rabbit, prepare to die? Stand right there and accept your punishment. But in response to the two, Jin Jiang on this side just silently glared, raising his furious fist high. Very quickly after that, both of them were sent flying simultaneously. The two lackeys were instantly dealt with in a flash before Jin Jiang's extreme fury. The things you do, to you, it's just selling us to make a little money. But to us, it's a lifelong scar. He glared and cursed loudly. Countless people have suffered because of you. The pain you're receiving now isn't even a 10,000th of our pain. While cursing, Jin Jiang continuously stomped on the skull of that lackey. Standing to the side, Xiaoxi was instantly frightened, hesitating as he said, "He killed someone. This world is really different. The big fish eats the small fish, and the strong survive. Little Black, go investigate the bandits. I'm afraid even if we save the kids, we won't be able to take them away. We can leave this place to Xueqing." Indeed, Little Black also found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yu had no choice but to step forward, yawning repeatedly. "Hey, big rabbit demi-human uncle. I'll give you this whole card of demi-humans. Can we just let this go? I haven't had enough sleep, so I want to finish this quickly and rest." In response to him, Jin Jiang maintained his extremely resolute attitude and dashed forward. "Die, and you can sleep forever." Hearing this, Xiao Yu sighed in boredom once again. "Brothers, let's all attack together. Let me rest for a bit. I'm too tired." At these words, the foolish lackeys immediately charged forward aggressively. Every single one of them shouted with determination, "Charge! Don't steal my favorite demi-human." But in the very next second, Jin Jiang easily unleashed a flurry of kicks, taking them down in the blink of an eye. This made the lackeys cry out in pain simultaneously. Away is dead. A decisive kick was thrown, knocking out the lackey's teeth. The next kick was no less fierce, making him smash his head and bite his tongue, spraying blood like rain. In the end, Jin Jiang coldly finished it off with a dazzling display of blood red. Standing to the side, Xiaoxi looked awkward and said, "I don't even know how to step in. I'm afraid if I get close to him, he'll kill me as an enemy. Rabbit bro, I'll leave the mission of maintaining world peace to you." Indeed, Little Black saw this and chuckled along. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yu sat slumped on the ground, his body limp, constantly complaining inwardly. The boss is really something. Why does he keep making me transport goods lately? I don't even want to work. Ugh, I can't do this. I'm so sleepy. Good luck, everyone. Witnessing that scene, Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel confused, frowning as he wondered, is the leader of the bandits really just sitting on the side resting? His subordinates are almost wiped out, yet he's still so relaxed. He looks completely carefree. What kind of weirdo is this? But, whether you're an idiot or a weirdo, for your own benefit, you cause families to be torn apart. I have to deal with people like you. Little Black, weapon up. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Black immediately dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, Little Black transformed into a sword with an incredibly bizarre shape. Holding the sword in his hand, he was instantly shocked, staring wide-eyed. "Little Black, what kind of weird weapon did you turn into this time? What the hell is this shape?" This hurt Little Black's pride, and he loudly retorted, "Stop nagging. As long as it works, it's fine." In a flash, Xiaoxi aggressively gripped the sword and stepped forward, facing Xiao Yu. Seeing him, he instantly frowned in visible annoyance. "Drawing a sword on me? A rare elemental spirit that can transform into a weapon." Without hesitation, Xiao Yu quickly drew the precious sword from his back. He directly showed off, loudly and firmly declaring, "Young man, drawing a sword against a swordsman means you'll have to bear the consequences. A lion uses its full strength even when catching a rabbit. Even when doing small things, one must be completely serious." I won't go easy on you just because you're a kid. As soon as he finished speaking, thunder and lightning immediately boomed high in the sky. Xiao Yu angrily emphasized, I forgot to tell you, I am the sole successor of the Iron Sword sect. My sect has never slept in order to conquer ourselves and temper our willpower. Once my fighting spirit is ignited, if I don't move, it's fine, but when I do, it's terrifying. As he spoke, he glared at Little Black with murderous intent, shouting intimidatingly, You're dead meat. But in the very next second, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, aiming straight for the tip of Xiao Yu's sword. Just like that, the sword quickly absorbed the lightning bolt. Xiao Yu was instantly electrocuted, his body jolting as he cried out in agonizing pain, Stupid lightning. Standing to the side, Xiaoxi instantly showed visible contempt and replied, You stupid bandit. Do you think just holding a sword makes you a swordsman? Seeing that you're a swordsman who isn't weak at all, do you think I'd be stupid enough to compete with you? You can't just judge by appearances, understand? For the sake of your life, let's just call this move pretending to be struck by lightning. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately put on an arrogant front. I'm just a professional mage passing by. Please remember my name forever. Haizhu Lu. Saying this, Xiaoxi excitedly shook his hips nonstop and said, If you want revenge in the future, just look for my great name. But, in response to him, Xiao Yu, who was charred black on this side, hurriedly shouted back, Haizhu Lu, you better watch your back on the road from now on. Witnessing this entire scene, Jin Jiang couldn't hide his shock and horror, wondering, what? A young teenager defeated the leader all by himself. Xiao Yu, the recently famous high-level enforcer of the Blackwater Gang, couldn't even withstand a single lightning strike. Indeed, Xueqing also agreed, laughing in amusement. This Xiaoxi is so interesting. This momentarily caught Xiao Yun's attention in the sea of consciousness. It seems Xiaoxi's mom sensed something. A while later, after checking all the jars, Xueqing suddenly burst into tears. Big brother, Xiaoxi, I've rescued all the kids, but our siblings aren't in here. In their daze, the demi-human children looked around blankly, yawning repeatedly. What happened? Where is this? Looking at the scene before him, Little Black guessed grimly. Perhaps these kids came into contact with your siblings. Hearing this, Xiaoxi's face immediately darkened, and he loudly condemned. Then doesn't that mean there are many more kidnapped kids like this in the bandits' lair? Is there no law anymore? Do the two major powers, the Southern Wasteland and the Central Plains, really not care about this? Jin Jiang, standing nearby, cleared his throat in agreement. I'm afraid these arrogant bandits have some self-proclaimed nobles backing them. At the same time, the scene shifted to the camp. Lin Shi was speaking gently and caringly to the children. I'll get you all out of here. Don't be afraid. Her words helped them feel a bit more reassured and uplifted. I'm not scared anymore. Suddenly, from a distance, Yihan walked in and provoked her. You're having quite a fun time playing with the kids, aren't you, little cat-eared mutant? Boys, take these mutants to our auction house. Hearing this, his lackeys couldn't hide their excitement and laughed out loud. You've finally got what's coming to you. With that, Yihan looked incredibly smug, his face darkening as he stated firmly, These are all top-tier goods. We have to squeeze every last drop of value out of them. Hearing this, Lin Shi couldn't hold back anymore. She shot up and demanded, What are you trying to do? Without hesitation, Yihan smiled and gave the order. Wu Feng, take this cat-eared mutant and get her into something a bit more seductive. I want to make her the grand finale of the auction. Bringing her up to the VIP level will drive all those bosses with a conquest fetish absolutely crazy. With the order given, Wu Feng obediently nodded. Faced with this situation, Lin Shi's face instantly flushed bright red with embarrassment. Back on Xiaoxi's side, the arrogant leader and the Blackwater Gang were finally taken down by Xiaoxi's group. One of them whispered his dying words, Boss, I've repaid your kindness. Goodbye. At that moment, Xiaoxi spoke up, Brother Rabbit, how do you plan on dealing with these bandits? Jin Jiang replied bluntly, I don't plan on killing too many people, but the things these bandits have done make them deserve to die 10,000 times over. He didn't bother wasting time. He hoisted the whole group up, stood at the edge of the cliff, and continued coldly. This is the border river between the Southern Wasteland and the Central Plains. There are plenty of vicious water monsters down below. Whoever survives means God has given you another chance to be human. Consider yourselves lucky. Beneath the rushing currents, ferocious water monsters were lying in wait, baring their fangs in hunger. Without another word, Jinjiang tossed them straight into the river, making them scream in sheer terror. Meanwhile, Hei Lang turned to look at Xiaoxi in confusion and asked, "Kid, aren't you supposed to be super nice? Why didn't you beg for mercy on their behalf this time?" He explained without hesitation, "It depends on the severity of the situation. This time, I really couldn't think of a single reason to plead for them." Saying that, Xiaoxi asked doubtfully, "Where's Xue Jing?" At that moment, Hei Lang suddenly grabbed his shirt and called out urgently, "Look over there. A lot of people are coming." From a distance, the heavy thud of footsteps echoed endlessly. It turned out to be the colonel of the Southern Wasteland's 5th Legion, Dai Pen. He was currently marching forward with a massive squad of officers. He then arrogantly announced, "No need to look anymore. The person is with me. Taking the law into your own hands violates the laws of the Southern Wasteland. I am Colonel Ding, under the jurisdiction of the Tuoba clan of the Southern Wasteland. Do you plead guilty?" Hearing those words, Jinjiang couldn't hide his fury. Clenching his fists, he roared, "You law enforcers! It's one thing if you don't help us, but you're actually kicking us while we're down. Damn it! Release my siblings and the other kids right now." Dai Pen puffed on his cigar, looking completely relaxed and unbothered, as he clearly stated, "I saw you using vigilante justice with my own eyes. That's enough to convict you. Be good and surrender peacefully. Maybe I'll consider reducing your sentence." The giant rabbit couldn't hold back anymore. He decisively raised his fist and charged forward in a rage. "If that's how it is, then you can go drink water with those bandits." Dai Pen immediately barked an order. "Soldiers, fall back." Ignoring the officers behind him who were coughing from the thick cigar smoke, he didn't hesitate for a second. He charged straight at his opponent alone, boldly declaring, "It's just a wild rabbit. Let me tame it." He struck decisively, throwing a punch right at Jinjiang's face, and mocked him. "Hey, big head. Still trying to struggle? Looks like you don't have enough strength." Without giving his opponent a chance to counterattack, Dai Pen swiftly spun around and delivered a devastating kick to the back of the giant rabbit's head. Xiaoxi and Hei Lang were frozen like statues. He dropped his jaw in horror. What just happened? Brother Rabbit is so strong, but he got taken down in the blink of an eye. Little Black, standing next to him, blurted out, "I didn't even have time to react." At that moment, he finally noticed the boy and spoke in an arrogant, condescending tone. "Oh right, there's still a brat and an unweaned puppy. Almost forgot about you guys." Hearing this, Xiaoxi couldn't help but be shocked, his voice trembling slightly. "I'm just a kid." Right then, Xiao Yun whispered softly, "Xiaoxi, don't be afraid. Mom feels like he doesn't have any bad intentions." He was stunned by her words and asked doubtfully, "This fierce, cold-faced colonel is a good guy." At that moment, Dai Pen suddenly spoke up. "Earlier, I was watching from the sidelines. The lightning magic you cast wasn't weak at all. It completely stupefied that gang leader. You must be a pretty strong mage." With that, he suddenly changed his attitude, lowering his voice to make an offer. "Turning elemental spirits into weapons. You really know how to play. To fulfill your dream of being a physical cultivator, I'll give you 3 free punches. If a little sword-wielding mage like you can use physical arts to make me feel even a little bit of pain, I'll let you all go without pressing charges. If you lose, you have to do me a favor. Either way, you guys don't lose out. That's a pretty generous deal, isn't it?" One of the officers just facepalmed in helplessness, evaluating the situation in his head. "We're doomed. The colonel's wicked hobby is acting up again. And this time, he's challenging a mage kid under 10 to a physical fight. He's a high-level physical cultivation origin spirit master. He clearly just wants to bully people." Back to Xiaoxi, he couldn't hide his astonishment upon hearing this, repeatedly asking, 3 punches? No charges? What kind of weird deal is this?" Xiaoxi couldn't believe his eyes, a sense of suspicion rising in his heart. He muttered to himself, "He must have misunderstood something. He thinks I'm a pure mage. But Mom said he doesn't have any bad intentions. Could he be purposely finding an excuse to trick me into working for him? He said he works for the Tuoba clan. That kid Tuoba Tian seems to be from this clan too. They're one of the rare major clans that don't look down on mutants. Right at that moment, Tuoba Tian, who was engrossed in reading a book somewhere else, coincidentally let out a sudden sneeze. The kid was extremely confused, deducing to himself, I must have been pulling too many all-nighters lately. But these forbidden books are just too fascinating. I'm almost done reading all the forbidden books in the academy. I have to keep going. Scene change. Xiaoxi gave a faint smile, his voice full of provocation. So the colonel is on our side. He ambushed this place early in the morning to save people, but he didn't expect the bandits to run into us first. Now we're doing his job for him, and he still wants to trick me? You're throwing yourself right into the line of fire. I won't hold back. The very next second, Xiaoxi suddenly changed his expression, switching to a tearful explanation. Colonel, I'm just a lowly spirit guiding level mage. He immediately put on a pitiful look, tears welling up in his eyes, and sobbed. You're so mean. Hei Lang, standing next to him, aggressively chimed in. You guys can't bully him. He's just a mage. In that split second, both of them suddenly revealed a sinister smile and a cunning look in their eyes. Xiaoxi whispered, Little Black, you have to go all out later, kid. Dai Pen, already losing his patience, barked impatiently. Hurry up. Weren't you really good at pretending to be a swordsman to trick people just now? Come on, let me test your strength. I can't stand you little brats who think you're so smart. At that moment, Yamaha smiled slightly and gently reminded him, Colonel, how about we stop messing with them and get down to business? He puffed out a cloud of smoke and replied coldly, Officer, stop nagging. I am doing business. Yamaha flinched. Though a bit scared, he still retorted, You are absolutely not doing business. You're just playing around. Dai Pen was instantly infuriated. He pointed right at his face and issued a stern warning. Knock it off. You don't understand my intentions. This is exactly why I'm the colonel, and you're just an officer. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi didn't wait any longer. He frowned in annoyance and called out coldly, Lord Colonel, you're giving me 3 free punches, right? Xiaoxi appeared incredibly badass in the wind, standing tall and proud, and said bluntly, Here I come. Even though I'm just a mage, I'm going to go all out. Ignore my outfit. Life needs a sense of ritual, after all. A short while later, in another place, Wu Feng's voice rang out. Boss, I've helped the little kitty change her clothes. This girl took down so many of our men. We definitely have to find a good home for her. Lin Shi's hands were tightly bound by now. She could only stand there helplessly, unable to do a thing. Yi Han, the leader, approached, gently lifted her chin, and spoke in a perverted tone, Not bad. I'm almost reluctant to put you up for auction now. Once we curl your hair later, you'll look even more beautiful. Wu Feng, watching from the side, was filled with resentment. She gritted her teeth and muttered, This bitch dares to seduce the boss. At this moment, Lin Shi couldn't hold it in anymore and exploded with anger. She glared at him and screamed, You bastard. Without hesitation, Lin Shi bit down hard on Yi Han's hand, drawing blood. His face darkened. He grabbed his bitten arm and stared at her with a cold, piercing gaze. In his next move, Yi Han unexpectedly raised his hand and lightly licked the blood off it. Surprisingly, not only was he not angry, but he also put on a sinister expression and remarked, A bit sweet, isn't it? As for Wu Feng, she was pacing restlessly, tearing at her hair in frustration. Isn't this an indirect kiss? Scene change. Xiaoxi started warming up his limbs, not forgetting to say, Colonel, please wait a moment. Let me warm up my body first. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have enough power later. He kept rambling while stretching. On the ground lay the Saitama cosplay outfit he had on earlier. Xiaoxi then explained, The draft forgot to draw it, and it can't be fixed now. Just pretend I took it off. You don't mind, do you, Colonel? Dai Pen burst out laughing, the corner of his mouth curling up in sheer arrogance. It's all useless. With just a slight flex, my origin power will cover my entire body. You won't be able to break my defense. You might even end up breaking your own bones. With that, he acted all high and mighty, loudly challenging him. Kid, if you've got the guts, make your move. Hit me with everything you've got. Right here. If you can't make me feel pain, you lose. And if you lose, you have to do me a favor. I'm looking for an important figure. They have to be young, but possess real strength. If it's a lowly, Insignificant brat like you. Even better. Xiaoxi froze for a second, his face full of doubt as he repeatedly questioned, young? Real strength? I can reluctantly accept that. But lowly? Insignificant? Am I? The next second, Dai Pen pointed his finger right at his face, his tone impatient. That's right. I'm talking about you. I'm bullying you, so what? Hurry up and throw your 3 punches. Once we're done, I'll tell you what I need your help with. He didn't bother wasting any more time. He clenched his fist, glared at him, and said, Here I come. Since the colonel is so sincere about wanting me to work for him. Xiaoxi charged forward decisively and threw a devastating punch right at Dai Pen, instantly leaving him dazed. If I don't go all out, it wouldn't be fair to your strict sense of justice, would it? Immediately after, every single vertebra in Dai Pen's spine snapped. The sound of cracking bones echoed endlessly. His face was covered in blood, looking absolutely pathetic. Even so, he stubbornly refused to yield. You lose, kid. I don't feel a thing. You have to do me a favor, or I'll have you executed. Seeing this, Yamaha hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief and handed it to Dai Pen, whispering, Colonel Blood. Wipe it. He was still in a daze, his face blank as he hadn't even processed what happened. Who am I? Where am I? As for our boy Xiaoxi, he hoisted Jin Jiang up with one hand and spoke with a serious expression. Colonel, if there's nothing else, we'll be taking our leave. Please release Xue Jing. We'll leave the other kids in your care. Dai Pen quickly wiped the remaining blood with the handkerchief and replied bluntly. Who said you could leave? You lost, kid. With that, he pointed a finger up. His entire body seemed to have lost its sense of pain as he boldly threatened. A man has to take responsibility for his promises. You and I made a bet that you could use physical arts to make me feel a little pain. But right now, I don't feel any pain at all. I feel absolutely nothing. The very next second, Dai Pen couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Blood spewed endlessly from his mouth, throwing his entire squad into a panic. Meanwhile, the rage inside Xiaoxi spiraled out of control and exploded. You shameless old geezer. Going back on your word. Then I still have 2 punches left. Bring it on. You think I'm easy to bully? Dai Pen, with a pale face and a sluggish mind, spoke up. What 2 punches? I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is that you just assaulted an imperial officer. Men. As soon as he said that, a barrage of blades was pointed straight at him and Hei Lang, making Xiaoxi cautiously exclaim, Hey, big bro, let's talk this out. Jin Jiang, lying on the ground, suddenly whispered, Young man, let me help you take them down. Hearing this, he immediately barked an order. Soldiers, drop your weapons. Let me talk to the kid. With that, Dai Pen stumbled and collapsed once again, blood gushing from his mouth in waves, making the entire squad turn pale and cry out, Colonel, Colonel. He spoke weakly, This is bad. I've suffered severe internal injuries. I'm dying. I'm dying. Let me try to stall for time. Yamaha's face darkened. He glanced at Xiaoxi with a suspicious look and muttered, This kid managed to knock out a high-level origin spirit master colonel with a single punch. How bizarre. No wonder the colonel is interested in him. Wait a minute. Yamaha suddenly paused for a moment, instantly realizing something. I get it now. The colonel wants him to help complete that mission. Dai Pen quickly regained his composure. He coldly raised his hand to his hat and introduced himself. Hey kid, not bad strength you got there. Let me introduce myself again. I am Colonel Ding Zeri, under the jurisdiction of the Tuoba clan. At the same time, without hesitation, he whipped off his hat. A pair of bear ears popped out as he calmly continued. I am also a black bear mutant. Xiaoxi couldn't believe his eyes. He froze, screaming in horror. Zeri? Colonel, those ears don't suit you at all. Is there anyone named Tom among you guys? Looking over at the other 2 officers, he explained, Furthermore, more than half of my soldiers are also mutants. This mission to ambush the bandits was personally ordered by the young master of the Tuoba clan. But wiping them all out will step on the toes of many dirty major clans backing them. The situation is a bit complicated. The other 2 were currently happily playing with each other. I love how soft your ears are. Stop it. Jin Jiang frowned, his tone dropping as he coldly demanded, Just like us? Then where is my sister? Dai Pen just gave a faint smile and answered seriously. Surprising, isn't it? Makes sense. Mutants serving as imperial officers is probably something you'll only ever see in the Tuoba clan. He then reassured him, "Big head, relax. Your sister is in a safe place, taking care of the little ones. My soldiers are covered in bloodlust, so the kids will only listen to her." At this moment, he suddenly fell into deep thought, his gaze drifting far away. Historically, the status of mutants has always been at the very bottom. We have to unite and grow stronger if we want to survive on this continent. And the Tuoba clan has given us this exact opportunity. The next second, Daipin quickly snapped back to reality and said seriously, "My apologies, I got carried away. Let's get back to business. Here's the situation.